Oh, okay. Which one of these went on? Okay, it's this one. So this one is dead. Wherever. Okay, the other. Fix this. Good thumbnail and stuff.
ドクター、きっと疲れが溜まってるんだね。居眠りしてるのにすっごく不安そう。ギューってしてあげたら少しは安心できるかな。ゆっくり穏やかに眠れたらいいな。
やだ。
私もわかるから。夢の中でも
Excellent
苦しいん
connection
だね。
for now.
わかるよ。
Okay, so what do we have here? What's the new one? Oh. He's kind of spoiled though. So I won't actually look too much into that. Oh, Lee. Hey, it's these things. Cool. Huh. Cool. Okay, we got 10. Cool. Wait, what is this one? Not sure. I'll just collect them all. Wowee! Not sure if this is 5 or 6 star. Huh. New newbie stuff. Cool. Alright. We are definitely want to get this guy. Hopefully. Do I just pull the 10? Nah. 1 by 1. Okay. Is there a skip button?
Pleasure to meet you, Chief.
No. It's still slow as hell. Unlucky. Hopefully I get him with the first 6 star Ulpium.
Hello.
Be pretty good if we get him in less than 10.
Lancer Fang, Captain of Reserve Op Team A1. My team and I will do our best to...
Who do I need to save for? Marcia, because she's limited. She don't even want Lapland that much.
Santala tree, so it became her identity,
Hello.
her code name, and a part of her life.
Which 5 stars do I still not have?
医療オペレーターのススーロです。
Isuru.
ドクターは各方面に精通していて、
Oh, last one?
フロストリーフ。
Morostali. Oh, you're getting an altar, probably. Maybe. Hope you. Well, I guess we rip one out. Five star. Do we at least get the new one? No, we failed 3 times to get the new 5 star. Okay, I'll keep pulling 1 pulse until I get the 5 star.
A caster. Here to join you simply because I'm bored and want something to do.
Still no
But
fast
I heard my
forward.
sworn.
I don't know why they still don't add that. We should have had that for like 3 years now?
よっ人を見る目があるなボス世界で一番強い地下剣闘士とは値のことさ
22 pulse.
薬草師のミルだと言います。
Yep. 1 by 1.
ケルシー氏。
Hello, Doctor. I'm Totter. Long-range sniping's my specialty.
我が主の盟友よ。あなたにヒーラの祝福を。俺
Hopefully we don't
Doctor,
reach 150.
I am here at the behest of
Ole.
Empress Hildegard of Lytanian, and I hope to maintain
They should also
friendly
make it
relations with you.
less. Make it at least 120?
どうも
You know,
行動呼び取り
like their limited
ベーシッ
ones.
クスのスポットだ
Well, the limited
我が
limit.
名は白雪。姫の
300 is definitely way too
天
much.
の
That's crazy. Ain't looking good, folks. Okay, we're almost certain.
まとい丸ロドスに参上だ
Time to pull the tenors. 6 star. Alright, good sign. At least we didn't hit multiple. Yes, sir. Okay. Very good chance here. I will cry if I don't get him here.
はじめまして、ドクター。新人オペレーターのジャッキーだよ。前はクルビアで補助。Nice to meet you.
Oops.
I'm from
We did
Aegir,
get Lucilla
and my
at
name
least.
is- Why are you staring at the bottle on my belt?
The bottle on your
Did
belt.
you want a sip?
This?
Certainly, but I take
Or is it
no
this?
responsibility for what happens
Okay,
after
stars
you
if you
drink
can like
whiskey.
move. This is... I'm assuming it's just the big one. Okay, Ulpianus!
You seem surprised, Doctor.
What are you doing
Please
here?
rest assured
Get out
that
of
the change in my
here!
equipment won't affect my ability to complete my missions.
We lost.
If you find yourself ill at ease because of my
Yes,
attire,
yes.
I can change.
お客様
Ooh, 3 stars.
私に
3
最
stars
高
are
の
actually
笑
so
顔を見せて
bad.
くれませんか
Pleasure to meet you, Chief. I am Shaw of the Lugman Fire Department reporting
I'm
for
gonna
duty.
cry.
We meet
Okay,
again.
we got him. Let's go!
This method of contact that you are imposing
That's a
upon me,
screenshot.
is it
Thank
Rhodes
you.
Island's standard treatment? Or perhaps it is you, trying to confirm if my sense of self has already begun to change. Ulpianus, Abyssal Hunter.
Let's go! Ulpianus. 2 6 stars as well. Very cool. I should have the chips for this guy. Alright, didn't really use
You
that
must
much.
think carefully on what you base your battle plans upon.
Boundaries must be kept.
Only when baptized in death does one exist. This ceremony is not much use for a warrior.
People say the JP is better. Oh no.
何をもとに戦争を組み立てるかよく考えろ
Ah, schneezy. 3 of these bad boys.
May I use my own office chair?
Well, it's time to do the thing. Oh god, this is so
Nani ka
I need
otesutai dekiru
Nian,
kota
man,
arimasu
because
ka?
this is cringe.
I always feel best when I'm at your side, Doctor.
Man, this bed is too soft. I just can't fall asleep. Could you give me something firmer? That's how I...
If you need anything, just say the word.
Cringe.
ビクトリアの建造技術って最先端じゃなかったんだな。
Oh wow. It's literally 3. Well, there you go. Only 1 stainless, come on. Okay, Areen, it's your
も
turn.
っと先生に近い部屋はないの
Out of jail. Only 1 as well. Okay, Areen, you also suck ass. This is why I want Nian.
Wow!
I don't have to do this
Rhodes Island is
micromanagement.
huge.
もっと先生に近い部屋はないの
Human? What's the rest? Oh.
Rhodes Island is a beautiful ship, but sadly, I
For sure, not
cannot
that
feel the
much was
breath of the
actually
sea
a
breeze.
rest. Will be next.
Do you mind if I get my 40 winks in here?
Then where is Pia? He's not it. Thank God for cold shot.
Let's really decorate this place.
Yeah, I haven't
It'll
put
be
in
cozy in no
Ebenholz.
time. Promise.
Ebenholz. Yeah, German.
received.
Where is... I'm assuming skill 3? I mean, I'm gonna mastery 3 both skill 2 and 3 anyway. On force. Ulpianus. Very cool. 100 HP. Very cool.
万物を統べる者が本当にいるのなら、今日にはびこる災禍の元凶として首を差し出してもらわねばな。
It's that. It's on the side. Wait. There's a new item thingy here, right? Where is it? Oh god. Oh. No, 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 no. Holy, I ain't using those. Ah, it is 5-star. Okay. Level 80. So I'm assuming this one is 5-star as well? Because it's senior operator and not top. Huh. Who do I want to like insta? I guess I gotta choose and wait. Alright. This guard, right? There you are. Hey, 69. Very funny.
何をもとに戦争を組み立てるかよく考えろ。
Right, he has a pull. That's pretty good for IS. Oh, I need... Okay, so I need to put these guys in the thingy. Where's his face? Yo. Where is the queen herself? Okay. Let me see Arknights toolbox. How does this scale? Ulpianus. Man, very sad that Game Press is still dead. Skill 2 and skill 3. Which one do I mastery first? This is same block count. This also just makes it 8 seconds faster, or... Oh. This doesn't really do anything significant, but... this initial SP to cooldown as well is pretty nice. I'll go S3. Nice. How long is this? 5 hours! Up, 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 up. Where are you? Yo! There you go. Oops. Didn't mean to press that. Who these? Fortunately, you are a splash caster. It's very awkward to you. Oh, I can click that. Flow, tickies, stuff. 20 days. That's quite a big stage. Stages next time pass by the Sophon Theatrum. Why not postpone for contemplation? Where inadvertent ingenuity may unlock the answers to these timeless mysteries. Question mark, question mark. Arrogantly represents civilization, while the Seaborn represent life. A path of light. Name brand. Lucy. Alright, as usual, story first. Tide Watcher. People dreamed wild dreams about the cities beneath the waves before they saw one with their own eyes. Aegir. Finally, we get to actually be there. Oh wow, we're still with the hunters walking on Seacoast Way. Homeland left a mile behind, his path lies ahead. From his forebears and children, he was torn. Into the seas, his lover was swept away, floating in the deep dead. A hunter is walking on seacoast way. With homeland left a mile behind, they must lament and pray. There is no end to his path. The road ahead is shrouded in gray. Oh, hello! Hunter returns by seacoast way. His journey ended, his home close at hand. Sound of waves passed above the spray. Why do his feet disobey his command? Why ever does his heart still sway? Wonder if we're gonna see Don Quixote and Rocinante again. He was riding the freaking horse. Long time no see. Skadi or Ska? Okay, Skadi. Been a while, Doc. You were supposed to meet that chatty library, but you don't seem surprised to see me. Me, Elysium? Yep, you and Elysium are both Rose Island operators. This is a lot closer to your homeland, after all. True. You're an hour later than Calcit estimated. I guess the Inquisition's review process is strict, even with an official notice from a saint. After only 3 months, nearly all the town's residents have moved inland, aside from a few workers, replaced by lots of people from the penal battalion. You must be preparing for something. They look pretty tense. Aegir contacted Iberia a week ago. This forgotten town has become a lot less quiet since. Being surrounded by sea scum already sets the young soldiers on edge. Hearing Aegir's voice only made it worse. Demands a response. Maybe caution. When the Undersea Nation finally speaks, you have to listen. Turn left at the sculpture and the sea is a quick 10-minute walk. We'll head straight to the Eye of Iberia. Alright, so it still stands. Say, Doc, do you hear the sound of the waves? Patty turns her head slightly into the sea breeze. Her hair dances in the wind, same color as the shadows in her eyes. Their layering has gotten complex. I hear the sound of stars drifting across the sky, the never-ending song of nature in a language forever incomprehensible. Well, not incomprehensible anymore, nah? Sharmila. I'm here. The hardship we should suffer is ever present. A life we thirst for is ever present. Okay, so she was conversing with it. Are you alright, Scotty? Did reconnecting with home put you on edge? I get more nervous the closer I am. Never mind. It's hard to explain. Maybe I'm sleep deprived. Ever since our last voyage, I feel like I've inherited shark's nightmares. Speaking of the sea, what did Dr. Calcit call you over so urgently? I don't remember you having anything to do with the ocean. Yeah, about that. I won't recall even if I did, but it doesn't feel unfamiliar at least. Mr. Carola Arbor over here? Not much of an answer. Right, I forgot about your condition. No wonder he gave you such an answer. Oh well, I'm sure she had her reasons. Let's go. It'll be dark soon. So how do we get there? Do we have a submersible or something? I'm assuming yes. I would take a step back if I were you. I need to shake myself dry. Hey there, Dr. Calcit. Not many people can track us Abyssal Hunters. Did Swordfish tell you we'd be coming ashore here in advance? Elysium deployed the data collector in these waters. It's had a direct connection to the Eye of Iberia's central control system ever since its calibration. And it can already track underwater targets? That Liberi's not half bad, so it's sonar. Am I to understand then that Rhodes Island and the Inquisition have deepened their ties? 1 week ago, the undersea city contacted Iberia via a special comms frequency, informing them that Aegir will be establishing a waterway between the Aegir home territories and dry land. In the face of such a grand project, Iberia could only gather intelligence through the Great Lighthouse's positioning system. Evidently, your position as chief designer of warfare did not afford you any knowledge of this. Tell Calcit what we discovered, Shark. Captain and I have swum out to where the Stultifer sank 3 times now. Our last dive was only 10 days ago. First time, we could still see the exploded wreckage on the sea floor. Under what little light filtered through from the surface, the gilded interior was more like a smudge of paint. But this time around, the entire thing had completely disappeared, replaced by a cluster of coral thrumming with life. I may be accustomed to dreaming, but that felt unreal even to me. Thrumming, huh? New word for me. Thrum. Make a continuous... Oh, okay. It is a rhythmic sound. That monument to a lost civilization and its history stood for but a brief time. Stultifera Navis has been completely claimed by the sea. Or to be precise, it's become part of a seaborne nest. Their environmental assimilation is accelerating at a frightening pace. But there was something even more noteworthy. We found traces of recent ones. Completely barren patch of sea, lacking even marine snow. Marine snow is like whale downs, right? A warped and shattered stretch of sea floor, clearly pockmarked by micro-singularities. Only the fleets of Aegir's legions could be behind that. As a landwalker, Calcit, the knowledge of and interest he holds towards Aegir are nothing less than extraordinary. Though separated by the boundless seas, Aegir has always been a part of Terra. Regardless, Gladia and I have decided to head to that city. A risky decision, no doubt. Perhaps a tad. Considerably. As such, we hunters have been observing it for a while. Before our final operation, I attended a military conference between the Academy of Science and the Academy of Technology as the Abyssal Hunters' chief designer of warfare. Among the battle plans they drew up together, I do not recall anyone calling for a military stronghold to approach dry land with, nor any project involving waterways. Aegir has, without a doubt, undergone great changes. Our contact with the home territories was completely severed after we slew Isharmla. It is difficult to determine the truth of the matter from the information we possess, yet it was kind of murky, pun not intended. Yet still hardly reasonable enough for you to return to Aegir. I don't believe I'm the first to try to dissuade you either. Didn't your colleague already do so? Sir Ulpi. Did you mean Ulpianus? Yep. He would understand that the land holds no answers for us. We must return to the sea. If his strategy is to maintain a distance from Aegir, then all the more reason for us to return in an official capacity. What the hell is the last night doing now then? Ever since I awoke from my dream, the waves would tell me time and again that the lost should return home. The Abyssal Hunters must return. Very well, I understand. And I'll go with you, Gladia. What about Alive Until Sunset? That wouldn't it be a rare opportunity for you? I will be representing more than myself on this visit. More than Rhodes Islands even, alright? Iberia as well? Even with all that you already bear, they would give you another burden? It was also my decision. Rhodes Island's cooperation with the Iberian Inquisition has only just begun, much like our own. Calcit stares at Gladia. Hunter's face remains devoid of expression, even the blowing sea wind failed to crease it. After a short moment of silence, Gladia nods her head. Sure. Hello, Eye of Iberia. Well, one of them. Hello, St. Carmen. How many days has it been since we were contacted by Aegir, Irene? 8. Tu Santidad. And outside of the necessary deployments, meetings, and to rest, you spent those 8 days here, watching the sea. They haven't given us a concrete time frame for their next contact. I understand you don't wish to miss their next move, but look at the sea before you, Irene. Colors of the deep sea bubble up, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Against the vastness of the ocean's surface, the sky seems gloomy. Water crash against the reef, whipping up waves several meters tall, their roars dashing against this small corner of the land. By Iberian standards, an ocean without a hint of sea turf flesh is a gentle one, no matter how noisy it may be. An old friend of mine was once the most talented bard of the port. But after that grand port sank into silence, he fled north, past the starving masses to the Iberian interior, to the small town that would one day become the capital. I saw him kneeling by the broken town gates, weeping uncontrollably. From his weeping, the town obtained its new name, Perdonidora, Forgiveness has left us. However, what people needed at the time was not mourning but consolation. Many prefer to use a shortened form, perdoni, forgiveness. And now, the last eye of Iberia, the final legacy of the Golden Age. Perdoni. Italian. Now the last eye of Iberia, the final legacy of the Golden Age, shines bright once more. Do you think that signals Irene? Hope and determination. Hope and determination, of course. Ah, youth. The determination in your eyes is brighter than Darius when he was your age. Good, good. But those words, as inspiring as they are often not the fully correct answer. After half a century of being pushed back, our front is finally advancing. Soon, this will become the new center of the Inquisition. But at the same time, we must necessarily bear everything to the ocean, to Seaborn and Aegir alike. Iberia is stretched thin. This country can no longer hide its exhaustion and sickness. It is a simple fact, plain for all to see. And there is another fact to consider. We can retreat no further. That's funny because in the Thorns event, it looks a lot better than the coastal areas of Iberia. Hello, Jordi Fontanosa or something like that. Maestro, it's been a while. Doña Irene. Indeed it has. Those clothes suit you. Thank you. Wait, does he have a skin here? Right, there's been an emergency. The lighthouse has just picked up signals of unknown origin. They seem to be coming from not the sea, but the sky. Jordi, I think we can already see... Wait, what? I think we can already see them. That's what. Carmen and Irene are fixated on the distant sky. The young clerk follows suit. He freezes on the spot. Oh. What the hell am I looking at? They see a school of fins soaring through the... Okay, so they're flying fish. More emphasis on the flying. What are they? Bionic drones. The islanders brought similar creations to land all those years ago. What is this music? I think it's new. The matrix of drones crosses the sea in the blink of an eye, matching the height of the towering lighthouse. One separates itself from the formation and slowly hovers before the three. Its wings open and close like fins, like a speck of light dancing in the void, and soon after an amiable and charismatic female voice resounds from it. Is this... It's Aegir, of course. Iberian, people of Iberia, do not be alarmed. What is this? Do not be afraid. Aegir greets you. I am Clementia, Technology Council of our Institute of Societal and Administrative Supervision. Armen holds his lantern aloft, looking serenely at the drone before him. Two completely different forms of light face each other as though in a dialogue between two different civilizations. Or a confrontation. Saint Carmen e Iberia of the Iberian Inquisition. I believe this is the first official communication between our nations. Indeed. You speak our tongue as well as any Iberian. I installed an Iberian language module before leaving the home territories. I hope you'll forgive me if I ever use the wrong expression. Moreover, forgive me for having to contact you in this form, Sir Iberia. I have no objections to your appearance, Madame Consul. I only regret that it has taken us so long to begin this conversation. Despite your so-called waterway project being more than half complete and close at hand, we Iberians find ourselves in complete ignorance of it. To make amends, we'd like to invite your envoys to visit our city. Aegir respects the efforts Iberia has made when you were caught up in the Seaborn crisis. Caught up in? Do you mean to say that everything Iberia has faced was merely the aftermath of your crisis? Exactly. Pretty much. I do. Let's not be tied down by formalities, sir. We recognize the power of language. Your name itself, Carmen e Iberia, is a symbol of courage and valor. I'm not sure if this is E or I. I'm just gonna assume it's E. This is why we came to you. We hope that by reaching an accord with Iberia and the other terrestrial nations, we will be able to create a waterway that links directly to land. We will clear the stretch of sea between Aegir's home territories and the land so as to facilitate our forces coming ashore. I hope I need not remind you what sending an army to another nation's border implies on land. Given the enormity of the oncoming threat, we will exhaust every means at our disposal to resist it. Jesus Christ, look at the drones though. I am more than willing to come explain to you in person if necessary, but it would be easier for you to understand the situation if you were to join us in the depths. The fleets of our legions 8 and 10 are patrolling and suppressing the seaborne in these waters. They will soon escort you to our city of Miliarium. This drone formation will continue to notify you of any nearby combat or environmental changes until you have safely arrived at the city. There may be an unprecedented disaster brewing beneath the waves. Sir Inquisitor, I worry that though the Earth is vast, it is but an isolated island. Or so we think. Eh? Considering the latest TV where there's like a floating moon-like structure somewhere. The lights of the drone matrix cut out, putting a stop to their sudden communication. Sea breeze continues to blow as the old man slowly lowers his lantern. A waterway that links directly to land. She's eloquent, but arrogant, no doubt. A haughty adult wielding a weapon, loath to use finesse when dealing with an unarmed child. Irene informed our cooperation partners of this most recent communication. Tacit has already agreed to serve as Severi's envoy. The Abyssal Hunters should also have made their decision by now, considering they've always had reservations about the waterway program. Right away! I'll also keep the other Inquisitors in Grand Faro abreast of the situation. I made a recording of your entire conversation with Aegir, Maestro. Please, take a look. As for whether you approve of me going, I recall you submitted your application a week ago. Yes, since the Aegir fleet is on their way now, I was wondering if... Never hesitate when you're already made up your mind. Only makes you less persuasive. When I was younger, Uncle Thiago was always worrying about me. He'd tell me, Jordi, you should leave Gran Faro, leave Iberia. But he never told me where to go. Aegir was always my homeland under the sea, but I had no way of approaching it. Never heard the voice of Aegir or seen its cities. But now, it's so close. The Inquisition has approved your application, Jordi Fontana Rosa. Okay, Fontana Rosa, not Fonta Rosa. You will serve as an envoy of Iberia and accompany Irene and Kelsey to the Aegir city. Thank you, Maestro. You do be sweating, huh? Don't thank me, this isn't a reward. Your work since joining the Inquisition has not been particularly good. Well, he just says it like... I chose Irene because she has already readied herself, even going as far as to renounce her long-standing faith. And I chose you because you are still bewildered and frustrated. Your weakness will consume you. Joining the Inquisition was a test. Turning to your homeland is another. I understand. Okay, potential Jordi Alter over here. There you are, Rocinante. There you are. He's still riding his freaking horse. What is this trio doing? This is the deepest part of the trench. They hollowed out its sides to make their nest. That's why we never noticed it before, despite circling this place several times. Yes, I smell it too. The scent. After destroying the ocean's native ecosystem, the Seaborn have created a new one that serves only them. Yeah, that's gonna be real bad for your planet, huh? Goodbye, water ecosystem. A comprehensive seaborne ecosystem, where once it only existed in an oceanic abyss. Return, Rocinante. I will carry on alone. The entire continental shelf has changed. Wow. I must know who churned these waves. Tell the knight to continue the hunt. We will not be parted for long. Okay, so they're still best buddies. Ulpianus swims into the nest. I was about to say it's a jelly. And then it had that dun dun dun. It chooses not to use stealth. Luminescent vegetative seaborn light up every corner of the nest. There's nowhere to hide in the first place. Atop sets of spiraling blades, minute and curiously shaped organisms sleep or perhaps drift along. The rocks of the seafloor cannot be seen. The fine tendrils of the nether sea brand slowly sway in the current, catching fragments of organic matter. They weave together in thick mats, drowning out any sound Ulpianus makes. He can sense the changes in his own body. His consciousness extends and his body relaxes, as though every cell in his body is trying to respond to something. He is clearly an invader, but the entire lair blooms in response to him. Ulpianus. There is no way this is that guy. Ulpianus is nearly able to see through the approaching Seaborn's translucent body. He waits for it to spit out its clumsy words about preying or being preyed on by him, but nothing comes. Seaborn thinks about his thoughts. Finally, you have traveled far. Okay, it's not. Here, sufficient nutrients. Shed your cumbersome flesh. Return, grow, migrate. For you, I was born, Ulpianus, only for you. I untangle your doubt. I guide you. Return to the embrace of we many. Why did you migrate? Where will you go? You still waver, Ulpianus. You must know we many, kin. You must know. The Genozoic will soon awaken. The Genozoic must return. A new cycle. Develop the ocean. Leave the ocean. Okay, so they're gonna have a new Leviathan, huh? And they call it the Genozoic, basically. Will awaken. Leave the ocean. We many see a new path ahead. We hurry. What connection is there between you and the affairs of the city? Yep, he's talking to a jellyfish. Where's the Corolla Arbor and all this, huh? The freaking underwater mountains. Huh! Crystal-like structures. Very curious. Doesn't seem like original? Question mark? Doesn't seem like. First contact. When they saw it for themselves, they understood that it was just another homeland to somebody, no matter how different it may seem. Enemies. It's IS-3. It's literally IS-3. Oops. I didn't mean to click that. Alright. Who's getting out? Maybe not you now. Thank you. Sure, why not? You... Wait, can I module him already? I don't think that update is here yet. You... I need one more. Who can I remove? Yes, you. Where are you? Rio.
I'll join in this training as your squadron's aide.
3, 4, 5. Wait, I need one more actually. I lied. Oh wait, I don't have a healer. Where is she? 5-star. There you are. Hell yeah, brother. Faction buffs to the rescue. Screw you, actually. Probably one. Do I need heals? It's Abyssal Hunters. Imagine needing heals when you have Abyssal Hunters. Yeah, sure. Let's go. The Water Squad. Oh, hello. To the pale ass eyes. Aegir Researcher A. Based on geological conditions, it's a promising volcano, but the location is less than optimal. It would be difficult to establish a lengthy energy transportation pipeline while fending off seaborne attacks. Did you read the Academy of Technology's report? Hydrogen from seawater can be used to maintain operation of the Legion fleet, but it would be difficult to guarantee uninterrupted energy supply to the beacon. It alone accounts for half of this entire city's energy consumption. It used to be much worse. Our ancestors had to design a bioenergy system for it, maintained through the joint effort of a dozen cities. In this day and age, a system like that would be attacked by the Seaborn before it could even be activated. Jesus, the arms race. Regardless, we need to find a way to ensure power supply for the beacon. Maybe Appius would know a way. Let me get in. Oh. Did you forget? He's still in the home territories and our cities are under radio silence. We can't exactly lay fiber optic cables like we used to either. What, with all the Seaborn out there, what, do they also bite the cables like sharks? I miss the days when we could get anyone in the country on a holographic call whenever we wanted. Wait, what if we modify the output mode of the energy converter? Yep, lot of nerds over here. Doc, they look so Greeky. We have extremely limited experience in this area. It's always a safety risk. With you in charge of the cognitive link, I believe the risk is reasonable. They also have these, like, I'm assuming identifying cards. Well, I'm glad you're that confident in me, but I'm not. Who knows what an extended conversation via cognitive link with our transformed countrymen would do to both our minds. Would they also have one in the head? There's been plenty of research into this. It'll be good as long as you keep a steady hand. Even in the home territories, there are very few cases of transformed citizens being granted a final interview. Most are simply euthanized. Well, Consul Clementia's ideas are radical, as always. Which is exactly why I followed her here. By sorting through the threads of reason via conversation, we can grant them a chance to leave a final trace of their sapience in the world. What better way to send them off than with a stimulating debate? Yep, and debate lords. Sadly, most of the survivors the Sea Patrol brings back are already transformed beyond recognition. Precious few have the opportunities to return to the city to receive a final interview. Say, we're witnessing history unfold here, aren't we? Or maybe we're just doing our jobs. I trust that the Institute of Development Planning's faith in you is not misplaced. Make your preparations. Thanks. See you in the isolation chamber. What in God's name is that? Oh, we're here. Excuse me. What the? A catastrophe under the sea? Taken by surprise, the young man loses balance and falls, but an even stranger sight stifles his cry of surprise. He sees the passers-by float into the air, swimming through it like fins through water, paying little heed to the swaying city below. As things return to normal, some land and walk away, continuing their conversations like nothing had happened, while others continue to swim forward through the air. Huh, alright, so they basically have, like, what do you call that? Zero gravity. He recalls the Aegir rituals the people of Grand Faro had told him about when he was little. Get up, Jordy. Whomst? Right. Doña Irene? Next time you go out, remember to put on the device the Sea Patrol gave us when we landed yesterday. Right. I remember that from the briefing videos. Which one was it again? The fourth one. The technicians at the port reminded me. They make regular adjustments to the gravity settings as part of what it takes to maintain the low gravity environment of Miliarium. They said it's like a fin adjusting its swim bladder. So you went to tour the port. Yes, I was interested in their ships and docks, their weapons. Those massive ships sail like foul beasts through reefs and cliffs. I saw traces of the Stultifera Navis in them. Ryogan really did recreate Aegir technology in Iberia. Perhaps we should have sailed our proud armada out into the vast oceans, rather than parading our gold-gilded ships along the coasts, as a deterrent to those dukes and pashas. Ryogan. You look nervous, Jordy. So nervous that you missed the point entirely. I'm just feeling a little out of place. This place is stranger than I imagined. The air is thick and heavy. The ocean above my head sends a chill up my spine. The glowing plants along the streets make me dizzy. Plus what happened just now. Physical discomfort I could deal with, but there are so many oddities here I can't even begin to understand it. The briefing videos Aegir provided were very detailed, but there's still so much that I couldn't comprehend even after rewatching them so many times. Food moves on its own without a fork. Clothes clean themselves without having to be removed. These things make sense. Kinda. That sounds amazing. But edible sagas? Crunchy theorems? I just can't wrap my head around those. The best I can do for now is print out one of those emergency nutrition supply devices. Crunchy theorems? All my life I've known nothing but Grand Pharaoh. Is this what it's like to... No, it's not quite like an Iberian from a backwater village seeing the capital for the first time. Not that the city of gold still exists. The difference here isn't one between a small town and a metropolis, but almost between two entirely different civilizations. I tried to ask someone for directions, but couldn't understand what they were saying or whether I was being rude to interrupt. I don't even know how they see me, an Aegir in name only. I have my concerns too. You're worried too? You of all people know what Iberia did to the Aegir after the profound silence? I don't know what kind of country Aegir is, how its people view that period of bloodshed, or how they view me, an emissary with blood on her hands. But you didn't. I'm here representing the Iberian Inquisition. I've seen the files on the slaughters. Each report on its own may be thin, but in aggregate, we committed many injustices while cleansing the influence of the Church of the Deep. The islanders were the most affected. I still believe the Inquisition was in no position to be lenient, not when the country itself teetered on the brink. It was our collective decision that we should go to any lengths to ensure the nation's survival in a time of extraordinary crisis. But that does not lessen our crime. Oh, hello. You have a book? I don't believe you need worry about that. Who is this? Clementia? Question mark? Oh, not Clementia at all. Haggard scholar and underflow. Growing a massive vesicle to resist a blast from Class 3 weaponry and covering the retreat of the other Seaborn into the depths of the trench. How is it even possible for biological tissue to be made to resist the forces of a micro-singularity? The Sea Patrol brought back tissue samples. They've already been sent to your lab through the transport tubes. At least they haven't yet developed a collective resistance to Class 3 weaponry like they have for Classes 1 and 2. Yep, it's an arms race. Astute officer. The performance of Class 3 weaponry is demonstrably superior. But even more concerning is that an individual Seaborn has evolved measures specifically to counter it. They're more organized than before. They're countering micro-singularities, excuse me? You've been analyzing the Seaborn's adaptation to various weaponry ever since this one is hard to pronounce. Miliarium, because of the eyes, set sail. You already foresee this. Blandus. Freaking name. To an extent, but we need more time to confirm our theories. Thank you, Secunda. Your reports are always so detailed, I dare not blink for fear of missing something. Little Handy, get me some eye drops. Ignore that command, Little Handy. Just a bad joke. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I need to speak to the technicians about the damage suffered by our ships. I hope Little Handy's in the stages again. I'd rather you sway just a while longer, unless you're hurrying to get some rest after work. Isn't it somewhat ironic, considering you've also received numerous health warnings but haven't seen a doctor yet? Very well. Still, I'd appreciate it if you could hear me out. It won't take long. I just need to confirm something. Have you read Gladia's report? I have. And you should know about Ulpianus. I thought you'd at least show some sort of reaction. Of course, I'm concerned about the reappearance of the Abyssal Hunters after 5 years of silence, especially when the waterway program is at a key juncture, and Ulpianus' unusual activities are of particular note. He clearly made contact with Gladia's group and is aware of Miliarium, but has made no attempt to re-establish communications with Aegir. Meanwhile, we've heard from our Iberian sources that he's also declined to work with Iberia. He may be proud, arrogant even, but he is no fool. He must have his reasons for acting alone. Regardless, I intend to find out where he is and what he is planning. That utilitarianism, that impatience, he's rubbed off on you. We had hoped you'd be better than that. can only pray your decision-making will be more prudent while tracking him. Nevertheless, I have faith that you'll keep me updated on his whereabouts. What are you talking about, Advisor Blandis? Neither of us is part of the Abyssal Hunter program anymore. You're the weapons technology advisor for the Waterway program now. Aren't utilitarian, impatient decisions the usual business in your field? And shouldn't you be getting information about Ulpianus from Miliarium's official sources? Why involve me? Of course, of course. Wait, he has fangs? Just a momentary lapse in judgment. I can't fault you for carrying out your duty as Prefecta of the Sea Patrol. I just ask that you remember what Ulpianus did for us, for Aegir. Yes, speaking. What? Missing? I'm on my way. Who's missing? One of the technicians on the Waterway program has gone AWOL. Ruh-roh. Sabotage? And you are Avitus from the Institute of Prehistoric Studies, Academy of Science. We study the documents and artifacts of the prehistoric civilization. Irene, emissary of the Iberian Inquisition. Jordi Fontana Rosa. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And don't worry, I didn't come to lecture you. Simply felt it was my duty as a citizen of Aegir to free our land-bound friends from the needless concerns. Needless concerns? What I meant to say is, Aegir understands that Iberia took measures proportionate to the extraordinary nature of the times. Can find similar periods in our own history, or even that of the glorious prehistoric civilization. Oh! The exclusion of outsiders as a necessary means of maintaining social order appears to be an inevitable step in the progress of civilization. Besides, we welcome our displaced countrymen to return to the sea, just as we respect the decision of those who have opted to leave. The consequences of their choices being only to them. Wow, okay. So when they leave, they literally just abandon them, huh? I appreciate Aegir's magnanimity, Avitus, but the consequences they suffered were... No, it's nothing. Thank you for clarifying. Oh, new sound again. You're welcome. Oh, look at that handy. Mr. Avitus, our land-bound guests, please be informed that this area has been designated for investigation. You are advised to proceed to another area unless you have unresolved matters here. Hand of the Saint. The penal battalion used them to clean up seaborne remains, but I never knew they could talk. Apparently, our people who brought them to land did not have time to demonstrate their full capabilities. Multi-purpose support equipment, commonly known as a Little Handy. They currently offer 972 different function modules, excluding obsolete ones. One can sometimes tell their affiliation just by looking at the parts and paint job. This one, for example, belongs to the Sea Patrol. Should I reply? We're very sorry, Little Handy, sir. That would be unnecessary. Maybe equipped with a voice, but that doesn't mean it's intelligent. I assume that with your technology, maybe... It's true that the topic of simulated personalities has fascinated many a researcher. The first attempt was created 230 years ago. Continues to operate to this day. In fact, I can put in an application for you if you wish to talk to it. However, whether from the perspective of neuroscience, psychology, sociology, or anthropology, simulated personalities have proven to be rather disappointing in terms of their benefits to research. Perhaps I've gone off topic though. In short, they remain the stuff of niche research. We do not consider them suitable for widespread application. The goal of all technological development is to empower humanity. What purpose is there in turning a machine into a human? I see. Fascinating. You said this Little Handy belonged to the Sea Patrol? Only they would fit such powerful loudspeakers onto one, and quieter means of communication are available. I suppose you could consider it retro? What sort of organization are they? Do they frequently undertake such investigations? Sea Patrol is part of our legions. They perform a supporting role in combat as well as regular reconnaissance, patrol, security, and disaster response duties. Emergency sweeps like this are rare, but with the Waterway program at such a critical moment, it's only reasonable for them to be on high alert. Little Handy, am I allowed to remain here? It is not recommended, but not forbidden. Then I'll wait here. I'd like a chance to speak to the Sea Patrol. Very well. And you, Jordi? I'll be going. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. There's a limit to what I can answer outside of my specialty, though. Perhaps I could show you to a place better suited for such a conversation. The Safon Theatro. Well, here we go. And battle! Nope. It's gonna be one of those long ones, huh? Hello, Cal. Did you sleep well, Doctor? You seem a little haggard. It's the air pressure and humidity. Yes, the Aegir seem to have retained some of their aquatic traits. Are you not feeling well? Just a little short of breath. Is this serious? Don't worry, it's nothing. Kinda? Yeah. Let me know if you feel any discomfort. Besides? To be frank, I thought there may be another reason for your reaction. Does anything about Aegir or the depths of the ocean seem familiar to you? A little, but no, not here. Maybe, but only vaguely. I know it might be difficult, but remembering even the slightest detail could be of great help to us all. Sorry, I can't remember anything else. It's okay, just try to relax, Doc. Seeing the Preserver has inevitably hastened the pace at which you recall the truth, even though I had hoped you would not touch upon what you've forgotten so quickly. No one knows when your path of suffering will end, not even yourself. In that, we are all powerless. What we do know is that you have had an encounter with the Abyss. The ocean is yet another path to your past, and we are finally upon it. You seem excited. Going to detect satisfaction? Yes, I've wanted to set foot in Aegir countless times. Until now, I have waited on the shore and drifted on— oh wow, it's also her first time. I have witnessed lighthouses and the Armada turn from ideas to reality. Breogan had never given up on re-establishing communication with the Aegirs through such means. All his efforts ended in failure. Aegir never welcomed home their prodigal son, much less opened their doors to outsiders. But now they are even more eager to cooperate than I had anticipated. We need no longer waste efforts to persuade a proud and aloof giant. I can't deny feeling happy about that. You don't look particularly happy. There's something else troubling you? I'm afraid there is. Aegir's proactive stance indicates that they have a plan for making contact with the land. Even the most moderate of their measures may seem too radical for land-bound civilization. A single gesture of goodwill could cause a massive storm. We should intervene as soon as possible. The Abyssal Hunters are a good entry point. The Hunter situation warrants concern too. To Aegir, they are neither emissaries nor guests. Having participated in the most radical project in Aegir's history and come back to life after being declared dead for 5 years, I worry that their return home would only cause trouble? Controversy? Scotty, Spectre, you're back. Where's Gladia? A somewhat troublesome fellow called her away. I thought your priority upon return would be to get checked up. What could possibly be more urgent? No idea. Once Gladia's done with her interview, I guess Scotty and I are gonna go do some stupid checkup. Swordfish and I are fine. Shark's changes might be a little problematic. There's no regime in the ocean, is there? Does Aegir understand oripathy? I read some medical papers before I underwent the surgery. Even back then, they had advanced knowledge of medulla regeneration and replacement. They should be able to help her. You need not worry, Doctor. I've inspected myself in the mirror on that great ship. On returning, those endless dreams still creep up on me like bubbles, but they've also become as light as bubbles. Besides, I feel like I'd had more regrets about losing those dreams. But for now, I'm as lucid as I've ever been. And luckily for you, I'm even in the mood to take you on a tour of the city. Interested? Yeah, let's go. Hey, said a tour, not a fight. First contact. There's the Aegir symbol. Still with the cross religion symbolism. Oh wow, what the hell is this? A simple seaborne believed to be responsible for foraging. Requires very little energy for activity. Unicellular predator? We're fighting prokaryotes? What am I looking at?
Picked out your bait yet?
We are actually fighting prokaryotes. That's
Send a
funny.
prayer into a knife's edge.
Into the knife's edge.
I'll manage them right away.
Oh, hello.
トルにトランショ系だ
Prioritize units on high ground. Oh, you're nasty.
Armor plea is no use!
Okay, it's pretty small damage for now.
Thus, I speak.
Ah, wait. Oh, so I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm less
Spring
stupid.
breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain. The moment you leave, I will take these lost dreams away.
Just as incantations must be restrained, so too must together.
Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields. Let's share a dance.
It'd be hard to put them all in. What the? She need to remove logos. That's kinda sad. How does this work? Oh, we can stop it early. That's very good. I like skills that can do that. I mean, sure, there's a bit of micromanaging, but you know. I am a min-maxer. So they have very low health. Hold up. BRB. Oh, we're back. We have big ass statues with swords. Did you think we were touring a museum? We were looking at the instruments like they were exhibits. That's what I said. Third place I mistook for a museum then. Why is gravity reversed in there? What's with the water flowing around the pillars? What's that space that warped my fingers? There are some things even I can't explain. Technology has advanced a lot in 5 years. Wait, that tower. It's a launch pad at the heart of the city? Good eye, Doctor. That's a beacon launcher. One with plenty of history. You know about it, Shark? My parents took me around the home territories when I was little. There are similar structures in many cities. I thought Aegir children were raised collectively. I was, but Shark has a special relationship with her biological parents. They're more like friends than parents. They reached a consensus with the Institute of Incubation to bring me along whenever they worked on a new dome project. I spent most of my time in the Institute of Incubation, but I was able to see the cities, learn, and even work alongside them. You're the sculptor, nah? So what's this beacon launcher for? Exactly what it sounds like. Launches beacons to mark the water. Those are some huge beacons. How big is this waterway anyway? Aegir had almost mastered the oceans around 300 years ago, efficiently using natural energy in its various forms and recording every seafloor trench in our navigational charts. Then we cast our sights on another ocean, one brimming with stars. Our fleets and even our cities were meant to cross that boundary that should never have existed and light the fires of civilization beyond the barrier. Beyond the barrier. Look at that. The Preserver was right, Doctor. Kristen's achievement is not beyond Aegir's reach. Here we go again with Kristen and Kirsten. It needs to be official somewhere. Because even in the official ones, they still mix it up. The sea and the sky are closer than we thought. People back then tried plenty of things, surveying and deciphering the electron clouds, developing new technologies and materials, exploring forms of life that can adapt to space. This beacon launcher is a product of that era. It was intended to capture even the faintest signals from the stars and plant beacons that would never fade from our star charts. And the machine swarms would form networks between the beacons, allowing us to traverse vast distances in an instant. Or so we dreamed. Never told me any of this before. Lucid moments were hard to come by on land. But yesterday, I dreamt once again of walking from the Sophon Theatrum straight into that epoch. Then I saw Laurentina dance. That's you. She leaped from the waves to the stars, stirring up stardust that trailed the hems of her dress. From afar, the voice of the master of all creation answered her in song. The universe and imagination know no bounds. Laurentina's dances will never cease. Spectre closed her eyes, as though sinking back into the dream. What is it? Just trying to picture it. It's a beautiful dream, Laurentina. Perhaps that day will really come, Laurentina. Before pushing open the door to the stars, they wanted to prepare themselves for any threats beyond the barrier. That is, until the Seaborn appeared and interrupted the dream. We poured all our efforts into studying them, setting aside all else, art, science, and previous visions for the future. The Seaborn fundamentally changed Aegir. What did you do before becoming a hunter, Skadi? What did you do before becoming... Okay, I know Spectre. Me? I was the best technician at the Institute of Facility Management. I could keep an entire city's underwater lighting array running on my own. The Institute of Development Planning's career proposal was pretty much what I was thinking, so I accepted. Working by yourself can be lonely, but it's not such a bad thing playing with the giant fins in the reef or lighting up the ocean while daydreaming. Say, Calcit Doctor, we've shared a lot of info during our time together, but we've never talked about our old lives, because they've changed. I guess you're right. Sorry for bringing up something so heavy on a tour. We have all the waves in the world hanging above our heads. Would you care to share a dance before dealing with all this bother, Doc? Classic Laurentina. Yep, definitely Atlantis. Hello, who you? Gladia. Gladia's hand instinctively goes to her weapon as the woman approaches with the ceremonial sword in hand. All she does is put her arms around Gladia's shoulders. Gladia smells stimulants in the air. Aegir did not make a habit of greeting each other with physical contact. She could not remember even her mother ever doing so. But this woman's action felt completely natural. Consult Clementia? I was not aware that this was a standard salute before chief designers of warfare. What is this? Is that supposed to be the manta ray's front feeler thingies? Nothing makes me happier than seeing the hunters return as lucid as ever. And there it is. It's Undertide's music. Na-na-na. Yep. Your soldiers' reactions when they first saw me suggested otherwise. The operation to eliminate the firstborn cost Aegir all of its Abyssal Hunters. Secunda made many rescue attempts, but was unable to penetrate the rampaging mass of Seaborn to guard that region after the death of the firstborn. Your mother, Horatia, had no choice but to publicly declare you dead. But I know her, doesn't really believe that. Perhaps Consul Horatia, I'll go with Horatia for now, foremost of the Institute's Scientific Development Planning, simply could not accept that I had died for nothing. I know her too, but I don't think it is appropriate for a meeting between two chief designers of warfare to revolve around the complicated mother-daughter relationship. Of course. Look at the city. Top view? Nice. Just like interarching webs. Console's pensivarium sits high in its pensivarium. Nope, it's not a thing, I think. Seawater hangs just above their heads. The transparent dome serves as a gentle mirror, warding off the deep and foreboding void while granting the Aegir the solace of introspection. Beneath the dome, the entire city is bathed in the blue hue. Beacon? Yeah, these. What are... Why? Beacon launchpad stands taller at its center, while ships glide in and out of the distant docks like schools of fins. The sea itself has no color, only darkness. Millenarium stands in its murky depths like the vigilant eye of civilization, solitary and luminous. We once had many such cities. One by one, stars of the sea went out, becoming sustenance for the seaboard. All that's left on the seafloor are their colorful, eerie nests. I won't deny that the Abyssal Hunter project was a failed gambit. The death of the firstborn did not stop their evolution. I want to know what solution Aegir has come up with next. What have you come up with? What is this waterway program? Vadia, I didn't mean... I'm simply part of an even bigger gambit. One with even higher stakes. Yep, we didn't learn. The weapon classification scheme remains nothing more than a strict control over weapon usage to delay the evolution of the seaboard. This time, however, we have taken into account every weapon at our disposal or under development. A mix of conventional ballistics and Class 1 weapons initially proved highly effective. Seaborn were unable to comprehend why they were being burned by the seawater around them. But it took them only a year to adapt. 11 months in, we accelerated the adoption of Class 2 weapons, which operated on completely different principles, etc., etc., until their evolution outpaced the ability of the Academy of Technology to innovate. Yes, day's end, all we're doing is merely buying time. Aegir has committed vast resources to study the seaborn, eradicate them at their origin. We must first comprehend them at their source. The information you brought back is highly valuable. Briogan's discovery on land corroborates the Academy of Sciences research. Seaborn and the Ferenmuts share the same genesis. The Doctor. Whoopsie, guys! Is Aegir coming ashore to seek memories even more ancient? Not just that, the Seaborn share a common genesis with the Ferenmuts, but much about them is very different. Unnatural, one might say. The recent activity demonstrates a clear sense of purpose. They have quickly abandoned their reliance on the sea and begun to migrate towards land en masse. Left unchecked, it is not out of the question that all of Terra could become infested with seaborn. We already saw hints of that in Iberia. Thus, for Aegir, the land is both a source of answers and a solemn responsibility. Horatia has issued new war orders on behalf of the Institute of Development Planning, and Millenarium has come bearing new Class 4 weapons from the Academy of Technology. I mean, we currently are using, well, mass using at least Class 3. They are a form of biological weapon, very different from all previous ones, designed to induce death in nearby seaborn nests and newborns while driving away adults from the area. We have successfully located most of the nests in the target region. The ones near Iberia are the only ones yet unmarked. Once the beacons have been placed and the weapons activated, we will finally have cleared an entire region of seaborn and established a route back to Aegir's home territories. Consul Horatia would not have permitted the possibility of failure, yet all I see is a city under siege, teetering on the brink. Yes, she did tell me herself that the waterway program will not fail. I do not know how many other possibilities she considered, and I hope I never do. For me, the city has always been the entirety of the waterway program. But that is no longer true. Changes in the past month necessitate a review of our plans. Seaborn have rapidly adapted to our new weapons, even evolving measures to protect their kindred from Class 3. But a successful extermination operation should have left no opportunity for them to communicate with other individuals. They seem to have obtained their inspiration elsewhere. Church of the Deep? Almost every mutation of the Seaborn against humanity has been abetted by the twisted efforts of corrupted Aegir. Yet, the Seaborn lack true intelligence. We could toss all our prototype weapons into their nest, and they wouldn't dismantle or study them. There we go, finally. Church of the Deep may be able to train them to attack an army or a city, but bringing about rapid biological changes is another matter entirely. Unless they're not being influenced by the Church of the Deep, but by another Firstborn. I see you've read my belated report. Indeed, Ulpianus claims that the one we eliminated was not the only one. The Abyssal Hunters were the first and last Aegir to enter the Firstborn's lair. Even now, the Seaborn defend the ruins with a frenzied fury. We have not found a way to get through. Amongst the hunters, Ulpianus spent the longest time there, enough for him to witness the truth. You're still deliberating on whether to believe him. Yes, it could be the key to solving the mystery of the Seaborn, or the path that leads us to destruction. Always is. Could the hunter survive for months on Seaborn remains and remain lucid? Would the lucid hunter willingly stay with them rather than returning to civilization? There are too many unanswered questions about Ulpianus in that fateful operation. And so, I regret to inform you that the Aegir has no choice but to welcome its hunters home with a tribunal. A tribunal, nice. Might as well court-martial their asses. Oh wow, hello? Are you even a dude or a robot? I thought we had designated this area for investigation. Madame Irene? From Iberia. May I ask to whom I am speaking? Secunda, Prefecta of the Sea Patrol. I regret not being able to greet you personally upon your arrival yesterday. Sea Patrol is currently investigating the disappearance of a citizen. You have not requested assistance from Iberia and respectfully request that you exit this area as soon as possible. I would like to assist as myself, not as an envoy. Your offer is appreciated but unnecessary. I want to... Any news from the other teams? Sea Patroller. Still not sure if this is a dude or not. One moment. Getting the video feed now. Ma'am? No unusual movements at the port. Tisk. Alert the other teams to monitor the closed civilian gates and keep a close watch on the circulation system around town. Roger. You're okay with talking about this in front of me? This is part of our regular duties. There's no need for confidentiality. You had your little handies cleared the place out. To prevent unnecessary harm to civilians. If you insist on staying, you'll be responsible for your own safety. The missing civilian is Tulia, a scientist from the Waterway program responsible for recording and calibrating data on seaborne nests. Well, Church of the Deep, assuming. She went AWOL 30 hours ago and hasn't been seen since. Could it be the Church of the Deep? Thank you, Irene. That's what we intend to find out. Her disappearance has not affected the overall progress of the project. As important as recording and calibrating the nest data is, her role was by no means irreplaceable. If the Church's goal was to assassinate someone to disrupt our plans, he would have picked an ordinary data scientist. Unless... she learned something she wasn't supposed to. I need to inspect her home. Wow. Immediately. Freaking warrant. You're sharp, Madame Irene, but I would recommend against coming with us. I'm simply investigating our common enemy in my own way. Suit yourself. Is she good? I actually have no idea what she even does or what her archetype is.
Our enemies mean nothing to me.
So what is this?
All I care
Emergency
about is how to
supplies.
defeat
Blueprint chip. A gadget that holds a number of blueprints you can be printed at the Materianomicon. Okay, that's funny. Materianomicon Moderatrix. Emergency supplies. Blueprint sheets that contains nearly 1,000 ready-to-print blueprints, including survival necessities and equipment for exploring and creative activities. It's not intellect, exploration, and expression, no matter how dire the circumstance, but the stagnation of the mind and numbing of the spirit is akin to that. Okay. So they are true blue scholars, eh? Oh, immediately. Beacon deployment drill. Oh, so not little handy, Sag. Excrescent parapets. What is excrescent? Skill. Forming or constituting an excrescence. What is excrescent? A distinct outgrowth. Especially one from a disease of... Okay, so it's an outgrowth. So like a malignant tumor, I guess, is an excrescent. Intern hibiscus.
了解です。
どうしてみんな仲良くできないのかな
I can't place no one. I'm assuming this is gonna do something. Nope. Either that or somebody here will die. Apocar, no! Not once. Come help. No, wait. There's nowhere for me to stand. Classic. Exocellular Depositor. When defeated, drops a shell that grows into excrescent carapace at its location that blocks movement. Huh! A roadblock? Interesting. Wait, so what happens? And then it becomes a high ground? Very cool. Oops. Pay attention to the battlefield. That Seaborn died, its carapace proliferated until the tile it was on. Now its kin should be avoiding that path. That's a pretty cool mechanic. It's not even a mechanic, it's just a creature itself. The excrescent carapace occupying the tile can serve as a high ground platform for ranged operators. Crews, get on there and remain on standby. Yes, ma'am. Shoot them down. Oh my god, they bring back the egg. Another sea monster swarm. Make sure to use our waterway beacons. Allied units deployed in high ground tiles adjacent to a waterway beacon, that's not adjacent though, can charge it. The more operators surrounding the beacon, the faster it can charge up. There aren't any high ground tiles around this beacon. Jover. Oh, would you look at that? How convenient. Okay, they're weak to arts. Yep, they're tanky, but weak to arts. Use the Seaborn's carapace proliferation on death as we did earlier to create excrescent carapaces for our high ground operations to deploy it. Hell yeah, brother.
Please hold on.
Please hold on. Once the waterway beacon is fully charged, it slows down the movement speed of all enemies within range, and our operators now deal burn damage to them with their attacks too. Man, and Viviana gets burn damage soon too. Feels good, man. Hopefully it's actually good, huh? The Viviana module. I guess we'll see tomorrow. Recipe. Oh, okay, so it's like the church bells from whatchamacallit, Undertides. Except it 60 slow is pretty good. And the fact that I do the burn damage is pretty good too. Look at that. He's still not sure what's better, burn or necrosis.
Mission accomplished.
Just do everything. They still haven't added corrosion though, because they know that's the most broken one. Tall strats are gonna be king with that. Tribunal welcome. People look for the familiar and those whom they have not seen for a while, forgetting the existence of time. Sure. Is that the bunk bed? That's a bunk bed. No one has been here the whole time? Affirmative. No signs that the little handy slugs have been altered either. Excuse me, how do I view those records? Grant her the permissions? Yes, ma'am. Ah, okay, I'm assuming that is a robot. Secunda takes a device from her belt and dances her pen across its surface, leaving trails like a labyrinth of seaweeds. What's your prefecta doing? She scribbles whenever she's thinking. Says it helps her organize her thoughts. It's a habit she's had ever since she was a researcher. No one else can decipher what she's writing or drawing. Not even that's clear. She's the only one who can parse it. What the hell is this? Is this like a gun? Books are arranged by thickness, shell decorations by size, and data downloaded from the Sophon Theatrum by time. Seaweed green to prevent dry skin. Is it because Millennium is approaching the coast? There's enough to last 3 years. An ordinary Aegir woman. Cautious, timid even. Matches the data from the Institute of Development Planning. Those hydrophonic tanks. Oh, nice. Hydroponics. What are these boxes for? I put them on the wall if they're empty. Yes, the hydroponic boxes may provide a lead. Scan all equipment in the room related to plant cultivation. Yes, ma'am. Also, pull whatever you can from Tullia's files. Education, employment, hobbies, anything that might be relevant. Previously worked at the Institute of Ecological Art with a focus on the cultivation of endangered seaweed. Letter C brand. The quote straight from the IEA's files. The artist has carefully cultivated these deep-sea seaweeds to weave a dynamic, ever-evolving portrait of life as they grow. These hydrophonic boxes were Tullia's belongings. Images of her artworks are also available. How beautiful. Oh, shoot, I didn't see it. They look like they've been left empty for quite some time. Oh, it's just that, god damn it. According to the file, she joined the waterway program after a reassignment. She wouldn't have abandoned her old life for no reason. True, her disappearance may very well be related to her career change. How's that scan coming? Nothing unusual with the cultivation equipment, but we found an operating log in the integrated terminal. 2 days before she went missing, she downloaded some data from the Beacon Tower Control Center and made a backup. We were unable to locate the file itself though. Tried to backtrack her steps, contact the control center and trace the data from their download logs. She was going to work before she disappeared. Couldn't her friends or colleagues know something? Perhaps. What's the sitch on her social relationships? What about the person who made the report? We've arranged a question. And this is whomst? What is that? Is that the theatrum? Is it overflowing? Or is that just weird strands? Anything I can help you with, Jordy? Sorry, I have so many questions. I don't know where to start. This metal tree? Do I just ask it? I've heard legends of ancient trees as acting as repositories of knowledge. I've never seen anything like this. This coral ship integral terminal is the culmination of centuries of Aegir's knowledge and culture. Everything we think, know, create, appreciate, even the questions we have yet to answer, they're all here. It's the heart of the Sophon Theatrum, yep. Bit. And what is the Sophon Theatrum exactly? Conceived and established by Martus, the great scholar of anthropology and prehistoric civilization, it is a public facility that has had a profound impact on the nation. Aside from the mutually supporting atoll city clusters above sea level and the modular city networks in the trenches, most of our other cities have unique forms and designs. Yet even so, nearly all of them have chosen to adopt Martus's design and establish their own Sophon Theatrum. Look around you. This is a place of people to think, doubt, and debate, eventually coming to an understanding and making a decision. A coliseum of wits, if you will. The most complex equations, the most ancient drawings, the most beautiful songs, and the most well-traveled roads were all born here. I believe this is exactly what Martus himself wanted. You keep mentioning this Martus. What kind of man was he? Simply listing all his contributions to Aegir would take an entire day, perhaps more, but I do happen to have some insight into his personality. Oh, you knew him? No, he lived more than 2 centuries ago. He'd been gone from Aegir long before I was born. But our professors liked to speak of his eccentricities. He was unmatched in theoretical and deductive reasoning, yet was always reluctant to draw a conclusion. Even on issues where the answer was plain to all, he would refuse to put the question to rest until after an extended debate with himself. Some would say that trapping himself in endless debates showed he cared too much about the value and meaning of things. But is that not in our human nature? Which is why he built us Sophon Theatrum, We needed a place where we could engage in intellectual discourse, both with ourselves and with others. It is the literal marketplace of ideas. I wouldn't say I'm up for a debate, but I do have a lot of questions. Should I ask you myself or this terminal? Oh, hello. Seems our little discussion must give way to a greater showdown. What do you mean? They're holding a tribunal and it concerns 3 of those you arrived with. The Abyssal Hunters? Oh hey, is that our land-bound friend I spy? He looks worried about us. Waves. Oh wow, she actually opens them up. He won't see you from that far away. Others are looking this way though. This tribunal has drawn more attention than expected. We hunters always have, and now they even have the lovely story of our return from the dead. Like it or not, the Abyssal Hunters are in the spotlight now. This tribunal will be our final checkup, yes? Frankly, they're getting tiresome. You okay, Spectre? Get easy, Scotty. Consider it our warm welcome. Hunters need to keep a low profile. We must also act with prudence, Doc. We always find ourselves in delicate situations. Indeed, this time we're not merely mediating between 2 countries, but between land and the sea, 2 vastly different civilizations. Following the tribunal, I will formally address Aegir's consul to foster cooperation between land and sea. But for now, you'll need to assist Gladia independently, Doc. The situation remains uncertain for both the city and ourselves. Certain matters become more difficult if I am placed at the center of attention. No one will be watching your assistant, so I should play it by ear? Yes, but be careful. I'd prefer not to have to change our objective in the middle of negotiations with the consul. Dr. Calcet sure uses a lot of big words, doesn't she? She ever gets straight to the point? Our dear Dr. Calcet thinks too much about too many things, and not nearly enough about how to convey that she cares. Wouldn't you agree that more direct, Aegir-style communication is better, Doc? Absolutely. Calcet has her reasons. Don't worry, Shark and I will protect you. Say, First Captain Gladia. I imagine she'll show up with the Consul Clementia. After all, she's the one who will be taking the stand today. Hello, Lucilla? Excuse me, are you Laurentina? Okay, so that's the bottle. Huge ass. Your spear lance is a thermometer thingy. That a fan? Oh wow. I had the hunch I'd find you here, advisor. Environmental sample test results are out. We need you to take a look and see if we need another round of genetic testing. Oh, sorry, didn't see your message. You seem preoccupied by the Abyssal Hunters Tribunal. You used to work at the Abyssal Hunter Lab, right? I'd rather not talk about it. But yes, I was researching gene splicing methods that would provide a safer and more effective way to perform the hunter modifications. But you didn't like the program? It's not about liking or disliking it. It's that it failed to produce results, despite all the sacrifices we made. But what matters now is that they're alive, Gladia and the others. I had to be here, only for them. Were you too close? Ha! If only she thought so too. Magister Avitus, may I sit here? Of course, Cassia. Be careful though. Recovery from embryo separation surgery takes time. This is Jordi, a guest from Iberia. Thank you, and hello. Oh, hello? There are more participants than I expected. Even when the Institute of Facility Management held a tribunal to discuss modifications to the city's unit framework, only 2 departments were involved. The tribunal system exists to solve problems after all. The only reason to involve more departments is when the problem is too complex for one. But the Sophon Theatrum is already half full. Is the return of the Abyssal Hunters really such a big deal? It's a project that took 2 centuries of debate before implementation. Its philosophy shook the very foundations of Aegir, and its every progress tugs the strings of Aegir's future. Besides, the Waterway program is reaching its most critical juncture. Even the smallest thing out of the ordinary is worthy of attention. Simply reading a report is not nearly enough to come to an informed decision. Consul Clementia needs a council of experts in multiple fields. I'm sure that many have come on their own accord, though. The return of 3 hunters is bound to cause unease at such a sensitive time. Not really here for the tribunal, but I heard you might make an appearance, so... And who might you be? Oh, sorry. I'm Lucilla. I had the honor of meeting your parents once. Rulers and ink. Are you an architect working on the dome system here? I transferred out of that last year, but I'm still with the Institute of Facility Management. Now I maintain the city unit framework and measure ocean currents. Envy not the sun, for we have given ourselves the eternal stars and the infinite sea. When I was little, the foster parents at the Institute of Incubation took us to hold a performance here. We created a matrix of tiny optical machines, representing neural activity with changes to the brightness of the dots. We'd rehearsed thoroughly, but the Safon Theatrum malfunctioned on the day of the performance. The whole place went dark, except for those little machines. A couple in the audience worked their magic, and ribbons of light fell from the dome, as if arms reaching out to invite our little machines to dance. It was so beautiful that the blackout almost felt intentional. Ha! I can picture the smug look on their faces. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they really had something to do with it. When the Institute of Development Planning did its career assessment, I applied for the dome system without a second thought. It's only then that I learned that they were famous dome designers. That was the only time I saw them. They were at the right time and place to inspire you. But you said you transferred out of dome work. Why? When you've already formed such a special bond with our big, transparent friend above? Lucilla, the tribunal is about to start. You want to see it here? Sorry, my colleague is calling out to me. Anyway, welcome home, Laurentina, and I wish you the best of luck. Yep, a fan. Pretty much everyone's here. Hey, where are you going, Doctor? Hunters draw too much attention. I'll just be watching from the stands. Cosset's words really got to you, haven't they? We're having a debate. As you're all well aware, Millenarium has successfully made contact with Iberia. As such, the waterway program now enters its most critical phase. The thread of light leaves the massive coral-shaped terminal to surround her, forming a giant ethereal ring in the air that dances to the consul's words. More threads weave together to form cities and tides, hunters and seaborne, transmuting words to images and giving substance to sound. Crowd quiets down. And at this crucial juncture, we also welcome home our surviving Abyssal Hunters, Gladia, Skadi, and Laurentina. The results of their physical examinations and Gladia's mission report have been uploaded to the Safon Theatrum's terminal and are available for your perusal. I'm sure many of you have already done so. Concerning the irregular circumstances therein, I now call upon Consul Gladia, leader of the Gear's Honor Exercitus and chief designer of warfare of the Abyssal Hunters, to answer your questions. So it's a forum. You navigate through several rows of Aegir and sit in one of the back rows. Plenty of room around you, you have a clear view of everything happening in the Safon Theatre. The tribunal has already begun. Speakers do not raise their voices, yet every word is clear in the massive ring like structure. Gladia steps forward, drawing everyone's gaze. Suddenly, you hear footsteps so soft they are almost inaudible, a shadow from the somber dome touching the floor. Not a sound, or I'll crush your throat. What the hell? Of course. Well, he kidnapped Elysium and now he's kidnapping me.
Never mind the use of force. Death has its own resting place.
Yep, no damage. Up.
I'm listening.
Try to sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Alright, we gooch. No, I should use this. Eh? Nah, I should just kill them.
Roar.
役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせてやる。
Ready?
なんであれが戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
Oh, it's there now. Sure.
Don't send a thread into a knife's edge.
Do those things ever move?
Thus, I speak.
思うがままの戦術でいいよ。
問題ない即戦即決。
どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。
There's so many Abyssal Hunters, I can't fit them all.
Right away.
アクトは撃たれるべきだし、その執行人は必ず現れる。
Too much of your either Logos or Chew. Look at this guy.
The illumination of wisdom.
How did you evolve like that, huh, buddy?
一体いつからこの触手はまやかしに過ぎないって錯覚してたの？
So those eye things I'm assuming are their nucleus, since they are single-celled organisms. Oh wow, wait, what? I see. That becomes a problem. Okay, it's a good thing that they showed this in tutorial. But God, they do know that. Okay. So those really changed the game a lot, huh? So I need to play a bit more conservative. I cannot tell if this is a dude or a robot. Consul Gladia, is it in your opinion that the issues does not lie with the battle itself, Legion Commander? Collect. What you see before you is a projection of the battle plan. Anyone here notices a flaw that I haven't, I'd expect it to be pointed out. No, I have no objections to the battle plan. It was the most suitable one, given what we knew at the time. However, I would like your opinion on what we knew at the time. I have to admit that Aegir's knowledge of the Seaborn back then was deeply flawed. As such, what are they trying to say? Still not used to their way of thinking, are you? You never did like thinking much, even back home. They mean no ill will. They're simply seeking the truth they need. Identify every flaw and question all perfections. The most heated debates will uncover truth in its full beauty and reveal the right way forward. Just leave it to Swordfish. If you don't want to listen, just take a nap. Scotty the idiot of the bunch. In conclusion, our greatest error when designing the warfare 5 years ago was failing to make allowance for flaws in our knowledge. Until every last truth of Terra is revealed, we must admit that our understanding of the Seaborn will remain flawed. Our warfare design must reflect this revelation. I concur. Your conclusion should be incorporated into our future battle plans. It has been an honor to reflect upon this critical battle and reach a fruitful conclusion with you. That said, the battle 5 years ago is not our only concern. They really have these, like, pale eyes. Well, not eyes, the pupil. You have more pressing issues to worry about. Your physical examination has revealed mutations that cannot be ignored. The same goes for Scotty and Laurentina. I do not doubt your loyalty, but we need to know how assimilation by Seaborn genes will affect your behavior. Apologies for my candor. Miliarium will soon identify the locations of the remaining nests. Then, the Seaborn will be driven out by Class 4 weapons, opening up a new waterway. Is there any possibility that Abyssal Hunters will become an enemy of Aegir and of yourselves? Well, that's a yes. Oh, hello. Hunters out of control pose a greater risk to Aegir than the Seaborn. The Abyssal Hunters are the flip side of Aegir. created in Aegir's most despicable attempt at salvation, they are now both feared and pitied by their creators. Abyssal Hunter Ulpianus, I presume. Shouldn't you be down there too? Much calmer than I expected, and you know who I am. It seems Gladia has built a relationship on land with more than just the one doctor. I've never seen you in any of the operations. You're not an Inquisitor, nor an island. The doctor from Rhodes Island brought you to Aegir, but kept your identity a secret. Whoops. I'm just Calcet's colleague. I'm also from Rhodes Island. You may introduce yourself however you like. However, the point is that you can help the hunters. Why don't you just go Skadi, Spectre, why don't you just go to Gladia? Now is not— oops! God dang it, I hate when that happens. Now is not the time. Don't trust the hunters? On the contrary, I do trust them. But I also know them all too well. Skadi acts before thinking. Valentina has not been lucid for long. Gladia will inevitably be the one to make decisions. I've already shared much of what I know with her. She should be on guard. She knows the potential restrictions, but nevertheless decided to return to Aegir. Overeager to return to a familiar environment, she is oblivious to the fact that she has placed herself in the spotlight, where all that can and cannot be trusted have the power to scrutinize her. Now is not the best time for the Abyssal Hunters to come home. Their decision is a big gamble. Why do you sneak into the city then? Sounds like you care about them after all. Gladia and the others are not in a good situation. They underwent modifications, but unlike me, they were not part of the Abyssal Hunter Project's core research. Explaining the changes in their bodies will be difficult for them. Core research, huh? I'll pass on some information to you, and I'll need you to help Gladia if necessary. Convey my warning to her later. As for the rest, may I say a few things? Blandus. He's here too? He's a Church of the Deep, isn't he? I mean, the design kinda screams it. Blandus? Isn't it just like the old days? You and Ulpianus used to get into arguments with the research staff while I was napping. Your comments would be much appreciated, advisor. You flatter me, Consul. I was the technical advisor for the Abyssal Hunter Project, responsible for the gene splicing research used in the modification process. In other words, at this exact moment and in this exact place, I am the leading authority on Abyssal Hunters. Gladia, Laurentina, and Skadi have been fighting on dry land too frequently and for too long. It's indeed cause for concern regarding their physical condition. As such, your concerns are not without reason. My answer is this. No. They will not become seaborn. Really. The hall goes silent. Blandus clears his throat. Let me try to explain this in layman's terms. Under ordinary circumstances, seaborn genes exhibit abnormal dominance and will irreversibly overwrite any pre-existing traits in their host. In Abyssal Hunters, however, we have managed to extend the timeline of this process until it far exceeds the natural lifespan of any given hunter. Furthermore, the Academy of Technology made a critical breakthrough, allowing us to implant an auto-adaptive junction in all the hunters before the deployment to eradicate the firstborn. The auto-adaptive junction was implanted at the splice point between human and seaborn DNA to assist the hunters in more closely monitoring their seaborn genes. The seaborn genes exhibited abnormal dominance. The junction would signal the body to resist their attempt at taking over. While there has undoubtedly been some degree of decay of their auto-adaptive junctions after 5 years without maintenance, the changes they've undergone remain well within acceptable ranges. So you say, advisor, there's a record of a failed There's a record of a failed auto-adaptive junction. I just call it junction. Surgery in the Abyssal Hunter Lab archives. That was Ulpianus. The archive should also note that multiple clinical trials have demonstrated that the incident did not produce any adverse effects. For this, I gladly take full responsibility and will answer any queries. Now that the Abyssal Hunters have returned to Aegir, their condition will be under control. I wonder what is his face? It's gonna be like scaly? Since he's kinda hiding it? Am I to infer that you already have an effective means to contain their mutation? There's an Abyssal Hunter lab in the city we can reactivate. I'll personally perform maintenance under auto-adaptive junctions. Sheesh. What of Ulpianus? How can we be sure that the hunter who has refused to return to Aegir will not become seaborn? Or that what we feared hasn't already happened? Well, it's kinda there already. Sounds like you've just become the target. Sounds like you're pretty dangerous. It's only natural they would be skeptical. It is both human nature and a hard-learned lesson to be wary of what you cannot control. You're not the only one suspicious of you. I'm equally curious about your motivations. Does it really come out of concern for the hunters? For the sinking of the Stultifera, I share my discovery with Gladia. There is more than one entity like Isharmla amongst the Seaborn, those known as the Firstborn. The Firstborn are stirring. It, or rather, they, are about to awaken. Don't know how many or how soon, but it's close. Too close. This is why the Seaborn have begun migrating towards land. I've ventured into many nests recently, and as a whole, they are feeling a sense of crisis. Perhaps not even the ocean contains enough nourishment for the awakening of a new god. Will it become another profound silence for the land, or another calamity for the seas? The Great Migration almost perfectly coincides with Aegir's waterway program. One can only speculate about Milarium's role in all this. Is that not reason enough for me to visit this city? Huh. So the Seaborns are gonna use the waterway to go on land? Funny that. Seaborn have proliferated independently, driven by their instincts, but they came from the Firstborn and cannot defy their fundamental nature. In other words, even if the death of the Firstborn failed to halt their evolution, it should not have caused the rapid emergence of new, previously undocumented traits. I believe I already addressed that in my report. Yes, the multiple Firstborn hypotheses. A logical enough explanation, but that is exactly why I am skeptical of Ulpianus. Our well-laid plans ended in failure. The 3 surviving hunters washed ashore on unfamiliar land, for being reunited with the hunter who was last to leave the nest. The information Ulpianus brought, that there are more than one Firstborn in the ocean, is more than shocking. It's highly effective with quotation. Effective in explaining why the Seaborn's actions have become more disruptive despite your success with the mission objective. Effective in addressing all our questions. Why does that make you skeptical? Because it's an answer so perfect that it's either the incontrovertible truth or was designed specifically to put our questions to rest. Whether or not to believe the information he gave you will have an enormous impact on our warfare design. If Ulpianus lives, then the most effective way to verify his claims will be to track him down, perhaps even question him directly. You have been quiet, Advisor Blandis. Do you have anything to add regarding Ulpianus? You're one student under the same mentor, and it was your trust in him that led you to join the Abyssal Hunter project despite your reservations. But I also trust your knowledge and ethics as an Aegir. You need not recuse yourself. All I can say, Madame Consul, is that I can be accountable for every word I say here at this tribunal. I will not intentionally put forward a hypothesis in his favor, nor will I make any conjectures that could hurt him. That is all. Sounds like you two are pretty close. I guess even a loner has friends. Ulpianus does not answer. The questioning continues, but Blandis says no more. Suddenly, he looks up towards you as though he sensed something. You meet his wary gaze across the length of the Sophon Theater. He seems to have noticed something. Consul next to him and several other Aegir catch that peculiar moment. Some of them follow his gaze. You look to your side and find the seat empty. Don't mind me, just a landlubber here to watch. Sorry, am I interrupting? Do I need to speak? The tribunal has arrived at an adequate conclusion. Gladia, Skadi, Laurentina, and the rest of the Abyssal Hunters have made tremendous sacrifices and contributions to Aegir. It is a blessing for Aegir that new ideas continue to emerge from their knowledge and experience even after 5 years. They have demonstrated that they are both innocent and safe, and that the return at this stage of the Waterway program is not a threat, but a reassurance. Yet now our attention turns to another of the surviving hunters, Ulpianus. He has concealed his movements for reasons unknown and has attempted to influence the other hunters. Both actions clearly contravene his duty. Based on our present information, we are unable to determine his motives, goals, or even whether he still qualifies as Aegir. Ulpianus must be found. If his intentions are indeed benign, as Gladia claims, our suspicions must be cleared through proper questioning. Those whose questions have been answered may now leave. Those whose questions have not may continue their inquiries. Do you have anything to add, Consul Gladia? Triple spotlight. Coral-shaped terminal at the center of the Sopon Theatrum slowly closes and sinks into the ground. Space is now flat and empty, like a stage ready for a new play. Gladia stands alone on it. I have told you all I know. I have no objections to the tribunal's conclusion, nor to the suspicions cast upon Ulpianus. People begin to file out, many turning to nod towards Gladia as they reach the exit. The remaining audience continue to ask questions, and Gladia responds to each one, whether she is able to answer or not. The water caustics cast by the dome weave a picture of light and shadow with a ring of light surrounding the space, dancing on Gladia's expressionless face. Look at the X. Even as an Aegir, I find this hard to understand sometimes. They fling words at her like spears one moment and thank her for her contributions the next. They're sincere, you know. Science requires people to separate facts from feelings. I know, I'm just... never mind. As for Captain Ulpianus, all they have are suspicions. Swordfish, the doctor, Calcit, someone will think of a way. What next? We wait for Swordfish, which, unfortunately, will take a while. You're sighing too? She used to visit the Sopon Theatrum to watch plays whenever there wasn't a mission. Sometimes I went with her. Captain Gladia. She's fairly well versed in the arts. Her mother's influence, supposedly. Unlike everyone else, however, she liked the highest, furthest seats, so I would always end up having to sit apart from her. Why? For her, keeping the distance helps filter out the noise. Ignoring some of the finer details makes it easier for her to fully immerse herself in the story. Right now, though, she's the one at the center stage. She's lost her accustomed sense of distance, becoming the subject of judgment, scrutiny, and discussion. No one in her position can remain unperturbed. I'm starting to get why I sighed. Why? Because only now does it really feel like we're back. Alright,
the words and thoughts
getting
of
a
our
bit
enemies
hungry
mean
actually.
nothing to me.
I will get
All I
some
care about is how to
sandwich
defeat them.
to munch on. Be right back. Here. Yum. Mic working? Yes, it is. E3. Why BP though? Not quite sure. When the blood of our brethren and the flesh of the seaborn become mixed in the water, only our will keeps us human. Hey, beacon. Gotta hurry. Who the hell is this? Colerpa Arceus Viridium here? Who else in Miliarium is cultivating endangered seaweed? Oh? These are missing Hafnia fenestralis, Halimenia fimbriatus, Palmaria purpureus. Wait, the color of this Sargassum penata. I cultivated it myself. Why are you on the streets? It's too dry. You'll die. What happened here? Did someone do this? Where are you migrating? Is there something? Wait. Was that Caprine? I cannot tell if Caprine or Durin. They're gone. This pipe. Wah! Lalafell. This is... Ugh. What's going on? The rumbling. Is the city moving? Something's moving. Who's there? Single cell. Prokaryote. The vacuole inflates merrily. That's funny. But to be ingesting something. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Cassia? Not at all. Lucilla and I were just performing regular inspections and maintenance on the city's unit framework. Still no sign of Tulia? I think I found her. Come on, Lucia. Lucilla. Hasn't been that long since we made the report. I can tell you care about her. You mentioned getting into any trouble recently? She isn't one to look for trouble. I can't imagine her offending anyone. What you say certainly fits her profile. Did you ever talk to you about the waterway program or beacon data? No. I wouldn't say we're close exactly. We talk from time to time, but she's more of a loner who prefers to work on her own stuff. Wait, is she a suspect? Sorry, maybe I'm making her sound suspicious. But it's probably just stress. There's been fighting almost every day in the 6 months that Miliarium has been away from the home territories. Everyone here is on edge. Church of the Deep continues its attempts to sabotage the waterway program. We've eliminated many cultists over those months. And until they were exposed, they appeared just like any of our countrymen. But she'd had no reason to. Well, to be honest, I've never quite understood why she chose to join the waterway program. What do you mean, ma'am? You already know that she used to work at the Institute of Ecological Art, right? The IEA moved to another city when this one evacuated its original position and received new battle orders. Right? And she had the chance to go with them to continue her work, but instead she chose to... Sorry to interrupt, but could you explain more about this evacuation you mentioned? You remember, don't you, Lucilla? You were working on the dome at the time, so you had the best view of the whole thing. Yeah. It was one of Aegir's largest volcanic power stations, feeding countless laboratories, and Millenarium was responsible for its construction and defense. The city was parked beneath the power station. Through the dome, I could see its red glow illuminate ocean for miles. The heat it generated attracted many different creatures. It was the largest endangered plants reserve in Aegir, and the ideal environment for Millenarium's ecological art to flourish. Then, that light turned dark. Seaborn. Yeah. A year ago, swarms of seaborn arrived on the ocean currents, and Millenarium ordered an emergency evacuation. Without a natural environment to support it, the Institute of Ecological Art, like other related institutes, was forced to relocate. But there was a full legion in the city. It had retaken the power station. War orders for the waterway program had just arrived. Millenarium was in fact being strategically redeployed. I came here with the Legion after that. The lives of so many of our people were changed, including Lucilla. By the way, I transferred from the dome to groundwork because I was afraid of heights. Sorry, off topic. So you mean to say that Tulia might have had ulterior motives for joining the waterway program? That is a serious accusation. I don't believe it either. No, I'm just telling you what I know. But it's undeniable that there are 100,000 souls in this city, and not all of them are fully committed to the waterway program. Most just carry on with their lives, not understanding the kind of path we're clearing out in the ocean. Even our Iberian guests here came to learn more about the program, didn't she? Whether Tulia is linked with the Church of the Deep or not, the fact remains that she made an unauthorized copy of data on the waterway program. We'll have to find her to learn why. But Millenarium isn't that big. She'd have been found by now, even if she were hiding between dome layers or in the corners of the circulation system. True, she may well have already left the city, but we were unable to find her biosignature in the nearby waters. Nor were there any unscheduled ship movements at the port, and she couldn't have gone beyond our sensor range in just a few days using civilian deep-water equipment. However, the city did make a short movement around 30 hours ago to receive the Iberian mission. Perhaps, would she have left the city at that time? So, the Colombian scientist Kristen Wright broke through the barrier for the first time in more than 10,000 years. The hole she pierced hasn't completely closed, even after a year. Oh wow, a year after. The Aegir surveillance of the universe through this opening continues. So far, no anomalies have been detected. Oh, they're already surveilling. I tried to stop her to no avail. We still have time, but it's running short. Ripping apart the electron clouds with a high energy beam. We were not aware of any energy sources on land that could support such a brute force mission. Her method came from the same place as the Aegir's technology. Prehistoric civilization. She had discovered sarcophagi beneath tri-mounts that preserved that civilization's spark, and managed to obtain the trust of its custodian. Before leaving the home territories, I had not expected to find anyone with your profound understanding of both Aegir and prehistory from the lands. You have demonstrated once again that there is still much about Terra we do not understand. Fins trapped in the depths lose their perception of light. Likewise, our nation must continue to explore, even if we can no longer support grand expansions. The Stargate, the Twin Moons, the Barrier, the ruins in Stargate, IS-4, Twin Moons, just the Twin Moons, the Barrier, Kristen Wright, the ruins in the mantle. I'm not sure what this one is. There is much on this planet that was not formed naturally. Haha, funny that. Including its life. Our Voyager fleets, having traversed to the far side of the planet, have even detected highly unusual terrain concealed behind the distant dark fog. Far side of the planet. Oh wow! Unusual terrain. There, the sea currents abruptly cut off, as though they have reached... Okay, so this is from the I don't know if you call that PV or the teaser. There was like the waterfall falling, end of the world type stuff, and then there was like this sphere. That is merely a hotbed that has long since cooled. The most important prehistoric relics lie in the Aegir Arknights. You know this, Madame Consul. Prehistoric ruins beneath the seabed are a gift from the ocean to Aegir. They nurtured your civilization and have granted you power and knowledge far beyond the terrestrial nations. And with them, responsibility. As you say, Dr. Calcit, responsibility. When did the land dwellers first start calling themselves human? When they lit the first fire with Originum? Built their first city with stone and mud? On land, self-awareness and identity were established naturally over time. Even today, humanity is often defined in the narrowest terms. For the Aegir, it was conferred. We were not the same race as the predecessors, but we inherited their identity as we inherited their mantle. Thus, Aegir was born with a responsibility to humanity. Seaborn will not compel us to abandon this duty. On the contrary, they add to its weight. You are indeed the right consul for Millenarium, Madame Consul. Where is this coming from? Your temperament. As Aegir, you are patient and kind, but that does not diminish the arrogance in your thinking. That is to say, Aegir's arrogance. I do not believe our conversations about the hole in the barrier, the ruins in the mantle, and even the future of civilization itself are merely small talk to lighten the mood. Just as I do not believe Aegir will rely on passive solutions. After all, isn't Millenarium's department from its home territories a proactive effort to create a new line of defense? So my question is, Madame Consul, what is Aegir's endgame for the waterway? I have already told Gladia Aegir's answer, that which you would call arrogant. You have the right to know as well. There is much on this planet that was not formed naturally, and Aegir does not believe they are unrelated. Be they wonders like the Stargate and the Twin Moons, or calamities like Originum and the Seaborn, these phenomena cannot be random products of spontaneity. They must be interconnected in some way. Yep, it's me. To solve the Seaborn problem at its source and stop Terra's crisis, we need to fully understand Terra, including the hidden secrets of the land. But those are for the future. If you simply speak my answer for what's at hand. My endgame for the waterway is to ensure that hundreds of thousands of Millenarium's inhabitants and tens of thousands of penal battalion troops in Grand Faro live to see Aegir's main force arrive. Distress signal. From the squadron tasked with deep beacon deployment at Nest 37. Main force, huh? So just like Salviento, this is a... well, what's it? Side city. You're sharp. Save me the effort of looking for you. You always come and go without warning? How much has Millenarium told you of the waterway program? Thought you care more about the hunters. Thought you care more about your circumstances. Neither of us is being followed or under surveillance. Some of my movements have not been exposed. Let's continue where we left off at the Safon Theater. The war between Aegir and the Seaborn have gone on for more than 2 centuries. Both sides have set their sights on dry land at almost simultaneously. That is true. The sudden migration of an entire species and a change in direction for an entire nation. Perhaps deep down, they stem from the same cause. Sounds like you don't trust any of Aegir's plans. You still have your reservations about us, Ulpianus. I know more than I've told Gladia. This extra knowledge forces me to be cautious about Aegir's past and future actions. But it's too soon for her to know, and not your place to know at all. About that. Our only concern for now is the waterway program. Path connecting the land and the sea. Neither the Doctor nor the Inquisition fully trust in this, or else you would not be here. Clearing the seas with powerful weapons to buy time for the main force from the home territories to arrive. Aegir's warfare design is always simple and effective. But there have been anomalies in the city that we cannot ignore. Church of the Deep, I heard about a missing person. That consul is a formidable woman. During Millenarium's voyage, she has culled many of the corrupted and thwarted their sabotages. While the two escorting legions have sustained far fewer losses than expected, everything has gone well. Almost too well. Now, a staff member in the program has gone missing at the most crucial stage. This is just the beginning. I'm looking into it and will eliminate any potential threats. Can enter most places and evade the Sea Patrol's regular rounds with ease. But I fear the problem runs deep. Yep, it's gonna be in the higher echelons. For sure. I would rather not barge into an important lab or the consul's pensivarium unless I have to. I'm not your messenger to the hunters, Ulpianus. You should work with Rhodes Islands, Ulpianus. Yep. He already does, smiley face. After all, we can help you move around the city. After all, Aegir sees you as a threat, don't they? Rhodes Island wants to work with me and watch me, I assume. So be it. One more thing. Skadi. If you truly care about the hunters, keep a close eye on her. He means si Sharmla. Prole. Speaking of the devil, 156, 157. I've never seen a port this busy. Are things not going well on the front lines? You're still in the mood for music? Why not? Soon we might be too busy for it. There you are, Captain Gladia. You went to see Consul Clementia with Dr. Calcit right after the tribunal, right? How did it go? Well enough, but I was only there to make introductions. We had much to discuss, and I had no reason to stay. I did have a brief discussion with Clementia on the current plans for the Abyssal Hunters, though. Aegir's waterways will open soon. Until then, the hunters will fight alongside the two legions accompanying Miliario. See? I was right. Uh-huh. I'd rather be out there killing monsters than sit through another debate. So, what's the mission and when do we move out? Command structure and battle plans are pending discussion with the Legion commanders. Skadi? Distress signal? Hey, that's the emergency alarm, right? What happened? Seaborne invasion? I'm Consul Gladia. Status report. Yes, ma'am. 2 squadrons from Legion X were sent to deploy to the beacon at Nest 37 today as planned. But we just received a distress signal. We were attacked by Seaborne on the way. Seaborne were prepared? Unclear. The situation is still developing. Academy of Technology hasn't had time to produce a report. Are there any corvettes on standby in the port? Always. You can claim one by logging into the terminal. Thank you. Keep me posted about the squadron's coordinates. Once close enough, the Abyssal Hunters will disembark and swim into battle. Roger. Florentina, with me. Skadi, you stay behind. Captain? Don't overthink it. Contact between land and sea is paramount. Calcit can't be in 2 places at once, so I need you to keep the doctors safe. This is an order. Proceed. Well, got benched. That's... Florentina's group is embarking for battle, but they just came back. That's something to do with the alarm. The fleet deploying the beacon at Nest 37 was attacked by Seaborne, and they're going out to help. You know the Abyssal Hunters? I do. We had a brief partnership on land, facing challenges and battling enemies together, including the Seaborne. That's impressive, given their temperament and fighting style. I'd go up and greet Consul Gladia myself, but we weren't in the middle of an emergency. I haven't had the opportunity since they returned. Does everyone in Aegir know the Hunters? Of course not, but I once worked with them and even aspired to join them. Someone from your team said you used to be a researcher. My expertise in genetic engineering qualified me for the Abyssal Hunter program. I studied under the head of the project, who was also the first Abyssal Hunter. At the time, few were compatible and even fewer successfully underwent the operation. But he and Gladia had already achieved spectacular results. Their most remarkable feat was a 3-day battle with the Seaborne in a hydrothermal vent that bought time for 2 energy survey cities to evacuate. Seaborne evolved constantly. With the use of weapons strictly regulated, they were the safest and most effective countermeasure. I watched them leave and return every day. I watched them lie down in the regenerative gel, exhausted, waiting as I recorded the data. tested their functions, and repaired their bodies. Those were the costs of victory people could not see. I'm not entirely sure what motivated me at the time, but one day I submitted an application to become a hunter to the Institute of Development Planning. I'd have done the same. What? I mean, I've had wanted to apply myself. See your mentor and everyone else risking their lives like that. Nobody would want to feel that they weren't doing enough. You seem fit enough, and as a researcher, you are beyond familiar with their functions and combat style. Wait, then why didn't you... Because my application was rejected. But why? Jake said. I didn't ask, and my mentor wouldn't have answered. So he joined the Sea Patrol instead. Because it's the unit that works most closely with the hunters? Yes, and monitors them. Corvette is ready for you. Alright? Sorry, Irene. I shouldn't have bored you with my past. It's fine. Back to work. The fleet battles the Seaborn. We must also locate the missing scientists for answers. The Sea Patrol's objective remains unchanged. As for you, Irene, you're staying with us. Wait, what for? You won't be in the thick of battle. It's still dangerous. It's the Sea Patrol's duty to keep you safe. I appreciate it, Prefecta, but I'm good. I'm not afraid of the Seaborn. Every Inquisitor has Seaborn blood on their hands. Former Inquisitor, as I recall from your files. I appreciate your assistance during the investigation. Like I said, you're sharp and brave. But you didn't come to Aegir to fight. Go back and stay with the other emissaries. Are you implying that the war between Aegir and the Seaborn is beyond a land dweller's comprehension? Yes. Your concerns are justified, but trying to comprehend is why I'm here. There are many things that I, as an Iberian, need to understand. Aegir, the Seaborn, true war, and everything that's happening in the depths of the ocean. The land isn't far from here. Aegir has only a single city in this region, but beyond it lies the entirety of Iberia. Don't worry, I don't intend to get myself killed at sea. Such a maturity at your age. You must have a good mentor. From what I've heard, better than yours at least. Prepare a set of deep water equipment for Irene. Let's go. Alright. Deep water skin? Like the marine snow.
Target confirmed. They won't know what hit them.
主の名を掲げヘッドセットのチェックは済んだ
Picked out your bait yet?
Oh, it has to be high ground?
Nothing can mask
Okay.
the scent of despair.
Where's the best? Sure, why not?
Let me stir it.
For them, the bell tolls.
The bell.
取るに足らん処刑だ。立ち会う価値もない。
式が悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
I'll just save your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Mac.
ドクターはいつだって
Listen. The sound of a penguin. The moment you leave, I will take these lost dreams away.
にもならないね
The
Blitz.
curtain of destiny.
Divicellular. Haha, it's shiny.
I'll manage them right away.
悪とは打たれるべきだしその執行人は必ず現れる
神気が悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
悪とは打たれるべきだしその執行人は必ず現れる
That slow is insane.
ごちそうさまでした
Have I seen it split? Or is it dying too fast? I think it's dying to Logos. That's why it's not split. Yeah.
その執行
Even
人は
they
必
still
ず
they
現
just
れ
die.
る
Mission accomplished.
They don't have health at all. Audio log 13. Oh? Is this pre-Civ? Unknown language, unknown time. Yup, pre-Civ. The reactor of a United Starline starship still burns so brightly. Since the atmosphere control center crashed, we've been shrouded in dull gray clouds. A radiant sight like this certainly lifts the spirit. To my pleasant surprise, Valeria was also on the starship. I discovered once she landed that she had come to bid farewell to her mother. Ever since joining the Stargate modification project, she had been completely absorbed in her duties. It was surprising to see her still concerned with worldly matters. Valeria, we have a new name that I have no idea who is. If she still has a mind for such things, perhaps we might finally talk about that wedding that's been put on hold for the past 10 years? Soon dismissed that thought as foolish. The woman I once knew now stood before me like a stranger. Could no longer discern what she was thinking. As she stood before her mother's life support pod, her expression was one I had never seen before. It was neither sorrow nor regret. It was envy. What could she possibly envy about her dying mother? Was it the peaceful release offered by the machine's simulated world? It sounds like sarcophagus. Simulated world in a machine. You're still here, Jordy? Everyone else has left. Sorry, I didn't know there would be a tribunal today. That's okay. Search logs. You've asked quite a few questions. How big is the ocean? Is it bigger than the land? By how much? Can Aegir cities float to the surface? How do the Aegir tell whether it's day or night? Is this how you've been trying to understand Aegir? I fear it may confuse you even more. Mr. Avitus, I'm not sure why, but I feel really excited. In the Inquisition's nautical chart, the ocean extends only a few nautical miles from shore before giving way to unknown regions marked in grayish blue. In some areas, we couldn't even get near the shore. But your charts are so detailed. Geological features, energy pockets, local fauna and flora. There are so many pages, I don't even know where to start. The forests at the heart of the ocean, icebergs that never melt, thermal vents deep in the trenches. For a moment, I thought that the land, sea, and sky were all mine for the taking. But I need simply reach out, like everything was made for me. Sorry, that sounds really arrogant, doesn't it? Quite the opposite, young man. It is but the most basic desire. But the young Aegir looks up and gazes at the coral-shaped terminal. Holographic images and words leap up and down, illuminating his soft eyes. I've been in Millenarium for a whole day now. But I can't handle your tech. I don't get your discussions. And I'm even lost with directions. The tribunal that just happened. I have no idea how you guys settled your disagreement. I did a search for Briogan, the ship designer, who I thought was my ancestor. I saw his face, heard his voice, and looked at his designs. Is there really anything I have in common with him? Would his descendants really turn out to be someone like me? Couldn't find a single sign that says I belong here. Aegir is like a lighthouse, bright and tall. I always knew it existed, but when I finally followed its light, reached its base, why do I feel lost instead? Briogan. It's been many years since his name was last spoken. He was a remarkable man, even amongst the Aegir. He was the most talented designer in the Academy of Technology. Left everything behind to go ashore, right when his country needed him the most. Even this city is connected to him, a bit in a somewhat unusual way. How so? It was through this city that he went on land. The Institute of the IDP even tried to penalize a few consuls for failing to stop him. Listen, Jordy. I cannot ascertain whether you are truly bound to him by blood, though such a connection holds little significance. What matters is that there can be no doubt that you are Aegir. I know I am, but how do I prove I belong here if I can't even trace my own heritage? True Aegir needs no proof of that. But I understand. We all search for answers in the past. I'm no different. I can say with a straight face that I am one of Aegir's foremost authorities on prehistory. I firmly believe in the weight of history and that it contains truths and patterns that will show us the way forward. But what if it's a way of destined destruction for Aegir? I'm sorry, what was that last part? The seeds of doubt. Are you alright, Scotty? Huh? Did you say something, Doc? Sorry, I was just thinking about shark and swordfish. Probably in a killing spree right now, they're probably worried about you. Chin up, Scotty. I'm not worried about them, they're strong. Nothing good ever happened to those around me, which is why I was always alone, until I joined Rose Island. Now it's happening again. I'm here. Thank you. Are you afraid you'll bring disaster to the hunters? Maybe. But we hunters aren't afraid of the bad end we might bring to each other, because we all share the same grim fate. We can trust each other with our lives. This time though, it might not just be the hunters. I could bring disaster to all of Aegir. You won't. I believe in you. That's what Captain Ulpianus always said. He would explain our battle plans in great detail to everyone else, but with me, he simply said he believed in me. He believed I could complete my mission even if I couldn't memorize those complex strategies. So she is the dumb part of the group. And do you believe him? He was always so reliable and had an answer for everything. I remember the songs he wrote before battles. He said we could use them as codes to communicate because the Seaborn didn't understand music. But I just liked the songs. He had a great sense of direction too. He'd always lead us all back, even when we were lost in those maze-like nests. We'd always count on him to point the way until the final battle? Yes. First and fourth companies sacrificed themselves to clear a path, while the second held off the Seaborn that were rushing back. Captain Ulpianus led the charge and soon arrived at the target, the core organ of the firstborn. Then we lost his signal. I thought he was dead, so it fell to me to deal the killing blow. But he wasn't. Yeah, I don't know what happened that day. I still don't know why he didn't come back. And the more I don't know, the more I feel like I need to do something. Trust your warrior's instincts, Scotty. Remember? Whoosh! Pow! Thud! Ha! Rush in with a whoosh, knocking down with a pow, and finish them with a thud. I remember. Where the hell is that from? I really need to read the operator records. Arrive at target coordinates. Came as fast as we could, though not fast enough it seems. This is a graveyard. Giant shipwrecks and seaborne remains lie entangled in a grotesque embrace. Pale flakes descend like snow. While some have given it a more romanticized name, marine snow does little to hide its cruel nature. Yep, fragments of organic matter, both seaborne and human. They said a whale down, it's pretty much this. The sweetness of blood and the stench of death, intensified by the cannon's lingering heat, spread with the falling flakes. The Abyssal Hunter's strong sense of smell magnifies all of this, and Spectre cannot help but cover her nose. This shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, Shark. The fleet pins down the Seaborn with superior numbers as the Hunters flank and eliminate the Swarm's core. We've used this tactic often. This is the same scene we see each time we leave their nest. I know, perhaps we spend too much time on land. It's not a pleasant thing to recall. One engineering mothership, 10 battleships, numerous smaller ships. The wreckage positions on the seabed indicate they stayed in formation. They were not taken by surprise. There are signs of gravitational distortion on nearby rocks. We tried to stop the Seaborn using force fields. Seaborn were faster. Ships weren't even able to form a crossfire. They fought with them in close quarters. Something's not right. What's the matter? The squadron's destination was Nest 37. But all the ships appear to be headed for Miliarium. Besides, now that the squadron is destroyed, why haven't the Seaborn made their next move? Swordfish. Let's go. Huh. Going towards Miliarium, huh? The little hoppy. Yeah. Ugh. Alright, grab my hand. I did tell you to stay on the Corvette. Deepwater equipment may keep you from being crushed by the water pressure, but even the Aegir are at the mercy of the ocean currents without proper training. I could use some help once you're done laughing. Imagine you're dancing with a rowdy partner. Counter her moves and find your balance. This is how you fight the currents. You're light. It shouldn't be hard for you. Look at me like that. I'll meet you up ahead. A broken lighting array. Trace amounts of organic tissue on the broken metal frame, human and seaborne. Find anything? Some tissue that matches the sample provided by the IDP. It's Tulia. Milarium was parked here around 40 hours ago. Based on the location of the array, she had left from the circulation system's sewage exit at the edge of the city. Why did she leave? It's hard to reconstruct the scene with what's available. Currents have already washed away most of the clues. I'm afraid we won't find out if Tulia was a cultist with a grudge against the waterway program or what happened to her from here. This is 2 hours away by ship from Milarium's present location. Even with deep water equipment, she couldn't have swum back. Based on the remaining tissues, it seems she had encountered the seaborne. There's no way she could have survived. Right. A dead end. That's the direction the Abyssal Hunters went. The battle may be fiercer than expected. The waterway program is in its final phase. Once Nest 37 has been located, we can clear the seaboard from this entire area and open up a waterway. This can't just be a coincidence. The incident with Tulia have something to do with the attack on the fleet? Or maybe her incident is just a red fin to distract the sea patrol. There are too many new uncertainties, as if everything's sucked into a giant vortex. Let's go back to the city for now. The mystery deepens. I'm gonna say she's still alive. Hard bank to port, full speed ahead. Go around that ridge and turn back. That should lose a third of the seaborne on our trail. Yeah. He just yoinked him. Sir, the seaborne have breached the hull. They're inside the ship. Keep the evasive maneuvers going, helmsman. We'll deal with the ones inside. Camouflage coating down to 10%. Will be fully visible soon. Buy as much time as you can. Yes, sir. Uppercut. Ugh. Oh, hello. Take care of the rest, shark. Here come the pizza cutter. Abyssal Hunters. Gladia. I recognize you, ma'am. Have the other ships made it safely back to Milarium, Madame Consul? Thank goodness. The more of our elites we save, the more strength we'll have for what's ahead. Are you the commander of this vessel? Yes, ma'am. We were ambushed. A large swarm of seaborne left their nests and appeared on the squadron's route. Virtually unheard of in previous beacon deployments. We couldn't reveal our battle plans. We had to retreat. Our ship was the fastest in the fleet. The most logical tactic was for us to delay the seaborne while the main fleet retreated. How many survivors are there on your ship? 26. Less than 1 in 10. Oof. Why the silence, Madame Consuls? How many do they have? At least 150 or something like that? I see. I'm sorry, Commander. Your ship and your 26 men are the only survivors. All seaborne inside the ship have been eliminated. There's no better way to tell you, so I'll make it brief. 1,000 or so men whose retreat you were covering fell into an even bigger ambush. Happened to see your ship weaving through the complex terrain as we arrived. But what you couldn't have seen as a seaborne had you completely surrounded. You were just chasing your own tail in their trap. We failed the mission. Yet we were the ones who lived. The losses are much worse than expected. But you did live. Lift your head, Aegir. You and your men are just as much Aegir's elites, and you will give your strength to what's ahead. For now, Laurentina and I will bring you back to the city. Well, at least we still have stragglers.
また悪人の数を減らせたね。全部ドクターのおかげだよ。
From where to where is their point of destination, actually. Price and sacrifice. A life given willingly is a sacrifice. A life given Jesus. A life given willingly is a sacrifice. A life. Oh! That's why. That's why I got confused. Alive. 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 It should be life, no? Given unwillingly is a price. Both are burdens to bear for the ones who ordered. Carapace beacon. His eyes 3. I need more anti-air, I think. Voice log 21. What was the one a while ago? 13? Unknown language, unknown time. Yep. Valeria has been back for half a month now, but I fear the package from Talos may never arrive. Those precious prototype technologies and biological specimens were lost, along with the civilian-grade environmental simulation unit I ordered. No notification, no incident report. The Cosmos simply slammed the door in our faces without warning. Poor mother, she must endure the lifebot a few days longer. This may be selfish, but I was the one to insist on bidding her farewell in a simulated environment. Till the moment she entered hibernation, she wanted to see her grandchildren. How could I tell her the grandchildren she envisions simply do not exist? No doubt she still dwells in that glorious age where we journeyed among the stars. It's the only way she could see that continuing life doesn't just add to the pain. I chose Talos Union Industries. Wait, was this from Enfield? The Union Industries products for their reliability. Mother's too sharp. The simulation tech was even a generation older. She'd see right through it. I should have realized the risks of interstellar transport sooner. Valeria's sleeve is all used up. She left, she was still talking about her grand mission, showing not a single sign of regret. I don't know if she was leaving her regrets behind or never had any in the first place. One day, I too will sign my name on the consent form and shut down Mother's life pod. What brings you here? Came to see you. You've just undergone embryo separation surgery. The IFM should have allowed you to take time off to rest. Surgery is as non-invasive as it gets, you know. There's no need to rest that long. Can't tell whether you care more about me or the little fellow in the incubation chamber, Magister Avitus. Of course I care about you, but any newborn in Aegir as it is now deserves attention as well. After he's born, will you choose to raise him personally or give him to the Institute of Incubation? I don't think about that sort of thing. It's too far away, too distant. I went to the hospital before I came here. Hospital? Why? You're aware of the battle yesterday, yes? Surely you've seen the news. 2 fleets and over 1,000 legionnaires went into battle, but only 26 returned. The waterway program is at a turning point, and Millenarium has endured its greatest sacrifice since its departure. There have also been quite a few abnormalities in the city as of late. What is it you're trying to say? The Sea Patrol are already looking for you, aren't they, Cassia? About that missing data scientist, Magister Avitus. You know, of all the documents in your collection, the one I like the most is The Death of Life, despite its lack of scholarly value. I only ever found that diary by accident. More than 300 years ago, 4 great researchers studying the prehistoric civilization made incredible discoveries in the Mantle ruins, bringing back countless precious technologies and data to Aegir. Well, okay, so it is these guys. Valeria is probably one of the researchers then? Compared to all those blueprints and theoretical papers, a transcript of voice-recorded diary is hardly worth anything. So it gathered dust in the Academy of Sciences databases, until, thanks to your curiosity, so it was deciphered and turned into a popular reading material. Clearly the musings of an ordinary predecessor on his endless journey. But I love the story of that predecessor. I enjoyed seeing reality through his eyes. How the connections between countless stars collapsed. How the trust between myriad races crumbled away. Goods were in short supply. Technology was lost. Philosophy and art fell silent. No matter how much hope and vision went into the great undertakings, they ultimately faded into silence, just like those nanomachines interred within the beacon tower. Did you empathize with his despair, Cassia? You've never shown a trace of that emotion, though. You even chose to have a child born into a world that could face ruin at any moment. That isn't the choice of someone who's lost all hope. I don't feel a shred of despair, really. That old-fashioned, dispirited, middle-aged man. It's hard to imagine how I could empathize with him at all. Simply appreciated how, by borrowing from his past experiences, you ingeniously tore apart the magnificent facade covering the eyes of today's Aegir. You must accept that the things and qualities we were once so proud of have no use now. Perhaps they have always been flawed, and this calamity merely exposed them. Once free of worry over survival, people will begin to consider value. We pray that our thoughts, our deeds, even our own very existence will have value. Every one of Aegir's system is designed around unearthing that value within people. However, value is fragile. You need only look at it from another angle and the mighty will become the tiny, the hideous, the beautiful. It's a pity that, whether through apathy or inertia, people tend to not change viewpoints they are familiar with. And so, people live on their immutable value. Were those values to crumble away, they would crumble alongside them. Exactly. When did despair begin to blossom in you? Was it when Millennium left the home territories? Or even earlier, after the passing of one close to you? Cassia? I'm really grateful that you came to see me today. You remind me that I still have things to do and time runs short. Side character exposure. I'm surprised you allowed such pessimism to spread in your city, Clementia. The Death of Life, a prehistoric diary collated and published by Avitus. The year it was released, it proved to be incredibly popular among the citizens. They wanted to peek into an unfamiliar life, a thirst born from boredom and idiocy. What you just said would be enough to trigger controversy in any nation on the land, Gladia. Hold up. A tiny piece that implies exhaustion and despair with every line. It tells the story of how a once glorious civilization hit a dead end far more vividly than any raw data. And in today's Aegir, can it really be considered an unfamiliar life? Aegir may be the prehistoric civilization's heir, but that does not require its subservience. We need not condone the rise of exhaustion and despair. Aegir stands unwavering due to its unbreakable rationality. It is our rationality that allows us to be aware of our possible destruction, perhaps even one of all humanity. Even those who have fallen, detestable as they are, at times make choices based on long-term examination and cautious reflection. You have personally executed no small number of cultists in your days in the legions. Just as you had to personally execute any hunters who ran wild, you and I are both burdened with heavy duties that we cannot rely on sentimentality. Was it this rationality that led you to hastily throw the hunters into the battle for the waterway program despite their recent return? Calcit. I invited the two of you to look at the beacon tower behind us. It was once an important component of the interstellar expedition our ancestors planned for. Within the tower lie countless nanomachines. The first Aegir city to break through the electron cloud would have seeded them throughout the sea of stars. They would self-proliferate, self-repair, and connect together into an even brighter road network. With this, our fleets would have been able to jump freely between the stars. After the outbreak of the Seaborn crisis, Aegir turns its eyes from the stars and the bioenergy system requiring support from a dozen or so cities was cut off. The nanomachines were incompatible with other energy sources, so after losing their specialized source, they all died within that tower. But our colleagues from the Academy of Technology have helped alter this tower to serve us in a different manner by lighting our paths. Since Millenarium left the home territories, it has been continuously marking seaborne nests. Huge volumes of data are now compiled within that tower's control center. With the precise locations of these seaborne nests, our Class 4 weapons can destroy the primary nest in any targeted area of ocean, driving away the occupying seaborne. This will clear a path of pure water leading back to the home territories, one that can support a waterway our main forces can pass through. Perhaps the seaborne will eventually regroup, but at the very least, their accumulated nutrients will rot away in their absence, and any re-established nests will bear no fruit. You are lecturing us on the core concept of the waterway program, Madame Consul? Yes, I am, Doctor. The Abyssal Hunters only managed to save 26 lives in yesterday's battle. The Seaborne were clearly forewarned. Between the oceanic interior and the continental shelf, this city has been fighting them for far too long. They are now adapting to Class 3 weapons at a much faster rate. Nest 37's position is of particular import. It strangles the throat of the waterway. Abandoning it would mean stumbling at the final hurdle. This is our final battle before the waterway can be opened. We must gather all the force we can bear as part of the program. The Abyssal Hunters are no exception. Even if they have only just arrived home, can Aegir ensure their safe return? New combat teams are being formed as we speak. They will confront the Seaborne directly and create an opportunity for the hunters to enter the nest and deploy the beacon. But as you know, these are merely routine tactics. I am unable to offer a guarantee. In that case, know what you are worried about, be at ease. The hunters are responsible for their own safety as well as the risks they face. As this is a joint decision by you two chief designers of warfare, I am unopposed, but I will not withdraw my objections. Gladia. An unbecoming sentimentality bubbles up in Clementia's throat. She wants to convey her guilt, her remorse, her regret. She wants to give Gladia one last hug, just like how she welcomed her back on her return. But she cannot. Gladia. Advisor Blandus has made preparations for your organic regeneration surgery. You should make your own before the procedure. Doña Irene. Jordi? You were gone for a whole day. I was investigating a few things with the Sea Patrol. I also went on a trip into the ocean. I didn't enjoy it very much, so don't ask. Alright then. What about you? What have you been up to? It's not unusual to feel some discomfort. Cheer up, Jordi. This is your homeland. Hehe. Judging by your expression, you've already studied Briogan's data? The young Aegir somehow nods his head while also shaking it. Okay, hold up. Just for a moment. Gotta do this first. There's the bit. Okay. The young Aegir somehow nods his head while also shaking it. I'm not 100% sure, but there seems to be no real relation between me and that great naval architect. What does that matter? Uncle Thiago hoped I'd leave Grand Faro, leave Iberia. No, but he never told me where to go. I'm Aegir, so Aegir is where I should be. People need some sort of concrete connection, even just a name or some notes to truly trace their family history. Vito said that even though the Seaborne crisis has been raging for over 200 years, Aegir still has 100 or more cities comparable in size to Millenarium. If I'm not Briogan's descendant, then which city did my grandparents live in before they became islanders? Or Or was it one of the ones that's gone now? What kind of work did they do? How did they live? In the end, who were they? Sorry, you don't need to hear all this. You just arrived here yourself, but you're already assisting the Sea Patrol with their investigation. While I'm just... got nerves of steel. Just an Iberian who can't do a thing here. Sir Calcius is in charge of negotiations with the leader of the city, and the hunters have dived right back into their familiar battle. While my lantern and hand cannon aren't especially helpful right now. Aegir will permit the Liberi to look around its warships and ports, but will not allow her to join the legions and help fight against the Seaborn. I can't understand that sort of war. Down here in the depths, all I can do is investigate any abnormal activity within the city, in case it could jeopardize the cooperation between Iberia and Aegir. Why are you telling me all this? My hometown was destroyed in a catastrophe, Jordi. I don't have many memories of it. The scripture I carry is the only connection with it I have left. It saved my life, and in doing became my guide, my faith. When I saw the Inquisition's dungeons, climbed aboard the Stultifere Navis, witnessed my mentor's sacrifice, only then did I understand what faith was, accepted its weaknesses, found its meaning. You mean... I don't have nerves of steel, Jordi. I get lost and confused too. It's just that, more often than not, that confusion becomes a specific issue you have to resolve, one after another, as quickly as you can. Arresting the cultists, taking back the lighthouse invaded by the tides, finding a lost warship out at sea, aiding an ally and investigating a missing data scientist. The connection you're looking for can be anything, whether it's a hometown or faith. Keep looking. You'll find it. May not be quick or easy, but you'll find it. Can I really do it? Can you not? You help Iberia relight its final lighthouse and save 3 Abyssal Hunters. Didn't Laurentina tell you that that's enough to get a commendation from the consul herself? Whether it's as an Aegir or an Inquisition clerk, there are a lot of things you can do. Hello, Prefecta. You're back in the city. But from the look on your face, I take it the investigation didn't go so well, did it? Lucilla? Forgive me, I need to report on my progress to Consul Clementia. I'm not at liberty to divulge any details. Actually, I was looking for you. There's something I should have remembered back when you were explaining the situation to us. Nothing major, honestly, and it might not even help. But I felt like I had to tell you. Go on. The hell is this? What's with the music? You're the last researcher left. I'm really sorry. Can you give me one more hour? Colerpa archaeosphaeridium, Hyphnea fenestralis, Halimenia fimbriatus, Palmaria purpureus, Sargassum pennata. There's not too many left. I'll finish cataloging them real quick. No need to rush, Tulia. I'm just here for a routine inspection. You know who I am? You were in the same batch before the transfer assessment by the IDP. You might not remember me though. Are you preparing to transport the seaweed? This doesn't violate any protocols, does it? Calm down. This building's handover procedures are already complete. If you leave the samples and cultivation equipment behind, you'll end up having to pack them away in bulk. Thanks for the warning. With all these seaweeds, how could you possibly take them all away at once? Now that it's close to land, Milarium will be undergoing targeted reformation. The city won't have the space or the resources to breed seaweeds. Yeah, I know. I'll take as much as I can. I'll think of something. Some way that won't inconvenience anyone. But the base by the volcano is already... that was once Aegir's biggest endangered plants reserve. So it gets swallowed up by the seaboard. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat seafloor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best as they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself, pretty much this planet's living fossils. I'm no legionnaire, and I can't go fight the seaborn. These remaining seaweeds won't help us solve the seaborn problem either. But I can't just let them wither away in here. Really love your work, huh, Tulia? Don't you? Well, no. My little handy sent over a loading module. Sorry, but I can't stay and chat. Do you need any help? No thanks, I'm fine. When did that happen? The day before the Institute of Ecological Art relocated. I don't know what happened to her after that, and I don't know if she thinks Millennium abandoned the volcanic power station and the plants reserve. But I can't imagine her doing anything bad because of it, because she's never abandoned anything herself. Tullia's resident had quite a few hydroponic tanks, but they've been empty for a while. What you just told me might actually be significant, Lucilla. But if I may be so bold, why do you care so much about her affairs? From what I've heard, you could hardly be considered friends. She has something I don't. Okay, I've said what I had to say. I'll be getting back to work now, Prefecta. There's just been more and more happening lately. The maintenance required for the city unit framework has multiplied several fold, and I'm running out of ink as it is. Little handy. Prefecta Secunda. Obtain data on the city of Millennium from the Institute of Facility Management right away. Retrieve all locations suitable for enclosed hydroponics. Also, contact Irene. Tullia may have left other clues within that city. Ask her to meet me as soon as possible. Freaking oyster shield. Price and sacrifice. What we got here? Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh my goodness. You have a problem, gentlemen.
Picked out your bait yet?
Holy! Fast little goblin, right?
That all you got?
Eh? Oh, cause of this. Huh. My bad, folks.
Thus, I speak.
Don't send a thread into a knife's edge.
Oh my. Freaking high ground, boys. All loaded.
Standing by.
Okay, I need more anti-air. I can't keep I can't keep doing this. Alright, technically you are.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
I'll manage them right away.
Up team A4. Yato in position.
Hello. Metro Cellular Nurse. On this. A random sea monster. Huh, that's funny. It's gonna be the egg.
It was your determination that dyed my dress red.
I didn't see the enemy yet. Oh, it's only that guy. Ooh. Their nervous impairment damage is pretty weak. To be fair, this is like the earlier stages. So I'm assuming it's gonna be elite enemies of these kinds. Haha, but this enemy is funny. Is it really random? Okay, it's a fish this time instead of the splitter. Yep, this one's a splitter. 6-5 attack! Look at that, my crusher! Holy! He needs his module stat! Well, time to change all my freaking, what do you call that? Trust farm teams again! Reassessing. Biological safety of operating theater now at permitted levels. Surgery may begin at any time. Hunters, just as before, you will be kept in a deep sleep during the automated surgery. I'll also be manually repairing your outdated internal audio adapter junctions. This room filled to the brim with specimens and these lab tables are all rather familiar. How long has it been since we last laid down in such an environment? 5 years, Laurentina. You should really be waiting for your medulla replacement surgery to finish and your cell originum assimilation rate to stabilize before I handle any of your hunter-related issues. But time is short, and I have no choice but to restore you to stable condition to the best of my abilities. My apologies, Lantina. Sentimental as always. Alright, as usual. Candle will be lit by your side, so our little mermaid won't look so pale while she sleeps. I've asked my staff to prepare it for you. I knew you'd remember. Please maintain a comfortable position and stay still while the regen gel fills. This isn't so different from back then, except there's a lot less hunters now. Clear a trend of scum, close your eyes, listen to some advisor prattle on, then sink into the regen gel and take a nap. Once you wake up, all the nauseating smells left on your body will be gone without a trace. While you were in the adverse physical environments of the land for long periods without care, your bodies became extremely unstable. The junction can monitor your seaborne genes, but 5 years of wear can render even the most precise instruments dull. Moreover, your immune systems have also fallen into disorder thanks to their long struggle against the seaborne genes. I will do my best to restore you all to peak condition. Anything lost during those 5 years is out of my hands. Okay. Gladia, our reunion at the tribunal was less than cordial, so I would have liked for us to consider this our first meeting since your return. You haven't said a word since we started. Is there anything else you need to tell us in regards to the surgery, Blandus? Not, then save it for after the procedure. We can discuss the changes we've felt over the past 5 years, as well as the changes you've felt. Please stay still. Anesthetic procedures will begin in 10 seconds. Well then, sweet dreams, hunters. Freaking dark green, I swear to God, man. Church of the Deep. Advisor Blandus, some things have come up that need your reconfirmation? Reconfirmation, yep. Did I not say that once the operating theater doors are closed, I would be mending the hunters' junctions and must not be disturbed? Central Control has discovered some abnormalities. You should personally check them over just to be safe. Hold on then, I'll get the door. Sussy. Yep, and then we go to this picture. It has to be Blandus. Monitoring units in the dome were performing an emergency scan. Notice a concentration of algal biosignatures here. Thanks for informing me. Not a problem. Since you're already participating in Tulia's case, there was no reason to cut you out partway. Place where the dome and the ground meet. It's form experimental field for roadside coral. And compared to the specialized setups at the Institute of Ecological Art, much better for seaweed breeding than small-scale hydroponic tanks in a room. Whether it be her nature or out of an ulterior motive, Tulia did not apply for authorization to use this space. She found it on her own without telling anyone. Tulia. Can't say for sure if there is a church hideout here, or if Tulia is still within. In short, stay alert. Team 1 has already formed a defensive perimeter around the neighborhood and will monitor the roads. Irene, go with Team 2, enter via surface roads. As for the roads connecting the dome and the mezzanine, leave them to me. Got it. Move out. Who's there? Have you found something, Prefecta Secunda? Do you need reinforcements? Somebody blocks her path, or more precisely, prevents her from leaving. The one in her way lurks in the shadows formed by the angles of the buildings, their entire body blending into the darkness save their eyes. Eyes that Secunda are all too familiar with. Stick to the plan. Secunda cuts her comms. Hello, Ulpianus. Yep. Been a while, Magister. Blandus, the weapons technology advisor for the Waterway program and an expert in Class 4 weapon R&D, correct? You're not from the lab. No sudden moves. If the bristles of this long-beard comb-toothed grass pierce your skin, you'll quickly fall into a tormented dream, where you'll sense your consciousness being slowly torn apart. Variety used for euthanasia has been bred to be milder, but wild ones are still plenty cruel. You may look half dead, but I know for a fact that you're the sort who really cares how they die. Church of the Deep? Don't you dare touch the Anesthetized hunters. What an odd fellow. Even as your life is threatened, you think of them first? May care for the hunters, but you've never trusted the Abyssal Hunter project itself. You question its rationale, its damage to the nature of humanity, and all the sacrifice it requires. You took part in it, but only so you could personally control all the risks entailed. You experienced its demise firsthand, saw the extensive project interlinked with so many others come to a hasty end after an uncertain failure. So I doubt you'd want to send these survivors, freshly returned to Aegir, back onto the battlefield. No, you don't understand. What I do is only to protect them from further harm. So why not halt the procedure? Stop them from joining the battle for the waterway program. The surgery is fully automated. I can't just stop it. Sever the oxygen pipeline below the operating table, it'll cut the procedure short. Don't think we don't know that. If you won't do it, we can do it for you. After you finish handling the Hunter's advisor, come take a walk with us. Explain the principles behind the Class 4 weapons, as well as how to shut them down. Stop. The operation is forcibly terminated. The Hunters will be irreversibly harmed. Stop. Researcher stops in his tracks. He dares not step forward, yet dares not move back, for a lance has pierced his torso, blood dripping down its shaft. If you do not wish me to ram this straight through your chest, let go of your hand. Classic Gladia. What are you doing here? Don't ask pointless questions, Secunda. You're investigating Tulia too. Did you find anything? She's simply an ordinary data scientist who got caught up in this. She discovered something she shouldn't have. Attempted to warn the authorities, but failed. You were too slow. What she encountered has nothing to do with her past. Battle outside the city, the abnormalities within, the sea patrols staying uninvolved with the waterway program. You've noticed many oddities, yet at the same time, your attention was so easily diverted. You mean, Cassia? Precisely. You were once so focused and keen as well. So the day you decided to leave the Abyssal Hunter lab to join the Sea Patrol, I believe you have reflected upon yourself and chosen a more suitable path. It seems that was not the only time you have allowed emotion to cloud your decisions. Aside from your clothes, you haven't changed a bit in 5 years, especially not how you talk. Whether as a researcher or a hunter, you'd never refuse to hear a student's questions, but would refuse to answer if you thought the question itself was wrong. There are no worthless answers. Their worth lies in the questions. Questions are the most effective means of tempering your thoughts, and your questions were always most pointed, Secunda. Then there should be no fault with my original question. What are you doing here, Ulpianus? This is the scene of a Sea Patrol investigation. A fugitive Abyssal Hunter like you should be laying down his anchor and making clear his position. Gladia and the others have proven an effective force in the battle for the waterway program. While despite also surviving, it chose to return to Miliarium like this. It's more than enough grounds to attack you. Their return will only make the situation more volatile. Even through Tulia's case, it's clear that the so-called waterway program is riddled with issues. Aegir has learned nothing from the failure of the Abyssal Hunter project. What are you going to do? Prevent this nation from sliding into the abyss. I'd say you're looking awfully like our enemy now, though. Doubt me as you will, Secunda. Shrill crying. What's happening in there? An ordinary Aegir doing all she can. But Aegir will no longer show her any respect. Who are you? Irene. Ulpianus? Nobody responds. The hunter has already faded into the shadows. Yep. That S3 coming in clutch? What the? Why aren't you asleep? I'm not the only one. Hello. I suggest moving the hand carrying that whatever grass away from the advisor's neck. You. Ugh. A fair hand tightly grips the plant held by the researcher. Its glistening tentacles struggling fiercely as they are nipped off one by one. I told you to move it away. The real researchers are in the instrument recycling room, probably injected with paralytics. They won't wake up for a while. I also took care of the goons in the corridor. Did you leave any alive for questioning? They won't die before the Sea Patrol takes them away at least. Gladia, Laurentina, Scani. Blandis stands in the center of the operating theater. Hunters step toward him, over the intruders lying flat on the ground. They do not lower their weapons. I'm going to explain the trick you played with the Regen Gel, advisor? My dearest Blandis, just to be clear, we are no fortune tellers. Swordfish thought something was up from the start. We've undergone hundreds of surgeries. We've probably spent more time sleeping in jails than in our beds. You should know that even if the operation failed to restore us to full potential, we would still have returned to the battlefield. As I told Ulpianus when he came to me, all I wanted was for the participants of this program to live like normal people again someday. I wish for my fellow people, who would come from all walks of life, to have the chance to finally return to their former lives. Scotty could continue her life of wandering, hammering away at complex lighting arrays while taking pictures of the seabed nobody else would understand. Laurentina's skills could let her become the next shining star of the Institute of Physical Art. We could watch the graceful stars projected across the dome while she dances alongside the meteors in the Sofon Theatro. Or perhaps you would find her works on the street corners of each and every city. Flavius, the seaweed breeding technician, Nona, the songwriter, Lunia, the exotic organism researcher, and Celsius, the youngest ever scientific exploration fleet commander. We both still remember the names of all these hunters, Gladia. We've both had our fill of sacrifice. This is far from the first time I've heard of this little cliché of yours. Your feebleness and stupidity are already enough to earn you a death by my lance. Luckily for you, those church scum arrive at just the right time to save your hide. Are you saying their actions have coincidentally proven my innocence? It's not what I wanted, lad. What I must do will not change. Your innocence is of little relevance. My point was that by choosing to expose themselves now, risking everything to stop us hunters from rejoining the battle, and even holding an advisor hostage, all it shows is how effective the deployment of the Waterway program has been. Blandis, Weapons Technology Advisor of the Waterway program, abandon your little tricks, complete our surgery, then return to your original post. Clementia's orders are that once Nest 37 has been successfully marked, the Class 4 weapons are to immediately strike against all nests by the Waterway. The church is grasping at straws. As one can surmise from what those dregs were talking about earlier, they will not stop. Abyssal Hunter Project no longer exists, Blandis. If sentimentality clouds your mind and renders you feeble, tear it out. Forget it. Gladi, you're the same as ever. No, even stricter with yourself. What I ask of myself has no bearing here. Just yesterday, one of 2 entire fleets, we were only able to save 26 people from the seaborne encirclement. Before we entered this old lab, I had just learned that those 26 legionnaires had already applied for positions in the newly drawn army. War is never ending, and no soldier can tear themselves away from the battle. That's all it is, nothing more. Seaborne. Drippy drip. Where dome and ground meet, an entire wall is covered in remodeled hydroponic tanks. Various species of seaweed grow wildly, and several large clusters have already begun to grow out of their tanks. Separated by a transparent wall, they face the gloomy seawater. A lone seaborne wanders about, like a lost spirit. Its tentacles are tightly wound around a transparent container, and the rest of its body shakes and sways as it drags itself towards the tanks. This clumsy posture, as though it's unaccustomed to its body. Are you... Tulia? Tulia... You can still speak. You still have your humanity. Tell me, what happened to you? Left and returned. Data. Someone used. Waterway signal. I told her, but she... Told who? Ocean. Fall into ocean. City left. You. They're still here. So far. Give her some space, Irene. The seaborne cells have completely transformed her body. Her mind is near the point of no return. We've handled similar transformations. The stage in seaborne This stage in seaborne degeneration is extremely unstable. It's far beyond the point where we can provide palliative care. Not even palliative care, huh? You sure took your time. I ran into something. We've been misled. Someone deliberately engendered suspicions regarding the scientist's past and her motives for joining the waterway program. It's led the investigation astray. Sheesh. You mean that woman from the Institute of Facility Management? That's right, Cassia. Once we finish here, the Sea Patrol will inform the IFM and arrest her. Julia noticed occasional abnormalities in the signaling system and told a friend, possibly Cassia. She exposed herself to the church. She had been chased towards the fringes of the city where she fell into a drain and was carried out to sea by the city's circulatory system. You remember how we found pieces of biological tissue in our excursion outside? Crossing between two anchorage points without equipment is far beyond the limits of the human form. So in her desperation to return to the city, she ate that strange flesh. Muffled, indistinct murmuring. What's that she's holding? Plant nutrient fluid. Her consciousness should be gone by now. Don't tell me she returned to the city just for these seaweeds. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat seafloor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best as they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself. Pretty much this planet is living fossils. Violent shudders. Pained wail. Seaborn suddenly stops, as though it has just noticed something. Its tentacles recklessly thrash about, and the transparent container tumbles from its grasp. Spilling nutrient fluid all over the floor. Biometer readings increasing rapidly. Her transformation is accelerating. Why did she suddenly stop? Did something happen? Irene walks in front of the Seaborn. As she passes by the glass of the hydroponic tanks, she sees her own face. Yes, I believe she saw what she had become. A data scientist, yet also a woman as simple as the seaweeds she cultivates. She chose to stay, or perhaps knew that following the IEA to another city would not truly have helped these seaweed as they gradually lose their place out in the wild ocean. But now she has become one of the pollutants threatening them herself. Edge. Irene closes her eyes. She never knew this Aegir woman who loved seaweeds. She's only ever seen her image in the little handy. And now, before their first meeting, she's already become the Seaborn she sees before her. Whether by rapier or hand cannon, she should end its life. I believe she can no longer answer our questions. Seems you're familiar with this sort of thing. I once heard a Seaborn play a broken song aboard the ship. I apologize for underestimating you earlier, Irene. The land and the sea are connected. You may not have experienced the front lines of the Seaborn conflict, but you've experienced both what has changed and what has not, equal in their weight and cruelty. But for now, let me handle this. She is an Aegir. Irene sees Secunda walk past her side, stopping in front of the Seaborn. The expressionless prefecta places her shield between the Seaborn and the wall covered in tanks, then raises her weapon at the once woman. Wails. Her journey ended. Her home close at hand. This song. Well, there it is. She chose this place to sleep. Seaborn collapses to the floor. The commander's shield blocks its spurting bodily fluids from entering the hydroponic tanks. Seaweeds sway, quietly respirating. Well, there goes Lucilla. Oof.
Take a breather and tally up your losses.
We're only on
Nothing worth
BV4.
celebrating here. We might be dead in a second or two.
Lethal fate. The Aegir had forgotten the concept of fate, but must face theirs when matters spiral out of control. Oh god, it's the therapist, guys. Okay, so we definitely need more control for the carapace, guys. 33. Jumping quite a bit. Unknown language, unknown time. Stargate's remodeling plan is an apparent success, and we have re-established a connection with Talos. A 2-year backlog of information has been flooding in, but it is bare of any good tidings. First, it was the observatory stations on the asteroid belt. Then the entire system's interstellar hub. Finally, the cruise fleets orbiting hospitable planets also fell into silence. Even the ancient colonial fleet turned into a nomadic museum was not spared the same fate. Along with these shocking revelations came similarly unexpected data left behind by Valeria. Her notes resemble her very being, long-winded and inexhaustible. However, she seemed to have spent her last days repeating poring over literature and history alongside the technical documents, studying how these great men died, what their last words and epitaphs were, like a child on the day before their coming-of-age ceremony, rifling through their parents' wardrobe in a frantic search for attire dignified enough for an adult. Did she find her own life inadequate? Insufficiently weighty? No, she left practically all that she had at the Stargate. She had lived in the past. Wouldn't her achievements have been inserted into the annals of history? But now it seemed nothing more than a narrow door open between two tiny locked rooms in the dark. I fear it won't be long before the door is shut once more. In the end, the history of humanity has exceeded the bounds of humanity itself. A bit of more than they could chew. Jeez. Reading error occurred too. Run fault diagnostics? Do you need my help, Mr. Avitus? Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy. Abandoned? By who? Don't worry, that's not important. What brings you here, Jordy? I'm hoping to find something to do. We're clearly in dire straits, and I'm sure this city is full of problems in need of solving. They just won't reveal themselves to me. Generally speaking, in that situation, you should go to the IDP for an assessment. However, if you were looking for me specifically, I'll try my best to help you out. You're a highly experienced and respected scholar after all, and many in the city call you Magister. Magister? The last work was The Death of Life, a book with no educational value whatsoever. I read it actually, although I couldn't understand much with so many cryptic words like starship, stargate. It seems like from another world. Another world? Ha, you're right about that. But I find myself undeserving of the title Magister. Oftentimes, I find myself lost in confusion. Jordy, do you remember what I told you that blood ties were unimportant? I do, but I may have been a bit misleading. While we indeed care little for blood relations, relationships themselves are an excellent lead to follow. When one is lost, one ought to find a connection to reality, be it a life or an ideal, and seek a way out. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, sinking into an extended questioning of the value of your own existence. If I may be so bold, can I ask what your own relationship is? Someone very close to me. How exactly? She shared the same thoughts and goals and would enrich both my spirit and my ideals. I loved her as ardently as I loved Aegir, as well as everything we've done for it, but I live a life surrounded by mountains of prehistoric material written in their strange script and incomprehensible grammar. I enjoyed the process of translating it into Aegirian text. That was how we met, and I still remember how she'd throw herself into her work. Her eyebrows seemed to dance whenever she talked about something of interest to her. And when I told her so, in those exact words, she actually went to the Institute of Physical Art to find out if eyebrows could dance for real. What a strange form of art. They manage it? Strictly speaking, no. But some of the researchers were inspired to later develop the technology to make hair dance on its own. We've experienced a catastrophe that silenced the entire sea, and the seaborn continue to threaten our existence, but we remain committed to exploring science, art, and our vision for the future. Lava bridges that pump power from the planet's mantle, aquatic artery hubs that transform currents into fountains, artificial suns illuminating the depths of the oceanic abyss, and the ecological bases filling the barren seafloor with life. We persist in transforming what the predecessors lost into mystical megastructures. We need only a spark to spur on countless inventions. 150 years is truly too short. 150 years? Yes, the average lifespan of an Aegir. Short, you say. The more dangerous the era, the more valuable our creations become. We firmly believe in living fulfilling lives and would gladly have gone to our end without regrets as we pass down the fire of civilization. The planned and educational system we believe was better than the Institute of Incubation. Once our child was born by the incubator, we would raise them ourselves. They would possess a surging spirit and fresh ideologies and become part of a more creative generation. It is unusual to raise children personally, but we had hoped to pass on the values we treasured from the fulfilling lives we'd lived. So, what happened to her? Dead. Remember the predecessor mentioned in The Death of Life? He took shelter in an unknown refuge as he watched the sky pressing down on the earth every day. He already had a premonition of his own end. There was nothing he could do but calmly welcome its advent. But that's someone else's life. Life far too distant from ours. Is it though? Are we not currently going through the same things? Give it 50 years, maybe 100, and even the vast ocean may no longer hold a single drop of pure water. Seaborn have unwittingly overrun the ocean faster than we can create, devouring what we were once proud of, turning survival into our only priority. I watched as she was engulfed by despair. One day, she calmly gave up on our idea of raising our children ourselves. After all, everything we have inherited would only be lost in an era predestined to perish. 5 years ago, the Abyssal Hunters went to the lair of the firstborn and no one returned alive. Soon after, she got sick and died in depression. Our son was successfully born in the incubator, but I sent him to the Institute of Incubation. It's gonna be him, huh? This was also when I began questioning the meaning of my own existence. My apologies, Jordi. I was supposed to be providing you guidance, wasn't I? I've already severed my relationship with the real world, but perhaps you have someone or something you still have ties with? But I gave up chasing Briogan long ago. I can't waste even more time chasing an unreachable shadow. Maybe I could delve into the notes he left and learn how he developed his tech, not just because I might be his descendant, but because you also have talent and dreams in that field. You can try the beacon tower then. Briogan was involved in its reconstruction, so if you're familiar with his handiwork, perhaps you could help them out. Every Aegir leaves their own quirks in their writings, theories, or technologies, so sometimes all you need to sort out a trickier part is someone more familiar with the author. Thank you, Mr. Avitus. Advisor Blandis, are you alright? Of course. Cultists failed to stop me from performing the surgery on the hunters. I'm asking about your physical condition. Thanks, Secunda. I see you're still... Given your strange aversion to medical aid, someone has to confirm you're alright. Although, judging from your condition, I'm guessing I'm not the first to try sending you to the hospital. Perhaps the waterway program is too overwhelming. I'm something of a doctor myself. I don't know how to keep myself healthy enough to not slow down the program anyway. You know, you should take a look at the plant the cultists were used to killing people. It's difficult to imagine someone at the IEA using it as paint. Well, seeing how you're not in any immediate danger, I'll need you to cooperate with my investigation. I saw Ulpianus recently. I see you have too. Only briefly at the Sopon Teatro. And you didn't report this? Catching a momentary glimpse of a familiar figure is hardly worth reporting. I'm not joking around, Advisor Blandis. The data scientist case has been confirmed to be a murder by the cultist, and it may be related to the assault on the lab. Ulpianus seemed to know the victim well and openly expressed his distrust of Aegir. He's always been like that, more action than words, and ever unwilling to reveal his reasons. His unique style doesn't explain all the doubts about him. Still need to check if he's linked to several church cases. Secunda, do you really lack any other leads or suspects more worthy of investigation? Or should I ask, is this obsession with Ulpianus merely your own whim? Sekunda, I'm the one who rejected your application back then. What did you just say? I said it was me who rejected your application to volunteer to become an Abyssal Hunter. Ulpianus concurred, but I was the one who officially rejected you. Why? I saw your documents from the Institute of Development Planning. You'd written genetic research in the box asking for your aspirations. I only had to look at another file to see that becoming a hunter was another of my aspirations. We considered you extremely talented, even among the participants of the Abyssal Hunter project. During our technical discussions, you were the only one to ask Ulpianus 10 questions in a row and get answers for all of them. The highest record for a freshman researcher. The early transformation techniques were dangerous and unreliable. We were always searching for a better integration method. It was ultimately your theories that advanced the program's technology. I considered it an honor back then, at least. But the program itself is nothing to be proud of, Sekunda. The concept was born nearly 2 centuries ago, a far cry from the average citizen's impression today. It was only 20-some years ago that Ulpianus made it into a reality. The 100+ years before that, it was never afforded any systematic scrutiny or research, only endless debates. We exploit our countrymen and integrated the flesh of other species into ourselves to save our humanity. It was tantamount to toppling the very foundations of Aegir. But Ulpianus is a decisive man. He can abandon his research, ideals, emotions, and even his humanity without a shred of hesitation. The sole principle he abides by is to benefit Aegir. And perhaps he will save Aegir someday, but our country should not be founded upon boundless self-sacrifice. Ulpianus understands better than anyone that his very existence is actually his country's woe. And so, the Abyssal Hunters do not need a second Ulpianus. Aegir should not have a second Ulpianus. There should be no one in Aegir who wishes to become another. I could practically hear him saying that. I once joked to him how much better it would be if you were my student instead. Perhaps you could continue the research he and I used to work on. The evolution of Aegir cells. Perhaps you'd start a new field entirely. You'd have become one of the leading scientists of our time with the opportunity to explore the primordial mysteries of all existence and lead us into the future. Blandis, the two of you have no right. I'm sorry, Sekunda. Did you start reminiscing about the old days just to tell me I shouldn't bear a grudge against Ulpianus? I did it so you see him in a new light. Being too eager to capture him will do neither of you any good. Aren't there cultists ready and available for questioning? Don't forget your duties, Sekunda. Where are they? First floor, in the booth in the equipment administration room. Do you need me to show you the way? I know where it is. Sea Patrol will take over the detainment of the criminals. That. I'm so sorry. But you can't go any further. We're currently... Wait, didn't I see you at the tribunal? I know who you are. The emissary from land. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are your duties on this diplomatic mission? Hello, sir. It's a dock-on-dock chat. The data scientist seemed to have completely transformed into a seaborn by the time she was found. It would be difficult to obtain any further information from her other than the fact that this set of data seems related to the waterway and the beacons. I finished analyzing the contents. There are unusual data interactions between the beacons within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. The signals come from many spots within the city, and I have already inspected the port hub and any possible ships. The only remaining location is Lab C-22, one of the earliest Abyssal Hunter experimental research labs. You should be familiar with the place then. However, it is far livelier here than I can remember it ever being. Sekunda has even deployed a garrison in the name of protecting Blandis. A hindrance. It'll help draw their attention if needed. I can manage the sea patrol for now. You should focus on the toughest target. Is he an octopus? You would be the doctor of Rhodes Island, yes? As you say, in the flesh. You say your institution helped diagnose and treat oropathy in our hunters, and now you hope to assist me with their organic regeneration surgery. Absolutely, that's exactly what I'm here for. Then you can leave with peace of mind. The church's assault here was just a minor episode, and the hunters have already returned to their hibernation. I'll be constantly monitoring their physical condition, so your gaze, no matter how vigilant it may be, will be of little use in their recovery. I see the hunters were telling the truth. They really have a terrible sense of humor. I see they have developed a deep friendship with you while wandering about on land. Insist all you want, it doesn't change the fact that you will be of no help during the operation. I mean no offense. This place was just recently raided, so please return to where you came from for your own safety. Landis no longer pays you any attention, his gaze falling back onto the holographic projections before him. Through those squares, you can clearly see Gladia, Scotty, and Laurentina deep asleep in a trance of Aegir's writing system before coming here. After days of fumbling your way through the city, you can still only recognize about half the symbols shown in the visuals. Fumbling. But you observe a more important phenomenon within them. Whenever Blandis selects an image, it would emit a faint beep. That is to say, every chosen image generates a corresponding beep on the monitoring unit. Could I help arrange the visual display? Of course, of course. I see you really want to stay. I won't force you to leave either. Seems you really do care for the hunters, and I like people like you. Little handy, the doctor is unfamiliar with the equipment in Aegir, so keep an eye on things. Understood. Doctor, as long as you don't touch anything you shouldn't then. Click, 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 click. Classic, Doctor. The corridor's monitoring unit just beeped. Someone's looking in here. Another beep for the experimental cabin in front and the corner further ahead. There seems to be some sort of pattern. Someone in the control room is rapidly switching the order of the holograms back and forth. Doctor, what are you trying to tell me? This way then. Immediately just starts pressing buttons. The operation is complete, Doctor. Thank you for your fast and furious cooperation. The hunters will need another 10 minutes to awaken, but I guarantee the procedure went without a hitch. So if you could now leave, the hunter seems to be deep asleep. They were unable to get any proper rest on land, despite what I'm sure was the best possible accommodation from you and Rhodes Island. Even now, they just only arrived home, yet now must rush back to the front lines. Single operation and hibernation session is far from enough to restore them to full strength. Sounds like you tried your best. I wouldn't say so, even if I fulfilled my duties. There's a fundamental difference between the two, after all. I believe you mentioned your expertise in the field of oripathy. Would you tell me what it's like to be a patient? They fight their fate for the rest of their lives. Fate means an inevitable direction or end. Interesting. The ancient sages once discussed the concept of fate. It's been a long time since anyone has brought it up. You see, oripathy does not exist in the ocean. Most other diseases we manage to cure. We all chose our own paths in life, and the trajectory of our civilization is ours to define. For the longest time, we have forgotten what faith even is. Yet now, the ineradicable disease we've engraved into our hunter's blood cannot be dealt with medically. To borrow your concept, one may call such a problem fate. Each of the hunters held their own dreams, their own lives, but now, they have no choice but to live alongside slaughter until they die themselves. I've tried many methods to bring them back from this dead end, all to no avail. Even now. Daddy's awake. Martina's awake. Daddy's awake. Let's go with the boss. The captain. They seem to be in a hurry. I should get going too. It has been an honor to speak with you, Doctor. Hope you can take good care of them, given the chance. He nonchalantly leaves. Suspicious. What? Bruh. Is there an update? I swear if it's maintenance. What? No way, brother. What? There was a small update. God dang it. A 0.5 second update. What am I looking at?
Arknights.
Where did we end? Shoot. 4. Alright, the fight. Yeah. Come on, let's go to the blandest scene. More. We don't need Ulpianus. Then Blandus leaving. Oh sh. Gonna have to keep clicking here. So funny. He just started pressing stuff. Bruh. Okay, there you go. Let's just fight. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
What is
that? Legal. Oh my god, they're fast.
Picked out your bait yet? Better watch your step.
He's breaking it. Illegal.
For them, the bell tolls.
Let me stir.
Yes, sir.
Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
The scout that should have been there. Whoopsie!
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
What's coming here? Let's see the unit. Wow, they just evaporate. Up. Oh no! Something that eats the thing. Illegal.
Picked out your bait yet? I know you can't hide your fear.
Has some help. Oh, so it doesn't actively look for them. It just eats it when it's blocking. Gotcha. Well, for now. Whoops. Position. Okay, what's this? Okay, same guy. Oh, it's just demonstrating, huh? Yum! Oh, nice. Now he's shining. Not ranger type. These guys are, though.
I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Mission accomplished.
Cool. Patrol? Here to interrogate me? Interrogate? Huh. Never thought that had anything to do with that word. Should have thought of that when you intruded on the lab. What about before then? What makes you and I so different? Why interrogate me? What have I done to deserve being questioned? At times like these, I feel like our methods are too gentle. According to our envoy from Iberia, they're more than happy to incorporate punishment into the process. So if you're finished talking nonsense, state your identity. I'm a former roadside coral breeder. Motive? Ever pay close attention to the coral by the road patroller? I hoped every cluster on every street would take on a different form or color, even different capabilities. Transport tubes pass through the cavity-filled cluster on the east side of the Sophantheatrum and under the glimmering tubes. The polyps glimmer back, a patchwork of dots of light, like a nebula in miniature. Then there's the ones around the port. As it happens, I have been paying close attention to some roadside coral recently, specifically the ones growing in your experimental field, where an innocent data scientist died. Her dreams, her obsession, her love for her seaweeds were as beautiful as the coral you spoke of. But you murdered her. You asked a good question earlier. Makes you and her so different. So why are you still alive? What did she do to deserve death? She found what? Speak up. Or are you implying I should be asking Cassia this question? What is the church planning against the waterway program? Will you be attacking the beacon or the weapons? Speak. Church this, cultist that. I'm still not used to being called names like that. You sure they're not just convenient excuses for you to arrest people? This so-called church and its cultists, what part of them is holy exactly? I don't worship any kind of imaginary entity. I just agree with how Cassia sees things. From the despair engulfing Aegir, she can see this nation's fragile nature. People place too much importance on the value of things but are unwilling to recognize how fickle these values really are, to become worshippers at their altar. But now, those values are crumbling away. Before Aegir falls completely into despair, someone must sound the alarm. Harry, you're just trying to loosen my lips. You won't get another word out of me. If you're feeling impatient, go ahead. Scan my brainwaves. You won't get anything out of that either. Questioning you is the last respect I'll give you as a human being, scumbag. Maybe you'll believe yourself innocent and your actions free of conspiracy, but you will tell me everything I want to know. Now speak. Captain? It's almost time for us to leave, Scotty. I know it's urgent. We're sharp. The frontline is barely holding ground against the seaboard. The loss of 2 entire fleets is really hitting us hard now. According to their most recent missive, Legions 8 and 10 failed to regroup into formation and they are now mired in a bitter struggle. The beacon cannot be deployed at a designated position within the nest, and the deadlock continues will mean the failure of the waterway program. Understood. Legion fleets are about to launch an offensive across the entire front, at all costs, all to attract the Seaborn's attention. As for us, squeeze through the battlefield, infiltrate the nest, and deploy the beacon. Correct. How would you rate your current condition, Scotty? I got some good sleep at least. My first dreamless sleep since our last campaign. The situation in the city is getting more restive. Do you know where the doctor has gone? Jake said, I know you want me to keep the peace and protect the doctor, Captain. You want me to stay. To be honest, I'm conflicted. Cleansing the sea of its dregs is our duty, but I am also responsible for your safety. Have there been any signs of a harmless stirring since we returned to sea? If it has, it's been real quiet. If it speaks up, I'll shut it up. Actually, I've got something to say to you, Captain. Never been this cautious in our work before. We had our ways of handling this sort of thing. If the church's god, the one the scum called Sharmla, really is inside me, then if I ever go out of control, I want you to execute me on the spot. Simple as that. My heart's right here. I trust you won't miss. Scotty. Not finished. If you or Shark start to fall under their influence in battle before I do, I won't hesitate either. What I was going to say is that with war close at hand, I can imagine nothing more reassuring to hear. Let's go. Let's go. Mutually assured destruction. Miss Laurentina. This is the fan. Nope, it's not the fan. It's not Lucilla. Only for that dreary honorific little bird. We're not strangers, are we? Laurentina. Considering how long we've been in this city, I'm surprised this is the first time we've run into one another. This is sad. I've always wanted to take our brave little warrior out on a real hunt in the depths. Sadly, the nest we're headed is too far and too deep. No way to bring you along. It's alright. Even if I had the option, I'd stay in Millenarium regardless. Oh? There's been a lot happening in the city lately. First time I wore deep water equipment and entered the ocean, I was immediately knocked about by the current. I hate to admit it, but I'd be dead weight out there. No need to talk like that. First time is always rough. Anyway, I can do a lot more in the city than in the nest. Once you've completed your mission and Aegir's weapon systems start cleansing the area, I'll have to return to St. Carmen and make an urgent report on why the sea surface has changed. Ah, so you meant we were to be parted once more. That's right. I'd be offering you all farewell gifts, but I wasn't expecting this before we left for Millenarium, so I have nothing to give. Don't worry about it, we'll meet again. While we won't be needing to drag you from the sea half drowned this time, I have a feeling our next reunion will be unforgettable in its own right. Oh look, Scotty and Gladia are coming. Take care of yourself, Florentina. Finish with your chat? Yes. It's past time we left, hunters. What a hunt! Speaking of hunters, Dukta. Since you got the evidence you wanted, yes, you've been of great assistance. So what's the verdict? Not going to fill me in? As previously mentioned, there are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. It seems the bulk of the work was handled by Lab C22, namely the facility we just infiltrated. While I do not fully understand the principles behind the beacon system or the Class 4 weapons, the contents of these interactions can still be inferred. Coordination between the beacons and the weapons has been altered. As I surmised, the waterway program has been infiltrated at the highest level. As I surmised, did you doubt the program from the even before it was conceived, I had my doubts about Aegir. I mean, he doubted Aegir from the start. From where? That decisive campaign. You were meant to kill the firstborn, but you lost contact with your team. Scotty was left to take the burden. So you already know. Scotty trusts you more than expected. I put together from what she said, she's not sure what happened to herself. My dereliction was due to a moment of distraction. In a cave, or rather, cavity closest to Isharmala's core, I noticed something that should not be there. Huh? Crude piles of meat. Turbid mucus, okay? At first I assumed they were nodules of its body. But then I saw clearly the measuring scales and flow channels around it. Corroded water flow meter. One from Aegir, a design hundreds of years old. One that now exists only in museums. Hundreds of years old? Based on the degradation, it had sat within Isharmala's body for 2 centuries. But I had been told that no other Aegir had ever managed to reach the firstborn before us. That is to say, before Aegir was even aware of it, its people had secretly come into contact with the firstborn. The undercurrents beneath tranquil Aegir are more turbulent than anyone could imagine. I also found something odd while you were out. As soon as the hunters awoke, they left. They are being used to break the deadlock at the front. You can imagine the mission they have been assigned. Bypass the front lines, advance to the nest, and deploy the beacon. First support, now the linchpin. It's too quick. The advisor seemed more anxious than them. Left the lab at the first opportunity. Blandus. And I fear we, too, must act as quickly as possible. If the coordination between the beacons and weapons has been tampered with, then there is only one place to go. The core of the waterway program, the beacon launcher. As for you, I'll go see the one who gave the order. Consul Clementia. It's all corrupt!
迷える魂たちを安息の地へお導きください。
Oh, that's why Aegir is in the shitters. Much darker, much brighter. Very cool. Anathema. Hold up, I'll get some water. up, folks? Do this quick. Okay, we are so back. Anathema of Aegir. Here represents has never been justice, but the dignity of humanity itself. Oh boy, well, they're combining it all, huh? What's next with the bells as well? Right, I might need one anti-air. Who needs tanks? Shoot him down!
Squad combat? I'm very familiar with that!
Ugh, what a stench. Mic works right? Yep. All these years and they still won't make better camouflage cream. Won't do any harm for us to at least smell different from the seaborn, you know? Don't go so much shark, it'll only make the smell stronger. When you smell this much like a seaborn, I might hack you on instinct. The whole plateau is trembling. Those giant worm-like seaborn are tunneling through the rock beneath us. Stay concealed. Vacuole lightly trembles. Core shudders fiercely. Fucking funny. Look at those numbers. Honestly, between the currents and the seaborn, who's carrying who? They're flooding towards the front line. I can't imagine. Can't imagine what the soldiers there are fighting through. Snap out of it, Scatty. We'll crush your hip doing that. We mourn those on the front best by completing our mission. Thanks to the Legion's fleets containing the seaborn swarm, we were able to slip in and plant this beacon deep in the nest. Even a single plant could alert the seaborn to us if it happens to be assimilated. There is no room for negligence in our path forward. The great bleached coral will cover us as we dive from the depths of the rift. Yes, Captain. Oh god, look at how smug this ass is. Geordie, right? Fast learner. A lot of students come here on work experience. With all the operation protocol, it never takes more than a day for them to slip up. You though, picked it up just by watching for a little while. You done this before? Just a bit. I've done some work in an Iberian lighthouse. The beacons share a few principles with it here and there. I see. So you're into engineering. Explains a lot. I worked longest as a caregiver though. Caregiver? What kind of job's that? Huh? Watching over the sick and elderly, taking care of their daily needs, sorting out all the little things for them. Gotcha. So it's like slapping little handy modules 153 and 274 in at the same time. But the little handy is impersonal, right? That's correct. You look taut as a wire, Geordie. This is an exam on edgy general knowledge. Just want to ask, the little handy has no personality. How is it supposed to meet the emotional needs of its patients? Care for people is to meet them in their weakest, most vulnerable moments after all. I'd say physical frailty doesn't particularly inspire emotional needs in us, and if we're headed for the grave, even with illness, we don't feel especially vulnerable either. We do let the old and sick request some final company before their euthanasia though. Usually a leading philosopher will come in, scholars from whatever field in general really. I know nothing about philosophy. I just talk to them about the most banal of things, food, flowers, sunshine, and so on. But for some reason, they're always so happy to listen. You're a great guy, Geordie. That shows how keen you are at grasping people's moods. No promises, but something tells me you'd shine in the Institute of Development Planning or Institute of Incubation too. Could I? Regardless, thank you so much. I finished resetting the storage facilities here. Wonderful work. Now, about... Wait, did you see something zip past the hologram? What? Hello. Oh, we're here now too. Intruder! Bonk. You? Young man, you saw none of this. You have no reason to complicate things. That's funny. Wait. You saw nothing. Tark's saw will be too loud. Skadi, you open the way. Cut through this cluster as quietly as you can. Alright? Oh, hello. It's a moving. For but an instant, the invading hunters are bathed in vivid color and indistinct light. That which the Iberians call Nettersea brand creeps across the coral layers, spawn of the many lilting in their craggy nest. Lilt. Rising and falling of the voice when speaking, a pleasant, gentle accent. Okay, so it's an accent. So they're crying out. Exits swear from this cliff face as the currents pass, metamorphosing as they spiral down, indescribable folds yet unfolding until a sea-born form emerges. Soft membrane stirs. Those are always funny. Creased skin shudders. The newborn silently gather together, their trembling bodies echoing all throughout the nest. Intertwining palps and feelers, they sweep each other off or far away. They just keep on leaving the nest, rushing for the front line. Wait, don't you think something's off? How did that one turn into a whole bunch out of nowhere? What is it doing? Multiplying? Splitting? I've had this gnawing feeling ever since we bailed out the fleet. Swordfish, have these assholes evolved even more? Seaborn are forever evolved. Skadi, can you remember the first Seaborn you ever killed? Not really, just that it had a lot of gross tentacles. That's what I mean. Tentacles, stingers, chitinous shells. You could still discern the organs, identify their functions at a glance. Prior to this, the Seaborn's only skill was to hijack whatever evolutionary progress other species had accrued over the epochs. But now we've got these things. I can't begin to tell what their organs are. If I didn't know any better, you might not even think to connect them to the fodder we were slaughtering just 3 months ago. Seaborn's needs have outgrown the evolutionary advancements. They've begun seeking their own answers. It means their evolutionary course now transcends our knowledge. If we are unable to gloss their physical composition, unable to discern their organs' unique functions, unable to predict the direction they will evolve, we won't know how to kill them. We could fetch a specimen for Advisor Blandus while we evacuate. Still, the mission takes priority for now. Skadi, you and I will find where the wall hasn't yet been branded, embed the beacon there and activate. Florentina, spot our surroundings. We be brought as soon as it's planted without delay. So colorful though. Where the hell's Clement? Yep, I was about to say. Consul Clement, yeah, Madame Consul. Oh, she has a sword. I didn't even see that. Greetings, Doctor of Rhodes Island, and well met in Miliarium. This is still one of the hardest ones. At long last, our first official conversation. Well, Calcit's the official Iberian envoy. Save your modesty. Dr. Calcit's awe-inspiring knowledge transcends the boundaries of space and time. So for her to be keeping you up her sleeve, the depths you hide must be bigger still. Deeper still. When you come to me in doubt or with conclusions of your own to share, I am prepared to listen. You sent the hunters into a literal nest of danger. You're endangering 3 of our operators. Much like Dr. Calcit, you have misgivings about this decision. I have no choice but to order them to meet death in the eye once more. My hand was forced. Only they can break our present impasse. Rational. Maybe a little too rational? The legions are deployed to capacity. The Abyssal Hunters must assume combat duties, even having recently returned to Aegir. You suspect the situation was deliberately engineered. I gather you returned from the city with findings of your own. The beacon weapon link was tampered with. Little handy. Priority order. Contact the supervisors for the beacon and Class 4 weapons R&D. And notify all Legion commanders. Leave enough of your fleets at the front to curb the seaborne and assist the hunters. The rest should withdraw in order and return to the city. The Sea Patrol will seize the beacon tower right away. You have our gratitude for informing us, Doctor. Not in silence. I know I owe the two of you an explanation for how I have deployed the Abyssal Hunters. We don't hold you accountable on a tactical level. You know your prowess against the seaborne better than us. I can only say this. Your powers of observation would have not missed the scales on Gladia's neck. You can assume the hunters will have no trouble seeing this assignment through. But what was your guarantee they would be spared from mutating while in the nest? The word of Advisor Blandus and nothing more? Advisor Blandus' statement at the tribunal served to strengthen Millennium's confidence in the Abyssal Hunters. I confess, though, it failed to even ease my mind. I take it the hunters still weigh heavily on your thoughts. Aegir never truly wound down the Abyssal Hunter project, following the strike on the Firstborn. I've not been involved, but my countrymen have every right to interrogate me for my awareness of it alone. For a short time after the Firstborn died, the project went through major upheavals. Anomalies plagued the experiments, and the Church grew only more fixated on the Hunters. This suggests there are urgent hidden truths about the Hunters yet to be found. Yet it also proves that the project can no longer run publicly. To this day, it still operates in secret, but even now, Aegir has only 3 Hunters including Gladia. No, 4. For how constantly we iterate on our technology, we have never succeeded in making another Abyssal Hunter. No matter how stable the subject's signs and psychological indicators are, they lost their reason the moment they awaken, immediately corrupting into seaborne. They don't even make it out of the chamber, let alone to the ocean proper. Abyssal Hunters are bound by blood, we forget. What is this blood binding them? We don't know. We still don't know why Gladia's group have kept their reason intact. Sounds like they're your key to solving this. Yet you choose to send them to the front. Indeed, for Gladia, Laurentina, Skadi, and all the participants, it was an irresponsible act. But the front lines at Millennium now. We made it in time to cut off the seaborne tide, as it laps at dry land, but Millennium is far from impregnable. If we fail to open the waterway now, it's only a matter of time before the city is lost. The seaborne have organized to seize that waterway by the throat. Storming them head-on will invite a large-scale counterattack, at which point I fear none will survive. Is risking the hunters a necessary cost here? Hunters may well give their lives, they may well transform, but right now they are our greatest hope. Gladia has always been skeptical of the waterway program's feasibility. It was for that exact reason that she did not hesitate to serve as a link in its chain. Her doubts and struggles may differ, but all roads lead to the same place in the end. It seems to be an unspoken yet shared understanding among the Aegir. One not without its sorrows. Upon the bricks of the Sophon Theatrum entrance, the architect Marcus left this maxim: there is no justice here, only the path ahead. In later generations, some criticized Marcus as being overtly fixated on material value, squandering his energy on comparing worth against worth. But ultimately, all that mattered to him was Aegir's path forward. Justice was merely a value cherished by the masses, and he preferred to apply his thought elsewhere. Perhaps Gladia and I have been acting on his philosophy without realizing it. Dr. Calcin, everything you have said rings all too true. I am bound in the end to carry Aegir's arrogance with me, and nothing will change that. I would like to amend that wording. Arrogance as a word seems insufficient to describe Aegir. You respect equally the humanity of your every citizen. You realize each individual's worth is the guiding star for your entire society's development. Yet at the same time, you are capable of making the cruelest judgments and calmly accepting them for the sake of Aegir's survival as a whole. Calmly, you say. We Aegir are not cold-blooded. Whether you would feel wrath, our own hearts are far from unstirring. These are feelings I wished to convey to Gladia once upon a time, but I realized I had no right to. Every decision I made for her, I based in pure rationality. How natural, then, that I lost that pride. How dare I ask for an emotional pardon? The same is true, even now. And so, calmly, I accept my own judgment. A freaking phone call? The designated individual has been contacted. Advisor Blandis did not pick up. Dr. Calcid, Doc. I'm deeply sorry that I could not give you an appropriate answer. But right now, I ask that you permit me to carry out my duty. Fight, 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 fight! It is anathema.
You are slow.
Hello,
like you're
welcome
caught
back,
in an
Mr.
undertow.
Handy.
I will slow down and wait.
See, Brand is what the Prince
Try
called
to
it. One of
catch
the
up.
ways the Seaborn propagate themselves. Remember to use your little handy to clean it swiftly. The handy we've been issued this time is equipped with drilling tools, so it can also be used to destroy Seaborn created if required. Wait, is this what I think it is? Oh, wait, I didn't read these. Oh, shoot, Ski.
Is that all you got? Finally.
あれが敵？
I have some
なかな
time.
かうまそうに見えるね。Don't send a threat into a
You
nice
just unlock it with the doodad. We should be fine, yeah?
Is that all you got?
I know better watch your step.
取るに足らん処刑だ。立ち会う価値もない。
誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
For them, the bell tolls.
You can't hide your fear.
The red velvet of light props up this dead diamond.
That tanky? Damn!
I'll manage them.
即戦即決。
By
His
your
ass!
fear, for you may miss the misery of your death.
Morning star, the illumination of wisdom.
Fiber plea, it's no use!
I need to check what these guys do. They look so funny.
So that's our target?
What are you doing? Look at these guys, they just die. Okay, pretty slow attack speed.
Mission accomplished.
What was that? 1/8 HP? So they have like what? 15k? Something like that? My math's probably way off. Oof. Ah, awake? What is it? Flashback? Is this way flashback? I've taken care of your wounds. You'll find 2 doses of stimulant beside you to bring you back to your senses. Shall I administer, or will you prefer the little handy? Fine, do it yourself. Very practiced motions. It seems you've recuperated well. Now, useless as I know it is, I do need to tell you this. You cannot keep experimenting on yourself, or you'll have to cover your eyes as well to avoid looking like you've been tortured. The mask won't be enough, at least. The wardrobe has nothing to do with my modifications. True, you've always looked that way. We all got shivers as you entered the classroom and sat your gloomy self down. All this time we've known each other and you barely even show me your face. Landis, given you've started cracking jokes, I take it the results are less than awful? Now, that's tricky to say. The emotional ride I've been through felt like being seated next to Secunda as she sailed a patrol ship with both eyes shut. As to say, utter madness. First of all, I noticed a baffling effect in your auto-adaptive junction. Body's reaction is bizarre. When the seaborn genes exert their abnormal dominance, your anti-seaborn rejection response doesn't intensify. No, it actually lightens somewhat. Which means my transformation is getting faster. No, quite the opposite. It was right as I was cancelling the surgery that I observed a curious phenomenon. Once your rejection ebbed, your seaborn genetics slowed down their influence. As if to be crude, your body and the seaborn genes have reached some sort of understanding. This is certainly worth further study, but for now, I need to know one thing. Will this impact the hunters in their upcoming battle? Slaying the firstborn will be our single most important operation since we were created. At this point, I will not allow no freak accidents. I've observed no negative effects so far. I'll be setting up a few more risk assessments before you head out. Sheesh. That said, if we're going to figure out what's underpinning this phenomenon, then you come back alive to have something to study at all. I'll be honest, I'm anxious. We've never waged a war on this scale before. We're marching every single Abyssal Hunter plus 3 whole standing legions off into a single trench. Not with a war like this, how could we ever kill their Genesizoic, their source, their god? You truly believe we can polish off the Seaborn just like that, once and for all? You've worked with us for over a decade and you still have doubts about the Hunter Project? You want the truth? Truth is, I should have vetoed this project at the audit stage. A roadmap to warping evolution, predicate on sacrificing our own people's humanity. If not for you, I wouldn't have even entertained its feasibility, let alone pour 10 years of my own blood and sweat into it. But it's a sunk cost now. The more I doubt it, the more crucial it is for me to be its core member, to steer it with my own 2 hands. Yet I can't shake the thought of how many monsters this lab's created, the majority of which were put down by your own 2 hands, Ulpianus. Yes. Their deaths don't even qualify as sacrifices to you, do they? A homeland ravaged by Seaborn will only wrest away even more Aegir lives. We've had this debate 1,000 times. We don't need another before I leave. Get the risk assessments going. Furthermore, suspend all ongoing hunter modification trials. Come again? With no hunters present, it would be difficult to deal with any aberrant results. Aberrant. Ulpianus, you've been the director of the Abyssal Hunter project for its entire lifespan, and even you can't be fully confident in it, can you? That's the real reason you chose to be the first subject. Can this campaign put the Seaborn crisis to rest? Yes or no? Even you can't be sure. Blandis. No, Ulpianus. I spent each and every day hoping more than anyone that this will end in victory. Maybe when you sail back, safe and sound, the project will have no more reason to exist. Think. We could even pick up where we left off on all our old research. You barely even remember, do you? Well, I ran into our old teacher at the council. He asked about that dream of ours. The evolution of Aegir cells. It made for no particularly grand abstract, but glimpsing the whole course we've run from a microscopic cross-section, that's a beautiful pursuit, and no one can tell me otherwise. From our ancestors swaying their limbs in the rivers eons ago, to us here and now as we debate science and ideals, there's a flow to it all, an order of events. It's not too late for us to witness it. It's not too late for us to witness it, is it? Oh, hello. You? Oh, we are on the beacon now. You finally came, Ulpianus. Don't even resort to flaunting your wretched sense of humor as a plea? Wretched sense of humor. Secunda would agree with you. You know, she's really grown to resemble you over the years. I fear we'll have another you on our hands someday. Along with the countless other yous, born by or against their will, throwing themselves into the fight against the Seaborn and perishing in combat, until the shores are soaked in Aegir's blood. It grieves me how she's changed. Changes in you, though, I can barely begin to comprehend. Stop what you're doing right now and explain your game to me. Blandis, cultist of the deep. You're late. I've hardly anything for you to stop now. Just a moment ago, my holochart received a signal from Nest 37. Final beacon is activated. Class 4 weapons are warming up. You're not putting this one down, Ulpianus. And if you hope to learn what the church is planning, I can't help it. They were tripping over themselves to protect me out of their own wishful thinking, and then one day, they just went and changed their minds. Not for their actions, I know I would have been caught long ago. No, though, I've never counted myself among their members. Can't even make heads or tails of their warped doctrine. Still, if you're asking what drove me to do all this, I would love to bend your ear. Excellent, and I won't need to resort to violence. Haha, violence. Still taking that as your first impulse. If it weren't for the embarrassing situation you put yourself in, I'm sure the IDP would love to have a chat with you. Want to know something? It took only moments after the failed campaign for them to declare you all dead. Then soon enough, the Institute came down to me with an invitation to restart the Hunter Project. You haven't seen the casualty report for that campaign yet, have you? You should have a read. Abyssal Hunters, Legionnaires, their sacrifices, a tragedy. Yet the ending, a farce. Violent resistance was always a dead end. The project was dead in the water from the start. Granted, Aegirs never used crude platitudes or propaganda to encourage such sacrifice. Every one of the project's subjects was given the freedom to make an informed decision. Using the sacrifice of our citizens as a market standard, well, that makes the very question of free choice much ado about nothing. Once, an Aegir's worth lay in all that they had built up and created during their life, and now, our very lives, even our deaths, are price tagged. I will record your words, even though it's pointless. Blandus. The name, man. I expected your suspicion and dissent to drive you to search deeper, not reduce you to the cowardly, self-deceiving man you are now. Whether out of passion or mourning, still the same brand of rhetoric spouted by every fallen, claiming to foresee the fall of Aegir herself. Assigning a character to a nation, anthropomorphizing it to critique its values, even as a method of inflating one's ego, it's shoddy at best. But even as you weep over the senseless sacrifice, have you never imagined how many lives your destruction of the Waterway program will take? Destruction? No, Ulpianus. I'm trying to open up a true path for us. What have you done? Now, Ulpianus, be patient. I have nothing to hide. Yep, yes, tentacles. Blandus brushes past Ulpianus and stops before the holochart. With his back to his old friend, he passes a finger over the sea of glowing dots and points to a flashing spot in the top right corner. See that? That's where the hunters are right now. They activated the last beacon and are probably caught in a deadly struggle, but they aren't in any danger. Any true danger, that is. The moment they can fight no more, that's when the weapons kick in. Seaborn will cease fighting. Every last one thronging one of them will fall asleep. Keep going. If you remember your auto-adapt junction tech, you'll have no trouble understanding what I will tell you next. That old surgical accident I had? Well, you were right. It was absolutely worth the further study. The junction brought about a homeostasis in you on a microscopic level. Your body no longer rejected the seaborn genes, and they miraculously stopped overtaking you. May have been by chance, but in no time at all, I was able to reproduce your phenomenon on the macro scale. To an extent, I could delete the hostility Seaborn bore towards humankind. And before Gladius' unit left for Nest 37 during their surgery, I took the opportunity to reproduce that accident of yours. You wanted to recreate in the Hunters an accident with no proven explanation. No clear effects, and not even a trace of actual rigorous verification? No. What happened in your body has long since graduated from freak accident. While you were missing, I spent every waking moment on the research. I trusted you hunters were still alive, trusted you would come back, that I could help you be free of that blasted fate of yours. But you refused to restart the Abyssal Hunter project. How did you... Were you experimenting on yourself? Hence the tentacles on his ass? No wonder your body stinks of miasma. My physical condition doesn't hold a candle to yours, naturally. I haven't much longer now. I can practically feel each second of my life slipping away, but it was worth it. I've done all I needed. Tell me, Ulpianus, the hunters were born to be a solution, not a tool, not a weapon, not a consumable destined to be tossed aside. They were. Good. Then the project was a failure, but the hunters still have a chance to fulfill their calling. Yet not through senseless slaughter and sacrifice. You'll live to show your worth, not die to give Aegir a few more final gasps. The Abyssal Hunters will be the start of a revised relationship between humanity and the Seaborn. If I can have them mistake humankind as their own, then maybe I can get the many to see Aegir as a neighbor. And you have your eyes on the Waterway program all along. More precisely, the Waterway program came to me first. Dementia reached out to me at practically the same time as the Institute. Let me in both the game plan for the Waterway program and the research project for the Class 4 weapon array. Weapons rooted in biotech like them can impact Seaborn behavior at large. The theory grounding them has a natural affinity with the auto-adaptive junctions. By then, I've already gathered the data I needed to perfect the junction tech, to the point that it was no longer limited to human subjects anymore. So, I made a tiny little tweak to Class 4s. The instant they activate, we can close the book on our fight with the Seaborn. The Abyssal Hunters, the Class 4s, it'll all transcend the boundary of species. It'll become a path, a bridge, a path of life. You can't make this up. 2 centuries of constant war between Aegir and the Seaborn. And one little trick is likely all it takes to stop. Maybe the severity of this war was a fiction from the very beginning. Now, I mean no offense to our predecessors, but at least we still have the power to choose a different path. Not that I'll get to see it, the rest is out of my hands. At least, I was lucky enough in the end to see you at the Sofa Theater. You're the one who started the Hunter project. You know your way around self-adaptive junctions. You've been through all this. Only you, Ulpianus. Only you can keep the work going. Is that why you were so blithely waiting for my arrival? To entrust your work to me before you die? It's my turn to invite you. Aegir and the Seaborn have a chance at achieving true symbiosis. Perhaps that's a future you wouldn't mind bearing witness to? I refuse. I did expect that, but still, I was a little too blunt. Ulpianus, this is the control room where I'll die, but Blandus, even if your death is certain, you must know, you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. Dramatic. There was a time, not so long ago, when we ventured to make sense of the meaning of our existence by studying how our own Aegirian cells had evolved. But you've ruined everything you had with your own hands, all for one wild flight of fancy. Seaborn are a noxious scourge upon the ocean. There is no point in doubting that. They are beings full of unknowns, yet you believe in symbiosis with them, as if they are your friends. Blandus, that is the same arrogance Aegir had in assuming victory was inevitable. No, this is that 100 times over. Are you even aware of what you're thinking? Can you describe this hopeful vision you see in your fantasies of symbiosis? Are the Seaborn to be magical seafloor fairies spoken of in children's stories, or will they be our beloved household pets? Will Gladia debate philosophy with them? Will Skadi take tea time with them? Will Laurentina be dancing with them? ... You can't paint even a single proper picture, can you? Your own proven record as the scientist you were, thrown away. When I see you now, Blandus, I can only laugh. I've never heard you say so much in one breath, Ulpianus. You mean to tell me you despair, yes? The only one who ever despaired was you. So you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. Not in front of me. Every fallen must be sentenced, and their every corpse should be hung from the dry reeds. Is it even in you to sentence me? The campaign to slay the Firstborn was full of questionable points, and you stand as the greatest suspect. Everything you've done now puts you at odds with Aegir. This nation has rejected you, and so I have no choice but to take on your noble work. The man I knew would have never given this con man's rhetoric. I'm simply stating the facts. Then in this moment, the last I will ever spend as an Aegir, I sentence you. Blandus says nothing back. Perhaps he's lost the energy or given up on retorting. This dialogue of monologues has dragged on long enough to the point it's begun to wear on him. Golden holochart ripples before him. Too bright, he thinks, and so he closes his eyes. That's a lot of tentacles, buddy. From somewhere, a communication intrudes and shatters the brief silence. With it, he hears the shrill grinding of his old friend's anchor being dragged across the floor. Only one thought makes it in time. Couldn't even give the hunters a welcome home hug. I'm rolling at 6 as well. I'm assuming at least 9. At least. As usual. Yep, and we have this, the middle one. Backflow current. Children of the sea proliferate through the city. They will not permit any place in the sea that does not belong to the sea. Ominous. Assuming here comes the swarm. Drink a bit. Senor Ulpianus, you. Oof, so it is you. Okay. We met once at Gran Faro. Actually, it was you who approached me. Though I never learned your name until after I got here. Please, you're not supposed to be here. It's Control Center for the Beacon Tower. That man on the floor. Did you do that? It's the most fitting end for one who fell. What did he do? Everything? None of your business, young one. Leave this place for your own safety. The nest beacons have all been activated. Sabotage weapons are warming up. How else can I warn the hunters? Florentina's group in danger? Did this man do it? Is that why you... You won't tell me. You don't trust me. Well, I don't trust you either, honestly. You never introduce yourself, and seeing all this, it's really only right to suspect you. But they're your friends. You're a hunter too. I think I know a little about your tales together. He did his dirty work on them before they left. They're still caught in the seaborne tide for now. I'm not entirely certain what's going to happen, but the danger is definite. They went to plant the beacon and are still in the nest. Maybe you could send their beacon a signal from this tower to warn them. I was helping out here earlier. I know roughly how the basic controls work. Then do it. Okay. Click, 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 click. Like a typewriter. Well, much more complex in practice, but I can say this tower seems to operate on a very similar framework to a lighthouse's control system. As far as I'm aware, Briogan passed through this city and aided the tower reconstruction effort. The technician mentioned that the tower will automatically navigate the weapons once every beacon is active, and all other controls will be locked out by the program. So if we want to send a signal to one of these beacons, let me see. Just as I feared, it's impossible to resume control. You have any way to circumvent the lockdown? Briogan was involved in the reconstruction, then maybe, just maybe, I have a very stupid plan. My entire time here in Miliarium, I've been trying to get to understand the man Briogan was. He had the habit of writing things down, always noting his thoughts, his suspicions, etc. Kept it up even on dry land. Was it so he wouldn't forget things? I think I can try temporarily shutting down the main control panel's data decomposition system like this. Before you were bringing up my history, you called me Briogan's descendant, but just from looking at his images, you can tell I don't resemble the genius architect one bit. Parents were just Aegirs rooted to the land. There are plenty of us across Iberia and the other terrestrial countries. Strictly speaking, we don't even count as... so what? It used to trouble me, but recently I've been learning to let myself get over it. Do not think so hard about it. It's just... you were the first to ever mention that to me, so I wanted to be sure. Why did you think I was... True, I did miss the mark, but I never engaged in baseless speculation. There's more of a bond between you than you think. A bond. The profound silence ruined Iberia. The lighthouses fell dark along the coast, and doubt and suspicion grew in their shadow. Briogan was forced to flee the splendor he himself had designed. Grand Pharaoh was one place he sheltered while on the run. Research notes your parents left you are undoubtedly connected to him. They were people he knew he could entrust his life's work to. Look at what you're doing right now, young man. You may not be his descendant by blood, but you have most certainly inherited a portion of his wisdom. Miliarium is the first Aegirian city you visited, and coincidentally, the last Briogan stopped at before leaving the country entirely. His trail covers the entire seabed, and everywhere he went, he visited those of great repute to share his thoughts on dry land, his conjectures on Terra's future. He had hoped someone would head for the continent with him so that one day land and sea might stand against crisis together, seek new possibilities together. Many admired him for his talent, but perhaps his suggestions were too ahead of its time, for in the end hardly any responded to his invitation. In Miliarium, he even volunteered to take part in this tower's reconstruction in exchange for an audience with the then council. And, do you need to ask, he was rejected. But as the work finished, he made the final decision to wrap up his winding tour and officially depart to the faraway soils. Even if his time on the road had gained him practically no support. Think over what you've done. You've left the town you knew and came to this alien place they call your home. That too took incredible courage. In this respect, you and Briogan are not dissimilar. Conversely, if all you'd share was just blood, then that would have been something to be ashamed of. I do not usually play psychological counselor Jordi Fontana Rosa. I think really that did it. At the very least, signaling a single beacon shouldn't be an issue. Let's see, Nest 37. I hope Laurentina and her friends notice. Actually, Senor Ulpianus, is it just me or is the air getting stuffy? Artificer Lumen, let's go! Stuffy, huh? My cons just picked up faint gravitational wave. What a strange feeling, seeing the ripples in space-time with my own eyes. Just like in the manual, it seems the beacon's already active. According to Clementia, this beacon going live should mean the Class 4 weapon array will automatically come online. We should head back the way we came, immediately. And here I was thinking we'd stay behind and enjoy our front row seats. So fun about watching cannons fire. Oh? Weren't we supposed to have something rather different in store? Thought we'd be seeing the Seaborn silently popping all at once across the entire stretch. How poetic. How fitting. When you consider all the little bastards' wrongs, no? Though Class 4 weaponry may not affect us, pointless dithering will only invite more variables. Fine. Off we go then. Vacuole merrily whirls. Whee! Oh, hello. One of those flying ones. Soft murmur reaches Spectre's ear, and when she turns to look, she meets with an eye. More accurately, a nucleus leaping to and fro. Flagella of the Seaborn sticks to her cheek, soft as a kiss. Spectre sees the nucleus pulsing in a clear rhythm, blending with her own heartbeat. Start! Don't attack yet, Scotty. Ugh, pink flagella. Went straight past us? Doesn't strike me that we spooked it, or like something pulled it away. The beacon. Captain? Gravitational waves coming from this thing aren't supposed to be so irregular, are they? Scotty, behind you. Move. Vacuole merrily whirls. Yep. Now it's the walkers. Soft membrane cheerily stirs. Tree's skin excitedly shudders. The currents reverse. Tide sweeping the Seaborn surges back into the nest. The sound of beating membranous wings, of compressing and unfolding, clamoring mouth parts, roaring streams. Whole space reverberates with layer upon layer of cries, pure elation. The beacon's been completely drowned out. The eggs and newborns are multiplying rapidly. Clementia said all formless newborns would enter straight into necrosis, and the mature individuals would flee from the area. All the fungal mat, the vegetation, the whole nest would decay, starting from the environment. Clearly, we're not seeing much of a collective necrosis here, are we? If anything, I'd say they're full of life. Pull back. Nadia turns the instant she barks the order, her lance piercing the seaborn ahead as ruptured tissues burst about like blood. I mean, they're just a molecule. Ever since that little bastard touched my face, I've been feeling sleepy somehow. How very strange. It's been so long since I felt this way. Ugh, I thought it was just me. This shouldn't be. Combat only sharpens an Abyssal Hunter's lucidity. Blandus? You mean the auto-adaptive junction surgery? We discovered an anomaly and Blandus certainly treated us, but he also tampered with the procedure. Whether coincidence or not, the church's attack cleared our suspicion of him. This was my mistake. But he's the advisor. Why would he? If we want answers, we must make it back to the city. Yeah, there's a problem though. It's kinda squiddy and laying on the floor. Yep, it's the one that duplicates. Spectre skips ahead of the vanguard. Her dance is graceful as ever. With but a twirl, a high RPM saw blade leaves the seaborn ahead carved in twain. Vacuole excitedly swells. The beasts have noticed us, and yet show hardly any will to attack. Captain, Shark, have you noticed the water flowing slower? Get a hold of yourself, Scud. No, wait, she's right. These animals are secreting something. Finally, the tide receding, the nest temporarily bears the truth of its transformation. Seaborn living and dead fall into every ravine in the seabed. The nest's borders have begun to bleach, tighten coming together into a thick crust. Something has provided them immense nutrition. Wholeness is forming a carapace and spurning every life within to evolve faster. Shell. Take the Iberian so-called Nethersea brand as the roadmap for the organism's expansion, then this shell is the final act of fueling before it begins. Without warning, the beacon pulsed irregular gravitational waves. Right afterward, the seaborn swarm began to nest around it. Either this is some elusive aberration in the weapons themselves, or someone in the city is trying to remotely control the beacon to transmit information, or possibly both. Whatever Blandus did to us during surgery has dulled our senses. Consider the hunt on. Time is of the essence. Get out of here. Wing. Whew. Your cheeks are flushed and your clothes soaked through with sweat. I'm not nervous. No. You're accustomed to dry, arid land. You're more sensitive to dampness than an average Aegir. Humidity is racking. Beep, beep. Hold on. Look at the chart. Densely packed biosignatures from right above us. It's a dome above the tower. Seaborn are seeping into the city through there. No, but weren't there 2 legions out there keeping them at bay? Plus the hunters. Even if some from other nests slip around the perimeter, Millenarium still has countless sensor units across the dome, all sorts of complex defenses. How could the Seaborn get into the city without a sound? Did this tower draw them in? But why? My guess is someone showed them the path. Blandus, had it ever dawned on you that your folly would lead to such disaster? Ulpianus is pensive. He does not turn to look at the culprit of all this, lying motionless on the floor. He stares closely at the holographic sea chart. Dots representing Seaborn swarm converge right on Millenarium's coordinates. Shine like stars. Ruh-roh. E7. From history. And so the forefather passed into history, from whence came the Seaborn, and for the first time his teachings were understood. Cool. There are always chimes like little bells resounding from the dome, the result of countless tentacle-shaped biomonitors analyzing the most minute changes in the ocean current. Occasional dull roars echo faintly from the port as warships coming to and from the harbor gracefully displace vast amounts of seawater, like gigantic fins. The goods, flying through aerial optic cables and squeezed stay to every household, emits a near subsonic buzzing. These myriad noises, varied yet not chaotic, have become the ambience of Millenarium, long since faded into the background for its 10,000 or so residents. But now all those residents stop in their paces to wonder if their ears are deceiving them. Here they come. At first, it was like a wisp of wind sweeping across an angular reef. Then, like a newborn who tentatively poked its head out of the warm womb. And after that, a colony, a nest, an entire region of sea. Oh Lord, they coming. The thick, bizarre sound of blooming of life could be heard clearly. Children of the sea now give back to the ocean. They give civilization a kiss, and civilization is now filled to the brim with life. Uh-oh, here come the brand. Look! The usual tower looming over the city center is gone, replaced by an enormous stone column, the type seen only in karst caves in the sea. Layer upon layer of fine, porous, slimy, and smooth seaborne tissue encircle the walls of the beacon tower. Yet light from the equipment within still permeates, casting an ethereally enchanting glow over its surroundings. Microbial colonies float down from the column, blossoming into oddly shaped life forms. If it weren't for the statues I can just barely make out, I'd have thought these were untouched wilds. Nest conversion. Why would there be seaborne in the city? I know we haven't. Doesn't matter if we did or not, as long as the results are as expected. I just hope it's a lesson those ever-sinking Aegir will never forget. What do we do now? Keep it growing. Stop the city from pushing it back. Was murdering Tulia not enough? Do you need to destroy the entire city to sate your appetite for chaos? At first I was planning to tail you back to your allies and save myself some effort. But since it's an emergency, I'll have to haul my net in now. It'll be the 33rd and 34th Church of the Deep's cultists caught by the Sea Patrol this month. The Sea Patrol harmed a lot of our brothers and sisters lately. Clinging to the current order will do you no good, but the Gear needs isn't a struggle for its life in despair, it's... Shut up, not here to debate. Prefecta Segunda, an unusual concentration of biosignatures has been detected. They've tripled in number for a short time. It seems the Seaborn have fully converted the tower into their nest and are now steadily producing more of themselves. We cannot allow them to spread to the other city units. Nearby civilians have already started evacuating by themselves. Take a squad to guide them to the emergency shelters. Remember to clear the roads of all support machines. If the Seaborn contaminate them, they could be used as weapons against us. Not a little handy. The rest of you, get information and deploy barriers. Keep the Seaborn within the perimeter of the beacon tower. Yes, ma'am. I was sure the Class 4 weapons have already been activated. Don't tell me. I'm listening. Lock down all Class 4 weapons immediately. I want a thorough inspection of the entire system as soon as possible. All troops who have fallen back, regroup at the port immediately. From now on, all combatants are to remain on standby on the channel. Disaster. This isn't quite what you described. I'm guessing this isn't part of the plan? Look at this real-time nautical chart. Just an hour ago, seaborne biosignatures were generally stable. But now every nest on the continental shelf is getting closer and closer to each other. No, it's not that the nests are moving, they are expanding endlessly. Like countless drops of ink spreading across a sheet of paper. This entire stretch of sea is turning into a nest. Scattered nests are linking together as one, with Millenarium in the middle. Did the Aegir really bring weapons to disperse them, Madam Consul, or a mass of catalysts? Are you annihilating them or feeding them? Blandus tampered with the link between the beacons and the weapons. Must have been him who altered the effect as well. And as a result, because of landfall have been exploited, the city is now a foothold for a seaborne expansion. As the Waterway Program's chief designer of warfare, I will take full responsibility for this, but we haven't lost the battle quite yet. Look outside. Not a hint of disturbance on the streets. Millenarium has not yet sunk into panic. We've struggled against the Seaborn for more than 200 years. We've experienced countless incidents like this. It's far too early to declare Millenarium lost to the enemy. Calcit, Doc, you must leave the city at once. I'll escort you to the port. I had assumed the consul would need to remain at her post. As things stand, the port is the heart of the city. Key military installation we cannot afford to lose. Seaborn have already invaded my city. You think I'll wait for our uninvited guests to knock on the Pensivarium's door? Ugh. The air's getting more humid the further we go. I can barely breathe. Watch your step. Use your device to float over. Don't step on that. Better Seabrand? Indeed. Yet another means for the Seaborn to extend their reach. They've already spread from the top of the tower to here, much faster than you'd see on land. Seaborn are nesting in the city? Above our very heads. You said there was someone directing them. Why? How? This is the work of that dead man, Blandus. He spent the last 5 years on this. According to his farcical plans, the signals emitted by this tower would, along with the weapons we brought, become a bridge connecting humanity and the Seaborn. He has indeed built a bridge of sorts, but the Seaborn have not reciprocated his ambitious goodwill. Our connection has only served to alert the beasts to Millenarium's position and give them an understanding of our defense mechanisms. The legions have taken great pains to divide the stretch of sea into manageable regions, but with the nests now converging on the signal, they are whole once more. Class 4 weapons that should have destroyed the nests and repelled the Seaborn have done the exact opposite. Seaborn tissues grow along their firing paths, but should have withered was instead nourished. Even until death, he never realized his own arrogance. Senor Ulpianus, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but right now, Seaborn already consider this tower a new nest. It will steadily spawn and attract more from other nests to gather here. Can we reverse the change? It's too late. You have only one option. Eject the city until the beacon tower stands. Eject the city unit the beacon tower stands on. Eject? But underwater cities aren't built in blocks. How would you? There is still much you do not understand about Aegir. Unlike the nomadic cities of the land, pieced together from cumbersome plates, Aegir technology focuses on the biological, especially when it comes to city construction. Biting off a poisoned limb is an instinctual reaction in a sea beast, nothing difficult. You must keep the remainder of the city where it still has use. Otherwise, the Seaborn in the area will eventually unite into one. No one would ever be able to stop them then. They'll come ashore without a hint of resistance. They'll land in Iberia. What do we have to do exactly? A massive yet precise framework supports each city unit in Millenarium. The operation system controlling the linkage of the tower's units should be in this control center. Once activated, it will send the entire tower into the depths. Is this it? I can operate it, but there's no response. Doesn't seem like there's any issue with the system, so it must be the linkage itself. The IFM has specialists dedicated to the maintenance of the framework. It is less likely to malfunction than a hunter's weapon is to rust. And yet here we are, precisely at a time like this. I was really observing this abandoned little hand. Could he know something about this? I might know who to look for. Contact the Aegir soldiers outside. They'll help you exit this place. You're going to stay here alone? You still have doubts about me, young one. Good. Someone needs to stay in this control center. Once the tower completes its conversion, Millenarium will be unable to eject it, even if we manage to repair the linkage. The sea beast cannot spit out its heart when the heart is no longer its own. I must remain to confirm that the framework has resumed operation, then eject the tower myself. If you do that, you'll sink along with it into the hordes of seaborn. You need not worry about that. Or do you mean to say you're more suited for that duty? Don't have much time, young one. You have already... Isn't this the frequency of the beacon tower? Secunda, Sea Patrol, who's inside this tower? Well... Then what about Blandus? He's dead. The two of us were in contact, but I never noticed anything unusual. I should submit myself to the Council for discipline once this is settled. Milarium must abandon the tower. I must see it sink into the abyss with my own eyes. And after that, will you return to Aegir? Can you return to Aegir? I told you not to ask pointless questions, Secunda. You should not allow the past to render you indecisive. You're overthinking things. Blandus told me what happened back then. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter which of you rejected my application. Though I'm willing to admit that, I regret not becoming a hunter and fighting alongside you all, deep. I'll admit that I felt anger and resentment for a long time. I even envied Skadi. But eventually, I became accustomed to patrol work. For your sake, for the sake of the project keeping our home, our civilization safe. Staying outside of a specific project will allow you to see more sacrifices, more betrayals, more untrustworthy people, more things deviating from their paths. Like you right now? Have you thought through what you should bear? If you truly did betray Aegir, if you really are associated with that scum, then you're in that tower now to plan your escape. I'd bear the guilt of allowing a fallen Aegir to flee. If you're still a hunter, then you'll be fighting alone. However, it's already impossible to wipe your slate clean after infiltrating the city, breaking into the tower, not to mention the outcome of the tribunal. Aegir may not remember your sacrifice, just like how Tulia will inevitably be forgotten. But I agree. Ejecting the tower is the most effective way to help Milarium respond to this disaster. I approve of your choice. I'll afford you some limited amount of trust. Very well. You have 5 minutes. After that, I'll come rescue that land dweller in the tower. The entire city is following the Emergency Transportation Coordination Plan. We'll enter the actual channel via the Safon Theatrum and leave for the port. I will remain there to direct operations, while the Sea Patrol takes command of the ship and sees you to dry land. The drone matrix will also head to the lighthouse and assist Iberia in mounting a defense. Should the city not organize an evacuation of its citizens as well? Milarium is a military fortress. It is able to accommodate its citizens during battle. All civilians have already been escorted to shelter by the Sea Patrol. Those neural cables by your hand, should they be twitching like that? No. With communications down, my connection to the ship's operating system has also been cut off. I'm losing control. Still handy. Run diagnostics on the entire ship. Systems breach is more serious than I expected. You might not have enough time to land. I'm sorry. At least the city's artificial gravity is still functional. The devices you have will help you move freely through the air. Now follow me. No need to be scared. All you have to do is walk out the door. Comms are still down. It's like someone managed to cut off the entire Safon Theatrum from the outside. Monster? Vigilance scream. Monster spreads its ebon talons as a wave of heat washes over you. Nearly the same time, the console draws her ceremonial sword and steps to the side to cover you and Calcid. You take a good look at the enemy before you. Is it that weird thing? Nope, it's not that weird thing. That's just one of the enemies. That's the enemy that spawns a random enemy. An unusually shaped seaborn bars your way. It seems to lack hostility. For a monster's roar startled it, it simply stood there quietly, its featureless face illuminated by the coral-shaped terminal in the middle of the Safon Theatrum. The granular organelle surrounding its body spreads out like arms, stroking the branches of the terminal and fusing with the flowing characters and symbols on it. Was it observing? Sensing? Can it even comprehend human perception and reason? Turns toward you. Seaborn. Is it the one that breached the terminal? This is unprecedented, and not a good sign. There is no justice here, only the path ahead. Seaborn trespassing in an Aegirian city, reciting an ancient proverb in a sanctum designed by sages past. This might be the most ironic scene I've witnessed since I joined this war. Uncouth, even for a provocation. Its use of language and its manner of speaking are all unlike the usual outcome of the Seaborn's forced learning. I fear the Seaborn was once human, Madame Consul. Language. Never have I forgotten it. Never has it abandoned me. What about your thoughts? Do you actually comprehend yourself when you clumsily mimic the sayings of the wise? Comprehend? No. I did not understand their true meaning, even as I left them for posterity. Now I have a new understanding. Left for posterity. Marcus? You're Marcus. The key member of the 4th observation team of the Mantle Ruins. The scholar of anthropology and prehistoric civilization went missing more than 2 centuries ago. That Marcus? In my most distant memories, I was once known by that name. Ooh, the eyes opened. But now you need only be cognizant of my appearance. You see before you a Seaborn. So call me as such. Seaborn. Seaborn floats toward you. Through its transparent skull, you see strangely colored orbs gather and disperse, steadily changing their formation. Aegir, allow me to converse with the one behind you. Angry owl. Glub, tell your little friend to stow its fangs. Its flames cannot burn my blood. Amaten? Who are you? Why did you call Calcit that? You know who Calcit is? Stay vigilant, Doctor. I'll speak with it. Calcit. Calcit. I see now. If you are accustomed to that name, I can call you by that. I have waited for you, Calcit. For the two of you. For a very long time. Excuse me? Is this guy a predecessor? I mean, technically they inherited the predecessor's wills and all that, but you know. From history. Oh god.
I'm listening.
Here right now.
Definitely can't hide your fear.
Thus, I speak.
Ash Fishy. This is a funny ass stage. Oh! Nucleic Maleficent. Becomes combat ready when damaged. Okay, so it's like a Reaper. So it's like a Reaper, but with a blockage thing. Oh my god. Of course they fucking revived the Reaper back. Friggin' hell.
Let me stir.
The reversal of finality.
It's a bit different, I guess. It's way square.
Death better watch your step.
Oh lord. He's running around. Is he losing HP? Oh, I thought he is.
The moment you leave,
enemy one of these, eh?
I will take these lost dreams away.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Let me create a diversion. Is that all you got?
Bang. The fucking crash on the rocks. That's so funny. These are the most unique enemies so far in Arknights ever, I believe. Can I even kill these? Nope. I cannot do nothing about that. I can only control where they spawn. Very cool.
I'm listening. listening. Don't keep better at your step.
Is that all you got? Mission accomplished.
Those enemies are funny. Long have you walked the land, Calcit. Changes in the sky would not have escaped your attention. The seaborn raises its head slightly, gazing up with its non-existent eyes. Perhaps a habit from the time it still had them. Above the dome, beyond the infinite water, something in the distance seems to have caught its attention. Tell me, how long will it take for the hole to close again? I see. Aegir was right. The Seaborn had a clear reason for leaving the ocean and invading the land. It came because you noticed the change in the barrier. I have seen through the eyes of we many who have ventured on land. There is a ripple in the sky. The immutable veil has been torn open. Your survival instincts have driven you to monitor every change in the environment and the dangers they signify. Dangers? Yes. You're indeed sharp, Calcit. The program runs smoothly. Our communication will be effective. The calamity that hangs above Terra, the eye that gazes upon us, does it see the abnormality of the sky? Or has it already... You understand Terra, Calcit, and the crisis it faces. You can. You must. Help we many understand. Help we many evolve. Am I hearing this correctly, Calcit? Rhodes Allen came to eliminate you. I sincerely hope this is the Seaborn's wishful thinking rather than some kind of consensus you have, Dr. Calcit. Let it finish, Madame Consul. The last chance is fleeting. The oceans of Terra are too small. Knowledge, nourishment, space. We many must grow. We many require help. You're not just trying to go on land, you want to go into space. Growing wings is not difficult, but insufficient. Going beyond the skies requires a revolution in the species' fundamental nature. You have the knowledge, Calcit. You help we many understand, and we overcome calamity. Whatever their origin, the Seaborn are non-sapient creatures driven by instinct, ones that the church fanatics have placed their unreasonable expectations on. But you know far more than either of those two groups possibly could. How? We are the same, Calcit. You and we many have the same duty. Perhaps I should reframe the question. How did the Seaborn evolve into what they are today? What do you have to do with Kerula Arbor going out of control? Is the answer important to you? I can speak of my own history if it helps you understand my intention. Kerula Arbor name drop. We waited 2 centuries for this answer. What really happened in that failed expedition? What turned you into what you are now? Failed? No. It was a success beyond our wildest dreams. Those goggles. We penetrated the deepest layer of the mantle ruins for the first time. The predecessors carved open the rock and built massive maze-like complexes reaching into the lower mantle. We'd never gone further than them, even after thousands of years of excavating. The mantle ruins, the genesis of Aegir civilization. We thought we'd find more relics, more secrets, more answers there. All we had hoped for did not exist. All that was buried in those depths was a spark of hope. Go on. I was separated from my team along the way. I was the only one to make it to the end of the path. There I saw. A giant. Some massive thing sleeping in the shadow of the cerulean tree. I did not see his entirety. A small part of his limb was enough to fill my entire vision. That limb was touching the transparent wall of a sealed chamber. Perhaps he was waiting for contact. Or perhaps, before I realized it, I was standing before him and reaching out. The wall of the chamber was cold. I could feel his warmth. Then, visions surged towards me from every direction, inundating me. A Ferenmut shared its vision with you. What did you see? Fallen cities under an oppressively hanging dome, the land of flame. The Stargate extinguished, the star ring broken, the road network shattered. The destruction of prehistoric civilization. Yes, Aegir never discovered the reason for its destruction, but I saw a vision of it before my eyes. Yet it was not the end. Visions continued to flow. Visions far beyond my limited comprehension. Eternally dispersing particles in oceans of sand that never rippled. Cold, lightless plains and darkness without end. Burnt-out stars and ever-expanding black holes. Nothing there was familiar. I lost my senses. All of them, and even the Ferenmut that shared vision with me could not sense his own existence. It was an entirely alien place, without life, meaning or information. Seaborn's words stopped. Through its transparent skull, you can see the strangely colored nuclei gather, then disperse. Seems to be thinking, and the nuclei represent the process of its thoughts. But you, Calcid, understand the meaning of those images. Crisis destroyed everything. It cannot be visualized. There is no word in our language to describe it. It was the end of prehistoric civilization, the calamity that Terra must face. It is the end of all things. The horrifying images left me as I pulled my hand back, replaced by another image. One that was broken, blurred, chaotic. He and his children shall devour all that is living, and consume the moons and the stars. All that is living and dead shall nourish him, and he shall murmur at the end of time. Survive. Over and over. Survive. Chaotic. Murmur. Was the Ferenmut asleep? He was trapped within a dream. The dream stagnated. Evolution stagnated. Duty stagnated. He was trapped in the Cerulean cave. Therefore, I must awaken him. Ugh. That's literally like Cthulhu. He's in R'lyeh, sleeping and dreaming. Cassia. Magister Avitus. Did you and your comrades go into hiding in order to destroy the city from within? Waiting from when the Sea Patrol's guard was at its weakest? You should be evacuating, Magister. The Sea Patrol has noticed, Cassia. They're investigating you. You're showing this much concern for me because that tiny embryo I left in the incubator reminded you of the past, am I right? I'm just curious. Do you regret your decision? Now is not the time for this. Seaborn have invaded Millenarium. Stop what you're doing or the city will be lost. Isn't it a little late for that? Why did you choose to betray Aegir? I told you, Seaborn have revealed the weakness of Aegir's very foundation. Before people can regain the will to live, collapse of their values will have crushed them already. Once you were a great scholar, but what are you doing in the city now? You found out about me a long time ago, didn't you? You had many chances to stop things from getting to this point. You could have reported me to the Sea Patrol at any time. But you did nothing. You sat and waited, watching everything happen like a blind fin spinning in a whirlpool. Did you come to Millenarium just to witness the destruction and validate your own despair? Not. I can still stop it. As long as life remains tied to any value system, it is doomed to eventually collapse. Life itself should be reason enough to live. You must rekindle our most basic survival instincts and force the people to reassess the values they once held in such high regard. Only by doing so can they be saved from despair, from becoming like you, like me. Watch out! Buzz up. Cassia got away. The linkage here was sabotaged. No wonder it didn't work from the control room. Leave this to me, ma'am. Seaborn are approaching. My mentor at the Inquisition taught me some arts, although my talents are nothing to write home about. That woman worked at the Institute of Facility Management. She'd know how to sabotage a city unit framework. I appreciate your courage, Jordi. call in people to get this area under control. As for Cassia, she's mine. Rapidly flaps spins. Whoa, already? Are you going to keep lying there, Mr. Avitus? The student had vanished. Avitus gazes upon the young man who suddenly appeared before him. The fear in Jordy's eyes is obvious, but he lights his lantern with a trembling hand. TG! It's Gloopy, Jordy. I heard your conversation. You're not an evil man. But I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. Did you come here with this city because you believe it wouldn't make it back? What are you hoping for? Death? You should have returned to land sooner, Jordy. Look around us. Seaburn will soon overcome the barrier between the city's units. It will all come to an end, just like you never answer my questions properly. I may end up leaving Aegir and leaving behind all my hopes and longings, but it won't be because it's about to be destroyed. I've read The Death of Life, you know, but they didn't answer any of my questions. Let's say all your predictions come true and that at some point in the future we'll have no choice but to watch our homes come to the end it depicts, just like that man in the book. But does the destruction of a civilization really weigh more than that of a city, a family, or a person here and now? I don't understand. I just don't. I wasn't sure if I should say this, but you said your loved one gave up on the idea of raising a child and died in disappointment. But was she disappointed in the future of Aegir or in you? The young Aegir musters all his strength. The lantern shakes violently, and the flickering light propels the Seaborn. He gasps for air. Sweat rolls down his cheeks. Avitus can see his arm tremble, but if anything, it is himself who crosses a sorrier figure. Look out! You have smeared your bodies on the outer wall, infiltrating through the trail of weapon fire before reshaping a convenient form of life, Seaborn. Joyfully convulses his gelatinous body, excitedly sways fine tentacles. You here. Nest we see. From nest you leave. Incomprehension. Ulpianus, kin. You here. Wait us. Ulpianus. Ulpianus. No confusion? Zoop. I don't think an anchor is gonna make that far. Pain convulsions. No need pain. Individual death, eternal. The many survival, eternal. Ulpianus, I lead you. New individual, born for you. Help you, extend you. Gladia. Ulpianus. There is no expression on Gladia's face. She holds her lance sideways, its point touching the floor. Almost imperceptible posture, enough to mitigate the fatigue that continues to rush up from within her, and to support her as she stands before her long-absent colleague. Your friend is now a pool of goo, but you still need to answer its question. Such rowdiness. This is really poor dance etiquette, you know? Huh? Dance is an art. It's all about elegance. Can't make it work with strength or numbers. What? That didn't pierce it. This used to be a cluster of coral changed by the Seaborn, but now it's a wall. No one knows how thick it is. The warning from the city, the unusual movements of the Seaborn, the results of the abnormal surgery. We must get out of here and find out what's happening at Miliarium. The entrance is gone. No, it's us. We're losing our sense of direction. Capsidization. Everything around us is hardening. The algal blanket, the unhatched eggs, even the waves. This entire nest will become a hardened shell for these creatures to store their nutrients. Shell without a single crack. There is no way the three of us can. Even worse, the stagnating environment is exacerbating our exhaustion. Captain Gladia? Shard. Behind you. Hums gently. Ew. Nest become whole. Soon the sea. Hold up, BRB. Well, that took a while. About that. Where were we last? Right. Scotty says you. Nest become whole. Soon the sea. You, kin, no harm. We many accept you. We many protect you. Here, much nutrient. Sleep. Only sleep. The lethargy, without heretofore been suppressed by the fighting, begins to spread throughout every limb and organ. The thick and hard shell solidifies the waves. All is stagnant. The hunters vaguely sense their consciousness sinking as though there is no bottom. The hunters hear the song. Coming from right beside them. Coming from inside them. Ishar Milad. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Over there, Scotty. Roshinante. Roaring. Faint roar comes from above. The thundering roar comes from beside. The stagnant seawater flows again. Whereas my boy last night, the infinite ocean could be bound by a cocoon. Then, from when comes the force that can break even the cocoon? Land, moon, the scent of wheat, home far away, Kazimierz. The force has become legend. It has shattered mountains, death, time, all that is tangible and intangible. He will not be bound. Bonk. Loud neigh. Hello, sir. You, many, alike. From where? Shra? The waves, you built them, you hardened them. Are you turning this to land? Will not allow. Contradiction. Wilderness, mountains, rivers, wheat fields. Land is just land. I seek, I reproach, I crush. The one who was with Ulpianus. Oof, pleasure to see you again, Sir Knight. You, not him. Oh, there was a roar. There was an actual voice there. Is he gonna join the stage? Agitatedly twitches soft tentacles. Excitedly flaps creased fins. Out of the way, out of the way. Doña Irene, I've been looking for you. Sorry, I received Consul Clementia's message. Dr. Calcid's group is headed to the port. Then we lost communications again. We must return to the Eye of Iberia immediately, inform Lord Carmen, and help the Inquisition and Penal Battalion form defense lines. No, we have to wait. Why? Most of the invading Seaborn are still under control near the beacon tower. That unit can be ejected. The Millenarium is not yet lost. It can even organize a counterattack. But the cultists have sabotaged the linkage to prevent it from being jettisoned. Sea Patrol is already cleaning up the Seaborn in the area. We can't let these slip away either. I'll deal with them. As for whatever this linkage is you're talking about, will your engineering skills help? Yes. I can fix it. Good. You take the lead on that. I'll protect you and Abatis. We can return to land as soon as we're done. We work together at the Eye of Iberia. Let's pray we do just as well this time. But these Seaborn from the depths are different from the ones I've dealt with on land. I don't know how long I can hold them off. You've said all that needs to be said, Mr. Abatis. Come and help. You still have the strength. Alright. Hurry, Jordi. Hurry, Jordi Fontanarosa. Meanwhile, in the beacon tower, you warned us through the beacon, and the strange knight who appeared at the lighthouse broke through the shell just as we were about to fall asleep. Is he part of your plan too, Ulpianus? The madman who's forgotten himself is an enemy of the sea, of everything abnormal that has become normal, and of himself. No one can control someone like that. We just happen to travel together. Are you the only one to make it back? They're on their way, breaking through the nest shell and returning through the tides of Seaborn. Your speed was remarkable. but you're too late. You've seen what's happening to Milarium. Many have exploited Aegir, and Milarium will be the stepping stone for their invasion of the land. And what precisely is happening here? The first thing I heard when I arrived at the port is that the Abyssal Hunter Ulpianus had entered the control room of the beacon tower and killed the weapons technology advisor of the waterway program. And indeed, the Blandis' body is right behind you. You're quiet. I assumed you'd feel more anguish over him. I take it you figured it out then, judging by your reaction. I doubt we had time to discuss a fallen traitor, even if he was once our closest comrade. That young man really did it. The linkage has been repaired. Well, time to zoop. Eject this entire thing. We're trying to eject the beacon tower from Milarium. A wise plan. Seems there's still hope for you. This place will sink to the ocean floor in a few minutes. Do you smell it? Stench of frenzy. Seaborn above have noticed the changes to the tower. They're seizing the last opportunity to break the blockade and reach the other parts of Milarium. Leave, Gladia, now. What about Marcus? Isn't he just there conversing? Come back to Aegir, Ulpianus. This is your last chance. Still have things to clear up. If I give up now, all my efforts will have been for naught. The dreams and end of the prehistoric civilization where the Seaborn came from. Where they will go. Calamity before our eyes. The destruction beyond the skies. Being aware of them is not enough to turn the tides. I must learn once more. I must learn more. The Seaborn have memories. I must know every last detail of them. I'm not disputing that. We're back in the ocean. Back in Aegir. We'll have many chances to approach the truth. That is your way, and I don't disapprove. But we need more approaches, more angles, in order to maximize our odds of victory. As you've said, I'm on another path now. Will you still try to stop me? Unless my eyes deceive me, the Seaborn I just killed had evolved specifically for you. That doesn't just mean they are trying to accept you, it means that you also correct. Then you know well what being inside a rapidly hatching nest would mean for you, in your present state. Answer me, Aegir. How much of your mind is still your own? Is there even enough left for you to choose death? It's the only way for me to earn the trust of these scum. You're an outstanding hunter and a learned scientist. Are you really so arrogant as to believe you can control your transformations through willpower alone? Accidents like the one during the auto-adaptive junction surgery will not happen every time. I can't simply watch you walk down the path of destruction. You're at your limit. We're both experts in violence. You'll die if we fought here and now. Is that so? They're actually going at it. The lance draws a cold arc through the air. Ulpianus lets loose the chains and his massive anchor flies at Gladia, forcing her to leap up. The sound of the building sinking drowns out the clash of metal. Seawater and Seaborn rush into the control room. In the last moments, Gladia watches her erstwhile colleagues stand before the darkened holographic sea chart, calmly waiting for the colorful waves to swallow them. Glug glug glug. Your description raises many questions. The feasibility of modifying a Ferenmut into a biological ark by leveraging its habit of fostering an independent ecosystem inside its body had already been verified on Talos. Let me reread that. So basically, yeah. The Ferenmut itself. The technology used by the project was mature. And their complex was deep in the mantle. Energy coming from the heart of the planet could support the facility's operation for almost an eternity. The project had more than sufficient power supply. Why then did the project deep beneath the ocean stagnate, as you put it, and go out of control, releasing innumerable seaweed? The existence of Ferenmut was introverted by nature, yet he was to turn all things to nourishment for his survival. He was given meaning that did not belong to him, and a name that did not belong to him, Isharmala. The changes they were put to were bolder, wilder, more ambitious, and more despairing. Their nature has long since exceeded the biological arc you speak. For unknown reasons, however, their subsequent actions did not follow the program. Meaning that the project did not proceed along the planned lines, but the new direction was also interrupted. Not entirely. They continued to foster new offspring within themselves, but the lives trapped within the Ferenmut were weak. They evolved too slowly. The new generation needed to be liberated. They needed to leave the Ferenmut's body, adapt to new environments, and obtain more nutrition. More nutrition to be fed back to the Ferenmut so that his evolution may be accelerated. Under normal circumstances, the organisms nurtured within the Ferenmut are rarely able to venture beyond its body. Yet the aggression the Seaborn have demonstrated outside. The modifications these Ferenmuts have undergone were indeed transformative. So it was you, Martus, who brought the Seaborn into the ocean and sowed the seeds of calamity. Seeds of calamity? No. The offspring were weak, and Aegir was strong. The seabed was governed by a self-regulating ecosystem. Offspring that devoured the algae feeds would be discovered and destroyed before they could proliferate. But Aegir should not have been an obstacle. Aegir should have provided aid. Fortunately, my influence in human society was still useful. The IDP had already announced the deaths of the members of the 4th observation team of the Mantle Ruins at the time. You came back from the dead just to corrupt your countrymen? I held no forums, no debates, only a few sincere conversations. It helped some discover the problem and some discover the answer. It was enough that they were willing to give the Seaborn an opportunity. We many will find a way out eventually. The ecological disasters, the fallen cities, the citizens lost. How many of those were you responsible for? Was it you who cajoled Blandus and the cultists behind him to infiltrate the waterway program and alter our weapon system? The nuclei within the skull spins. Zup. This so-called Church of the Deep is not a formal organization, at least not in the sea. It needs no guidance, no leader. Not an organization. You mean you manipulated the people's thoughts and behaviors only using their faith and tenets? How did you implant the ethereal concept of God into them when such absurd ideas were completely absent in Aegir? Civilization could never truly purge the idea of primal worship. It awaits at the end of science, ready to be awakened at a moment's notice. The Aegirical cultists do not know the truth. Each of them acts according to their own thoughts and ideals. Each faces their own questions and dilemmas. Selfishness and altruism. Flaws and imperfection. Nature and civilization. Logic and unreason. The differences in strength and the shackles of form. The limitations of ethics and the future of humanity. A manufactured truth and the beautiful cycle. You deceive your followers. It was all a scam from the get-go? Ooh. From Nai. A scam? No. Primal worship originates from the survival instinct. Every thread of thought by every cultist ultimately leads to a single question. How to survive better? Faith? Tenets? No, only a desire for survival. You struggle for survival too, do you not? When you preach survival in Aegir, did you ever tell them whose survival you were talking about? The survival of life itself. Just as the survival of civilization inevitably involves the destruction of many more, the survival of life inevitably involves the end of many. Many species have gone extinct due to the activity of the offspring while they gathered nutrition for the Ferenmut. I once recorded the number, only to forget it. For the moment Sharmala awakened, it had become a meaningless, insignificant number. The burst cries of the newborn, interwoven with the wailing of the dying. Songs brought silence. You knew the consequences of awakening the firstborn from the very beginning. A disaster for the entire ocean, for countless species, but you show no remorse whatsoever. You even gave up on recording the number of sacrifices. Was it because you'd gone numb after taking so many lives? But numbness is no excuse for your crimes, Martus. Consul steps forward. Her ceremonial sword is elegant, but the light reflecting off it is chilling, cutting off the sightline of the Seaborn gazing towards you. Clement, Madam Consul. This Fontiatrum, you designed the building that inspires so many of our people, myself included. But you stand here now, calmly explaining how you pushed Aegir into the abyss. I've seen images of you, A gentle meditative observer who has the habit of constantly pushing his large glasses back up his nose. Look at you now. Even the richest of thoughts can only be expressed by the simplistic movements of your cells. You still have your glasses on your neck. It is to reminisce about old friends whom you have no right to reminisce, or to mock the dead whom you have no right to mock. If you are martyrs to the Aegir, then I hereby pass judgment upon the fallen. If you are merely seaborn, then we'll skip the formalities. The organelles surrounding the seaborn expand in Eric Clementia's attack. The ceremonial sword cuts into the shadow of the coral-shaped pyramid. Hello? Gurgle. Cut off my control of the terminal. Breeze scorching fire. How seriously? Emergency transmission. This is the 10th attempt. The Seaborn have taken over the beacon tower. We cannot stop the conversion. But someone has activated the ejection protocol for that unit. Good job, whoever you are. Biosignatures keep soaring in number. The nests are becoming one. Incoming Seaborn Tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Repeat, incoming Seaborn Tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Emergency transmission. This is the 11th attempt. This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Milarium, heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon tower has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the seaborne encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields at full power will stop the seaborne tide from setting a single tentacle onto land. Legions 8 and 10, along with the Sea Patrol, send all operational warships out to turn to escort the city. May Aegir and our forefathers be with you. Well, desperation time. You were looking for an opportunity this whole time, Consul of Aegir. You're tough. We too, once. Dot. So there's a chance there's a predecessor amongst them, huh? Is it Aegir or the Seaborn who are trying to open the waterway? The readings are off the charts. The endless seaborne tide is approaching us at the very moment. This is beyond the lighthouse's computational capacity. Su santidad. I hear you. Look in front of you. Those deep colors between the sea and sky are a tide of seaborne. The wind grows quiet. There's no point in trying to estimate their numbers and scope now. Experience is better than data. I've seen the ocean like this before. You mean the profound silence? Ah, sheesh. Leave the rest of the penal battalion and the inquisitors. Report. 2 divisions are ready for action. Aegirian drone matrices are helping us fine-tune our defenses. Aegir. Sir, the ocean. Something's rising from it. Is that an Aegirian city? Oh, that's gonna cause a fucking tidal wave. Jesus Christ, is huge. Having sailed for thousands of miles, Milarium rises to the surface of the ocean after casting out its heart. Every inch of it is being reformed, supported by its framework. An invisible force field extends towards the bottom of the sea and the highest reaches of the sky, forming a structure like a great wall. The structure breaks the surface of the ocean, creating a giant wave 100 meters. Yeah, it pretty much did. However, on the other side of the city, the real tide has arrived. It is a living wave. Seaborn of various forms have fused with the ocean. The children of the sea are the sea itself. They have even changed the color of the water. The city from the depths and the roiling tide stretch out at the same time, colliding, embracing, and ripping at each other's throat. Nature never tires, yet civilization will not stop its footsteps. All is quiet. Milarium and Seaborn ... No wind dares tell of what it sees here and now. Oh. Found silence to electric boogaloo, I guess.
You did well.
Oh, so that's what happened. They could have lived peacefully, but they killed the Seaborn. Well, you fucking idiots. What is survival? Is it the survival of life or of civilization? Oh, hello. Ah, interesting. I mean, we are on Millenarium.
あなたは
Yes,
ドクターだね。
Dun, dun, dun. Sure. Yeah, salty stuff. Go, 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 go. Surely I don't need a 3 block, no? Hello, Cassia. That woman nearly got me. Cassia? I've been looking for you forever. Where'd you run off to earlier? Lucilla? Bonk her. What are you doing here, child? The city unit framework needs servicing. It's a standard combat duty. But look at the beacon tower. What happened inside the city? Seaborn have broken into Millenarium. The tower has become one of their nests. Leave this to me. You should get out of here quick. It's too risky. I'll stay here with you. No need to, Are you hurt? Yes. Must have been the Seaborn as you came over. Wait, no. A scratch like this couldn't be left by a Seaborn. Did someone attack you? Why is your face always like that? Wait, why are you pulling out the safety valve? Hey, don't push it. It'll cut off the ground level self-diagnostic system and the city frame will stop working. No, you know that way better than I do. You've been trying to do this all along, Cassia? Are you with the Church of the Deep? When the Sea Patrol investigated Tulia, you deliberately turned them against her. Don't tell me it was you who made her disappear. What's this you put on my neck? Long-beard comb-toothed grass, something made by a friend in charge of raising a roadside coral. Don't move. You'll die if this bristle pierces your skin. Quite painfully, if I may add. Now, leave this place, child. Once it senses you've gone far enough, it'll fall off by itself. Want to leave, don't you? Be honest, before we became co-workers, I happened to see your assessment at the Institute of Development Planning. You care so much about that data scientist because you've never forgotten that evacuation of Millenarium, have you? You watched as the distant lights of the volcanic power station went out, surrounded in endless darkness, with only strange rumbles and rustling carried to you by the currents. The ocean as it once was. That very moment, you were the closest to the ocean out of all of Millenarium. You, standing at the mezzanine of the dome, all alone. The IDP assessment was that there was too great a psychological burden, which is why they agreed to transfer you from the dome system to ground level. Your so-called fear of heights was just a little joke of yours. I'm afraid that you yourself don't even realize what lies deep within your heart. The remaining Seaborn will soon discover that this route is still open. You wouldn't want to meet them again. Go, quickly, before it's too late. Cassia grips the safety valve and continues to push it. She no longer looks at the joke-loving colleague by her side. Valve stops abruptly, releasing an ear-piercing shriek. She can push it no further. A pair of slender hands are pushing back from the other side. Lucilla. Ha! In any other situation, I definitely give you a piece of my mind or stuff this whatever grass into my ink bottle and tell you this sort of practical joke is beneath you. But it's so bright. The light from where the tower sank in, from the dome above us. Every Seaborn on the whole continental shelf is rushing towards Millenarium, right? Just what is behind those strangely colored lights? You're not wrong, Cassia. The Seaborn have eroded away at our lives. I've experienced the truth of that myself and I'll never forget it. I envied Tulia. Our experiences were so similar, but she was able to protect what she treasured all along. An amazing woman, really. And look at me. I escaped the dome and get back to the ground. Before you arrived, I was even thinking of escaping from here too. But where would I go? I can't let you break the framework, Cassia. I can't let the Seaborn get into any other Millenarium's unit, even if this grass thing kills me in the process. Because there's no going back for me. You really are a strong child. Laurentina's parents once told me that while the dome may be beautiful, its transparent structure is actually the true eye of the city. In fact, I've been asking myself recently, Since we're at war right now, shouldn't the eye be on the lookout for danger? She forces herself to look ahead, strange colors reflecting in her pupils. The roar of the tides and the whispering of the ocean's progeny resound in her ears. The young Aegir presses hard against the safety valve. She does not let go. She dares not let go. Only once a firm hand presses down on her shoulder, forcing her stiff muscles to relax, does she come back to her senses. Can let go now, Lucilla. Cassia, she... temporarily paralyzed. I only managed to graze her with my shot, which is why the paralytic took so long to take effect. Sorry for putting you at risk. Ouch. This is Consul Clementia, citizens of Millaria. Heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon tower has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the seaborne encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields at full power will stop the seaborne tide from setting a single tentacle on land. Legions 8 and 10, along with the sea patrols, send all operational warships out to turn to escort the city. It might be more appropriate if you were the one to handle a report regarding Cassia, Lucilla. I see. You should be heading straight to the port now. The mission just declared by the consul is more urgent. Cassia's already subdued. I'll take her to a doctor first, and then she should be punished. And if the city is going to undergo structural reorganization, the dome system will be the focal point of the force field to hold off the seaborne. So they could probably use some extra hands up there. Maybe I should submit an urgent application to return to my old post. Very brave, Lucilla. Oh, so you heard all that earlier. I did. Before you submit that application though, you ought to see a doctor yourself. Longbeard comb-toothed grass does in fact contain a potent neurotoxin. Ah, right. I will. She always looks like that. So funny. Well, we kinda surfaced now. Ramming armor, check. Ship cannon mounts, check. Monitors, check. Camouflage coating, check. Propulsion system, check. All system diagnostics complete. Ready to launch. We'll be heading to the designated waters at full speed to block the seaborne tide from the north. All weapon systems permissions granted. No need to hold back. Don't let them get near Miliari. We'll do everything we can. You're just part of the first sort. We'll be sending the rest of our ships into battle lab. You're to escort Miliarium in shifts while it's reorganizing, serving as an extension of its Great Wall and preventing the seaborne from making landfall. So remember, the moment you get the order to change shifts, you must return to resupply immediately. Understood? Oh, hail nah. Seaborne spotted. Remaining seaborne in the city are attacking the port. Do not let them approach the warship docks. Ooh, there was quite a bit of a sound there. Not content with ambushing us in their nest, they made a sneak attack on our city too? How annoying. Rapidly flaps spins. Wrapping around the statue. What? Have the seaborne developed a taste for art since entering the city? That said, the Sorrow Drinker is hardly a masterpiece, so I won't feel too bad when I've reduced it to rubble. Honestly, I think he's got more charm with an arm broken off. Thanks for the glowing review, Scotty. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, ever since we left the nest. Good to hear. It's the Hunters. The Abyssal Hunters have safely returned to the city. Swordfish. Captain Gladia, you've met. Yes. I saw him. You've arrived at the right time. You must have heard Secunda's report over the emergency frequency. Infiltrating Miliarium, breaking into the beacon's tower control room, murdering the weapons technology advisor of the waterway program, and finally, choosing to return to the ocean with the seaborne. Again! Ulpianus has not made it easy to clear him of suspicion. True. To capture him or even execute him is a duty we Abyssal Hunters must perform in the future. Captain Glad. But for the moment, our mission is to search for the remaining seaborne scattered around the city units and put every last one of them to the sword. Yep, time to hide in RI, buddy. What must be said, I have said. You're kinda stuck here with us, no? You've avoided answering the questions at the heart of all this, Martus. The question at the heart? From your description, everything that transpired beneath the ruins, the crimes you committed and the consequences incurred, they all seem to stem from some mysterious inevitability. But the Martus I know was an eccentric yet gifted man. He was doubtful by nature and not one for making arbitrary decisions. He would not have rashly discarded all reason and played at being the mystic. And he would have been even less inclined to reject his own existence or ignore the worth of others. The choices I have made, the outcomes I have borne. Why do you care what the past Martus thought before he made his decision? His past choices have made you who you are now. Without understanding his reasoning, we cannot understand your existence. You would care about such trifles as well, Calcium? The nuclei within its skull spin. That's such a funny, I understand that. Of course you would care. How could you not? The human that once ate the strange flesh experienced such struggle too. Was it a day, or perhaps several? In the depths of the ruins, time holds no measure. He feared. He doubted. He was compelled to think over every possibility. Where will the next crisis come from? When will it descend upon Terra? He used a lifetime of knowledge to attempt to decipher the undecipherable, to comprehend the incomprehensible. There exists a life form that could survive the cosmos of quietness, even if only as a singular being. How would it be born? Given infinite time, even the tiniest fin will be able to type out the ultimate truth of all things on a terminal using its tail. But time was our most precious resource. Admittedly, the Feranmut before him had foreseen our ruinous prospects, but could he and his progeny continue bearing the torch of life through it all? Supposing they could, before they instinctually iterate a way of overcoming that destruction in limited time, how large a population and how efficient a fecundity would they require? Would they have to consume a patch of sea, a whole planet, an entire star system? How many must die to support their lives? Supposing they could not, then where did the true answer lie? On the other side of the ocean? On the other side of the sky? Or perhaps it is somewhere out in the sea of stars, untouchable by Terran hands. Even if you spent your entire life simulating, you would not have been able to obtain a definite conclusion. The information you possess was simply insufficient to calculate every possibility. Indeed, Calcid, but the past Martus had no choice but to try. Danger and possibility both hung above his head, while below his feet he found only an unseen type. Could have informed your country from the start. Aegir would have helped take on your burdens. The oldest records of the Academy of Science could verify the past you saw. The latest inventions of the Academy of Technology could model the future you envisioned. To see this choice to others, is that a solution or an escape? The choices of the countless many against the choices of the few. Are they more accurate or more ambiguous? More earnest or more capricious? Suppose the means for life to continue is not civilization, and the species that transcends ruin is not humanity. If so, how would Aegir react? Enough, Martus. If you had thought of every possibility and foresaw the bitter price to pay, then your final decision is even more inexcusable. No, Aegir, I do not mean to defend my choices. What I wanted to say was that, at the time, there was an immature life form that interrupted my flights of fancy. Its tentacles were minute, and its body yet uncoordinated. Beneath its translucent membrane, simple organs could be clearly seen. Born from Ishar Mallah, it had unknowingly crawled past the cabin wall and was licking my ankle happily. Was it unaware of how swiftly its death would come? It did not know that it was destined to become one of those insignificant dots among the millions of biosignatures on the monitor. Being the progeny of a Feran, could it have not seen the frightful vision its parents saw? Was it unaware that the destiny of its entire race was only to foretell and greet ruination? It just wriggled calmly towards its foreordained destruction, acting out of instinct only. As for us, there are countless possibilities to consider before making a decision, countless trade-offs to worry about. We find ourselves unable to ignore the cost of our decisions or the results, or the value and meaning of those results. Humanity, globe, Humanity is ever a prisoner of itself, ever one step behind fate. This is the essential difference between humanity and the seaborn. This is why they are suited to bear the duty of continued existence. I don't want to exist though. That's why you ate the strange flesh. That's why you became like this. That's why you interfered with civilization's evolution. If there is any life that can survive that future of quietus, no matter what form it takes, it is worth fighting for, no matter the cost. There is no justice here, only the path ahead. You should understand now why you must help we many evolve. You're not the first one the Doctor and I have seen who can barely qualify as human, but they all made their hard choices. No one had ever made a choice as horrifying as yours. Before you ate that flesh to become a seaborn, you had already renounced thinking as a human does. From my perspective, that which you abandoned in your final moments, your doubts, misgivings, concerns, and struggles, were the most precious of treasures. They're treasures because they're unending. The seaborn are swallowing Terra's life whole. You have not denied this, nor can you stop it. How are we supposed to see them as our hope? What is your choice then, Calcid? To incubate Originum? The last Stargate, the extinguished sarcophagi of the countless failed plans, is Originum the only one still in operation? Stones amidst the land and sky, ever silent, they are an incurable disease, harming life atop dry land. And yet, they are a plan left by the prehistoric civilization, one expected to save all existence at the very end, in ways incomprehensible to the average person. The stairwell to survival can only be forged in the fires of destruction. No, such destruction must not happen. Much like Hyrule Arbor, or Originum at some point turned to the annihilation you speak of. A change in ways none can understand, none can reverse. And since it has changed, it must now be stopped. Whatever the case, using life to feed life or ruin to beget ruin would only serve to remove all meaning from survival. Calcid, or rather, Amma 10 from the records, you surprise me. You and I should have arrived at the same conclusion via different paths. No. You should have been even more rational, more decisive. Merely notice a spark of the prehistoric civilization and took on its manner. You, however, were born for this task. You held aloft its torch eons before I did. You have kept watch over their distant aspirations and legacies. You have carried out your assigned mission. You witnessed changes. You bore loss. No human could have toiled for as long as you have. But now, has endless life rendered you feeble, Calcid? Has it turned you human? Calcid has always been like this. You don't know Calcid at all. Was it because of this one? Doctor, or rather, Oracle. Well, it pretty much mostly confirms it. Many facilities, many doors, your fingerprints, face, voice. Within the cerulean cave among the ruins, traces of you lie everywhere. You have visited the depths of the abyss before. Have I? A pity I don't remember. I recognized you. I have been speaking with Calcid until now only because it is more efficient. You must know the truth. Your visitation is sure to have meaning. Perhaps you are able to explain why the project is at a standstill. But your title is different now. Something has happened to you. Otherwise, Calcid would have held no doubts about what had happened to the plan. For several reasons, the Doctor is unable to remember many of the things back then. Ash, memory loss, unsurprising. Losing one's memory is perhaps the most insignificant sacrifice you could make. Even the most resilient of life cannot withstand the ravages of tens of thousands of years. The fact that you still exist upon Terra is in itself a miracle. What I saw, what he saw, what they saw, those frightful visions are an absolute truth to you. You have lost your proud civilization and homeland. Heaven and earth have lost all color. Time and space have become vast prisons. You have been exiled by despair. You have stopped to rest upon Terra. You have not escaped your fated ruin. All men will perish, all things rendered meaningless. Despite this, you have not stopped fighting for hope. This planet has been forever marked by your resistance. even if those marks are mostly wreckages. I revere you and your cause. You, the people of a bygone age. The Seaborn acknowledges my past. That cost involves today's Seaborn. Maybe the project stalled because they realized the cost. Doctor, whether you accept it, deny it, or are undecided, it matters not to me. I am not hoping to win your understanding. I seek not your approval. You and your comrades planted hope in the depths of the sea, a possibility, a spark. Perhaps you have forgotten it. Perhaps you have renounced it. Perhaps you now stand against it, come what may. Now, it is I who tends to this light, and I shall not see it extinguished. The rejection of our flame's kindler will not waver the many's resolution. Let's stop trying to prove ourselves. We shall return to the reality itself. We many sense the oncoming crisis. Perhaps the eye beyond the clouds has caught a glimpse of Terra's exceptionality. A sword hanging above all our heads. Sword of Damocles? Terra is but a cage, trapping countless souls unaware of the truth. Now, there is a crack in the bars. A crisis, also an opportunity. Sight, sound, smell, touch. The rushing of the ocean waves. Within the cage that is Terra, the children of the sea are the most resilient race. Never have they stopped evolving. You cannot deny that we many have become the most magnificent of miracles. They will become the sparks in the wake of the Big Bang, the seeds from which the cosmos will blossom once more. They are the closest to success. Tell me, Calcid, Doctor, and the Aegir, do you now choose humanity, original, or the Seaborn? It is true that a crisis fast approaches. There are still many questions I am unable to answer, many truths I am unable to grasp. But this does not imply that life can be reduced to a hollow concept. That would simply erase its original meaning. Consider that a weakness. You consider this a weakness, Marcus. I consider it my drive, bestowed upon me by this endless life of mine. Life's worth should be determined by the living. Life's meaning should be written by the living. The Seaborn are a calamity that must be stopped. On this, the Doctor and I will not change our positions, neither will Rhodes Island. Without civilization, how can you speak of survival? Without survival, how can you speak of civilization? Fucking reverse uno. This ridiculous debate has gone far enough, Martus. We have excised the diseased organ from Miliarium. Your kin in the city are being eliminated as we speak. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on what you've done and share the rest of your secrets with us in prison. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. He's kind of stranded here, unless he like mega evolves or something. You, Aegir, and that Ebon monster. It is futile to contain. Oh, you alone, your city alone are not enough to slay me, to slay Ishar Malak. The city has completed its reorganization. I can imagine how it would look as it bars our current, but we many will surpass it. There is no right or wrong here, so let your brief resistance provide our soundest proof. Next, I will rouse the slumbering firstborn. I will lead our kin to the moons. We will become a part of this magnificent cycle, Calcid, as will you, Doctor. Oh wow, it looks okay. It looks exactly like the Eye of Beria, because it is. Maestro, Su Santidad. I'm here. Okay, I need Su Santidad. His Holiness. I'm here to make my report. No need. Aegir has already informed us of what transpired beneath the waves. What of Calcit and the Doctor of Rhodes Island? They're still in the city. We're connected, sir. This is a real-time image of the sea's surface, all thanks to Aegir's drone matrix projecting directly onto the great lighthouse's display. Seaborn tide in the Aegirian city, road approaching the land. They're less than 10 nautical miles away. It's not much. That stinging spray, those intertwined currents, are they all seaborn? Even the color of the seawater has changed. That's only the portion exposed to the surface, the tip of the iceberg. Seaborn took advantage The Seaborn took advantage of Aegir's landfall. This entire sector of sea has become their nest. Aegir's defensive perimeter. How long can that transformed city of theirs hold? I do not know. Have we come to the conclusion that Aegir's waterway program has failed? All the Aegir in Milarium are still fighting hard as they can. For the past 2 months, the Penal Battalion has requisitioned all operational vessels along Iberia's coast. They've been on standby in Grand Faro and are now ready to set sail. I will personally lead them to reinforce Aegir's defensive perimeter. Together we will stem the seaborne tide. I'm afraid you won't have much time to rest, Irene. Seems not. I saw the Inquisitors in formation at the base of the lighthouse early. In the end, Iberia has found herself walking a tightrope with no margin of error. Survival or utter destruction. There are no other paths before us. Should Aegir's Great Wall fall, it will be up to us to educate the Seaborn on the significance of land and the price they must pay for desecrating it. Maestro, Doña Irene, you stay here, Jordi. This lighthouse will be our final bastion. Penal Battalion's operations will depend on its signals. Do what you can to keep it going. No, not that. Look out the window. Light. Is that a lighthouse? But aren't we the only operational eye of Iberia? What's going on? Why are we suddenly receiving so many identical signals? The lighthouses along the submerged coast, which have sat in silence for more than half a century, they have all lit up at once. Dios mío! My God! The silent technology of the islanders. What are you responding to? Hello, sir. Ulpianus hears the rumbling of the city reorganizing above his head as he watches the lightless beacon tower slowly sink into the depths. The building that once supported the grand aspirations of his people is now a seaborne brood nest. The old and feeble will use their bodies as nutrients for the next generation. Their journeys will continue with their newborn kin. This is how the seaborn have always been. They spare nothing in their devotion to their kin and do their utmost to nurture them. The thought brings a brief moment of sickness to Ulpianus. The weight of the great anchor in his hand stretches to his shoulder. The moment he realizes that he will never be recognized or remembered, he feels more clear-headed than ever. He is yet unable to cut the disgusting connection between himself and the seaborn. But he still has the strength to cut off the tide surging towards the city. Gladia was right. Battling in the rapidly proliferating nest might only hasten his assimilation. All that awaits him is death, or worse. Ulpianus puts all his might into swinging his anchor. As if able to read his thoughts, the tiny hatchlings gracefully avoid his swing before calmly flickering past the grip of his anchor. He adjusts his breathing, recalculates, and swings once more. Faint mechanical cry. Hello? An immature life form, freshly hatched, flits across Ulpianus' vision. It flips over gracefully, revealing minute yet precise mechanical structures in its belly for just a moment. Then there are 2, then 3. A school of newborns linked together into a fine path of light, illuminating the chaotic waves. Adult seaborn of all shapes crowd around them tightly, directing the currents and protecting them as they swim into the distance. What are you escorting, seaborn? What is it you're protecting? Nutrients, life, kin, and you, Ulpianus. We many, together as one. As a former consul of the Academy of Technology, one at the top of his field, Ulpianus is certain he is not mistaken. The steady flow of wondrous things steaming out of the beacon tower. Are nanomachines once ensconced in there, a history cut off, a dream that died young? As an Abyssal Hunter, he trusts his sense of smell as much as he does his scientific intuition. Their scent is no different from the seaborn. Those beacons, dead in the cradle nearly 200 years ago, now thrum with new life. Incubated by the Seaborn, they now swim together towards the tidal confluence on the surface. Have you not yet given up on these games, Aegir? Despite your own noose around your neck? Or is this also part of your plan? At first, there was only a mote of fluorescence, then a flowing line, and after that, an elegant lattice, spreading out across the surface of the sea. Ooh, hello. What's happening here? An aurora borealis in the sea? Or is it guiding to somewhere? Hello. Billions of nanomachines sway alongside the children of the sea, bobbing up and down on the ocean waves. The shimmer is minute yet clear, indistinct yet unwavering. The passage of light reflects about among the seaborn's bodies. The currents connect every nest scattered across the seas. Seaborn gather together from every corner of the ocean for their excursion onto land, gracefully extending the paths of light. They intertwine with one another. The golden net they weave is like a galaxy strewn across the sea's surface, from Millennium down into the deepest depths of the ocean. The water wheel, the network of the ocean, one connecting land and sea, one transcending chaotic space and placid time, bound together with we many. Hey, you can't end it there. Come on now. What is survival?
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap? Picked out your bait yet? I know you can't hide your fear.
主の名を掲げ、この旗の元へ集え。こんなセリフを一度言ってみたかったんだ。
Should I?
Let me stir.
It is Marthas. But he considers himself only seaborn. Permanently invulnerable? Excuse me? I have no idea how to do this now. YOLO.
Thus, I speak.
思うがままの戦術でいいよ。
I'm better watch your step.
信号は安定。これで分かったでしょ。
役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせ
I knew it. Are they like gonna share HP or something?
ごちそうさまでし
I
た。
thought it was gonna do something like that.
The red velvet of light props up this dead diamond.
My logos is dead. Is there like mega buff?
一体いつから
Okay, I did a lot of damage to that guy. Oh, it's already dying. That's good.
悪とは打たれるべきだし
Please die, smiley.
その執行人は必ず現れる。
誰が戦場で旗を武器
Oh,
に
that's
する
because
ん
I
だよ。
don't have blood. Yep, nah, no one's gonna die.
信号は安定。
一体いつからこの触手はまやかしに過ぎないって錯覚してたの？
82 enemies.
ごちそう
Dang.
さまでした。
That guy's die, right?
彼に喜びを与えなさい。
Oh, phase 2.
悪とは打たれるべきだし、その執行人は必ず現れる。
Who are you connected to?
お待ちしておりま
Is
し
this
た。
Spectre? Is that auto skill? I swear to
一体
God,
いつか
that's
ら
an auto skill.
この触手はまやかしに過ぎないって錯覚してたの？
我に喜びを与
It
え
is an
な
auto skill. Holy! That's connecting to everything else as well.
Have I granted you the permission to run away, my friend?
Is this guy sleeping?
一体いつからこの触手はまやかしに過ぎないって錯覚してたの？
He's dying though. Hell yeah, Abyssal Hunters Squad, let's go.
前菜代わりにもならないね。
ガラスに小躍りするグズはどこだ？
Stop picking the sleep. God damn it.
悪とは打たれるべきだし、その執行人は必ず現れる。
Well, he's dead. Okay, pretty easy. I'm not really quite sure what he does, except for the auto skill, which is funny. And actually usually good, considering my IS experiences. There you are, Consul Clementia. You notice an extremely unusual biosignature in the Sophont Theatrum. I'm glad you're unharmed. What's the status of the front line? Legions 8 and 10 alongside the Sea Patrol have been sending out escort ships alternatively as per your orders. The city's reorganization and the force fields are both complete. Miliarium is holding against the seaborne tide. Inform every relevant researcher in the city. I need a minute-by-minute breakdown of the situation of this region of sea. We're still being far too passive even with our contingency plan put into motion. Madame Consul, you may want to see what the drone matrix just sent back. These passages of light between the seaborne waterways. Consul Clementia, we've re-established communication with the home territories. We just got the dispatch from the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. Any news from the hunters? 3 of them have returned to Miliarium. They're cleaning up the remaining seaborne and the eastern city units. Contact Gladia. Tell her to come meet us immediately. Yes, Madame Consul. Let's go, Calcit. Doctor. You need to deepen your contact with Aegir. I'll go with this captain to inform the hunters. Calcit alone will be enough for diplomacy. Doctor? That seaborne left and headed to the east. That seaborne might run into Skadi. Madame Consul, the doctor still has some affairs to settle. Very well. Ah, we're really gonna talk to him in private, huh? Kinda sussy. Final battle for the waterway program has concluded with the seaborne invasion of Miliarium. I require an explanation, Consul Clementia. Gladia? Are any of you harmed? I see you're here too, Calcit. You had a few unexpected encounters, but nothing we couldn't handle. I believe that as an envoy of Iberia, Calcit also requires an explanation. I could use one myself, if we're being honest. There is someone who wishes to see you all. Beep boop. Jordi? Little Handy moves to the center of the Pensivarium, its projection module emitting cold motes of light, slowly coalescing into the figure of an Aegir woman. Oh, it's Mommy. She's supposed to smile under her golden hair. Eyes are focused on everyone in the room, as though she has been waiting for, or perhaps observing them for a long time. Yeah, easy boss, but they ought to skill link, die, or retreat the tile they were on and for adjacent tile become undeployable. Maybe in the harder difficulties. Maybe in trial for navigator. That's gonna be a nightmare, boss. Yep, it's Mom. Consul Horatia. Why ever do you look so fatigued, my little Gladia? Through the transmission efficiency of the waterway is much higher than I anticipated, I fear our simulacra are still unable to transmit my feelings. Look at that star, huge one. Otherwise, I'd stroke your hair and give you a nice big hug. No need, you know the risk of doing so. The changes on the sea's surface as well as the sudden appearance of the waterways. Was this your doing? Whether Aegir or Seaborn, we all find ourselves competing over time. Seaborn must keep sending nutrients to every region of sea they conquer. They wish to quickly transform the entire continental shelf into one great nest. Every issue has two sides. This disaster has also blessed us with bioenergy beyond measure. More than 2 centuries ago, the beacon launcher would have required 12 cities' bioenergy systems to continually fabricate the nanomachines comprising the waterways. Now, those nanomachines are being fostered by the Seaborn, who regard them as harmless kin. Using the data flow between the nanomachines as a medium, fleets and cities in squeeze state could traverse the oceans in an instant. Though these machines cannot take Aegir to the stars as our forebears imagined, they are more than enough to carve a path of life for civilization in its time of need. But that would mean that, for the foreseeable future, Aegir will have no choice but to enter into some kind of symbiosis with the Seaborn, using that scum as they in turn use us. Is this another of your so-called games? It is how we will break through this siege. The term waterway, path ahead for Aegir, is never referred only to pure waters. You have always had your doubt about the program, that is fine. But if that doubt serves only to put you in disarray, then it is useless. As Aegir is determined to open a waterway between sea and land, there was no question that it shall do so. I do not doubt your success, but perhaps there is still room for debate as to your methods. Dr. Calcit, I presume, Consul Horatia of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. It's a pleasure. Pleases me that there are still those on dry land who have inherited the will of the prehistoric civilization. That Aegir is not alone in our duty. I am also glad to see you have begun our discussion with a firm diplomatic stance. Then can I take it that you speak for all terrestrial civilizations and that we can dispense with establishing diplomacy with them one by one? I too am glad to see Aegir abandon its contentment and isolation and seek out cooperation with the land. But I regret to inform you, Madame Consul, that I do not represent it in its entirety. I merely understand it more than most. That said, I believe what Aegir needs now is exactly a thorough understanding of the terrestrial civilizations. You and I both know that this waterway will not be used only for resisting the Seaborn. Aegir has its eyes on every unnatural existence in these lands. It is the only means for us to ascertain the intrinsic nature of Terra and to eliminate the disasters hanging above our heads at the source. And I am sure you are aware of how such actions will be perceived by the terrestrial nations. Compared to the Seaborn, you would be seen as the more direct threat. We bear them no ill will. We need not stoop so low. The cruelest thing we could do is ignore the need of help of other tottering civilizations we meet on the road to settling this crisis. Tottering civilizations. Yep, they're still arrogant as hell. Oh my. Huh, it's like, what do you call that? A staff? Musical staff. Of course, we will first help them to learn how to walk. Bottlenecks of development, dilemmas of war, barriers of race, clashes of cultures, trends of ideology, changes in the structure of society. Over the millennia, Aegir has grown freely beneath the waves. It has faced every issue a country might face. We wish to share our experiences without reservation. And how would you do so? Using Milarium as our main port, we would send talent and technology ashore to aid the Iberians in revitalizing their home. Ferran Moots perceive the oncoming crises far more keenly than humanity. That young one will not shelter Yerag forever. You mean, what's her face? Yeragander. We can aid that nation long trapped in snow in breaking through its developmental barriers in a few short years so that it may stand equal with its neighbors. We can aid the Sami in purging the demonic corruption permeating every inch of snow and restart the abandoned Stargate in the north. Alright, these are pretty good. What else? What else? Ursus? Casdell. If the flames of war rage, we will calm them. If there are disputes, we will resolve them. Bolivar, Higashi. National unity is but a few fruitful negotiations away. Aegir will aid them in every predicament. Aegir will guide them towards the only goal they need. Under the leadership of Aegir, land and sea will share a common future. Holy optimist! Madame Consul, I do not doubt Aegir's sincerity, but I fear your proposals will not have the effect you expect. That is Omega Copiu. I am sure you have the means to bring Yerag up to par with the core nations in a few years. But will dialogues between equals necessarily center around peace and development? Were Ursus's internal problems to be resolved, who is to say they would not bare their fangs once more and attack their neighbors to satisfy their regained appetite? Bolivar's many regimes might reach a consensus under Aegir's pressure, but how will you eradicate a profound, deliberately provoked hostility? Dr. Calcid, are you saying that Aegir's efforts to aid the terrestrial civilizations will only result in the opposite? I am saying that we can establish a more equal and profound cooperative relationship between us. With only your probes, you are unable to understand a civilization's needs. With only your experiences, you are unable to force a nation to skip over its path to development. Before you act, you must learn more. Otherwise, the winds you stir on land may become some great storm you cannot turn a blind eye to. We would be more than happy to hear your suggestions then, on the condition that you do not allow us to be held back by excessive caution and meaningless apprehension. Oh boy. Seeing the gulf between us, between land and sea, I understand that we will need many more discussions before we can make progress. Many more. Once the waterway opens, I look forward to meeting you in the flesh, whether on land or in Aegir's home territories. I am as well, Madam Consul. What about you, Gladia? Do you agree with Dr. Calcit on this matter? IDP need not question Rhode Island's sincere wish for cooperation, nor Calcit's ability. I can vouch for both of those. And there are indeed essential differences between Aegir and the nations of the land. The land dwellers are short-sighted and clumsy, which makes them frail. Forcibly removing the differences between them would be no different from destroying them. It is truly necessary to show good faith. I've never seen Gladia place so much trust in someone, Calcid. A feat, to be sure. Perhaps she can be a bridge between our peoples and aid us in coming to a consensus. You will see that Aegir's plans are no mere idle prattle. Now, do allow me a moment alone with Consul Clementia. And Doctor's perspective. Secunda, a fleet approaches from the land, Iberia. Hail them via the drone matrix. This is Prefecta Secunda of the Militarium Sea Patrol. It's me, Irene. We're currently in a head-on battle against the Seaborn. Don't come any closer. Your ships are too crude, I'm sorry, but they may get sucked into the eddies around Miliario. You're saying that Iberia should just wait quietly on land. I should just watch Miliarium get invaded by Seaborn and let the waterway transform into some kind of god knows what that even you Aegir never foresaw? We've already talked about this, Secunda. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Well, halt all attacks. We are going to pick up the Iberians. We'll just have to open the access channels to the rear. Why stop attacking? Look at the screen. The Academy of Technology just sent an urgent communique. What do we do? Are those light-emitting nanomachines components for the waterway? But the Seaborn are still attacking the city. If they fuse with the nanomachines and bear identical biosignatures, our weapons won't be able to locate and attack the Seaborn only. Don't tell me the legions want us to halt our covering fire and rely only on Millenarium's force fields to hold them back. May as well slit our wrists and be done with it. Scribbling on your device again. You know, sometimes I really admire your ability to keep a cool head. Use the images from the drone matrix to render a 3D model. Rendering in progress. Perhaps the answer lies within the riddle itself. Biosignatures of the nanomachines and the Seaborn are identical, but we still know clearly that the nanomachines have formed the waterway. How? Can see them. Each machine emits a particular light that's clearly visible. Contact the Academy of Technology and tell them that we have a proposal for modifying our weapons targeting systems. But recalibrating 2 legions worth of auxiliary optical systems would take a lot of time. What about using a lighthouse on land? Well, hello, Irene. Seems you arrived in the nick of time. A dozen or so lighthouses in the Lost Coastline have resumed operation. They're responding to your waterway. Combined, they should be enough to illuminate this entire patch of sea. Maybe they could serve as your auxiliary optical systems? I'm hardly an engineer, but these lighthouses were built with Islander Aegirian technology. They should be compatible with your existing systems. That should cut the time needed in half. I'll let Consul Clementia know. Thank you, Irene. The Inquisition would be overjoyed to see these newly unclouded eyes become part of the combined defenses of land and sea. We're partners now, Secunda. Though maybe we should be taking Briogan instead. Breogan. He truly dedicated himself to these lighthouses, a naval architect drifting into a foreign land, striving for the day when land and sea could work together. He foresaw calamity but left no answers behind. It's a pity that Aegir saw him as an outsider, while Iberia never truly accepted him. He died alone and miserable. But now, his plans will finally have the chance to become reality. He acted far slower than he did, indeed. But it's not too late, or rather, now is precisely the time. Let's get started, Irene. Go, 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 go. Feel more used to you with your veil on, Horatia. Hmm? Did you show off the scar below your ear to let Gladia know that, as her mother, you will tolerate her setbacks just as you accept the blemish she left on your face? I cannot see. Is it this? A really small patch here? Ha! I'm not that strict a mother. With her left hand on the astrolabe, it is a astrolabe. Horatia's right hand softly strokes her cheek below her right ear where a thin scar stretches upwards, nearly touching her eye. There's a smile on her face. Yep, it is this. But this is no blemish. It's beautiful, trivial for a doctor to erase, but I refuse. My little Gladia was barely 5 at the time. She was taking her first career development assessment, and through this made her wishes rather clear. Don't know how glad I am to see her grown. She's certainly more suited for the life of a legionnaire than in the Institute of Societal Programs or Institute of Scientific Development. Can you please not call me that? Very well, Consul Clementia. While we spoke, every city in the home territories has been conducting an unprecedented investigation in the Church of the Deep. Mike died. Seems to be doing fine for now. As the core of R&D, Blandis was able to tamper with the Class 4 weapons, but his actions should absolutely have been detected at some point before they were put to use. Meaning there are many behind him, yep, fanning the flames. All members of both academics who had anything to do with the weapons design, manufacture, and maintenance are receiving the most thorough investigations possible. In response, the church has brought their full influence to bear. By grasping at a single leaf, we may be able to pull out an entire rotten branch. And with Martis, no doubt we will be able to identify the church's deepest roots. Aegir itself is undergoing grand surgery. Surgery to cut out a festering tumor, isn't it? The waterway is open, and the fallen who corrupt our nation have been revealed. Both are of great value as I see it. Are you trying to console me over the superficial waterway program's failure? Tell me that the sacrifices Milarium made were not without meaning? Why do you insist on double negatives? That makes you seem weak, true? There is no such thing as a superficial program in Aegir, Consul Clementia. If the IDP has approved the program, it means its planning and members are entrusted with the hopes of Aegir. We believe you are capable of using the Class 4 weapons to purify our waters and open the waterway. This has always been an official part of the program. Yet it failed. The theoretical success rate of oceanic purification was never high. However, the waterway program was a guaranteed success. Did I not promise you that before you set off? Trust in me. Trust in Aegir. I don't doubt that even if this city were to sink, consigning all 10,000 or so Aegir souls in it to the depths, the waterway would still open without a hitch. However, of all the possibilities you've accounted for, how many call for sacrifice? How I wish this meeting of ours never had to happen, Horatia. Is that why you work yourself to the bone, my little manta ray? I've read the reports in Miliarium. As consul for the entire city, you need not throw yourself into each and every little affair. The stimulants you abuse will not hide the exhaustion in your face. You really have thought of everything, as you always do, Horatia. All these losses and sacrifices, the falls and the betrayals, even Martus's secret. Are you not the least bit shaken? Speaking of Martus, you've reminded me of something. Of what? Martus regards himself as the gardener of sin. At times like these, he is wont to hide himself behind history. I can infer why he'd seek cooperation from Dr. Calcit, or from the way you describe it, those discussions quickly devolve into a vapid declaration of war. I find it difficult to imagine he would be satisfied with such a failure of negotiations. That is, unless he gains some other information, we will continue to track his whereabouts. Did he really just slink from out of that? Are you hiding something in my little manta ray? Dementia does not answer. She instead raises her head to look at Horatia, face to face. With the simulacrum erasing the distance between them, she knows that Horatia will be able to see every detail of her expression. But the curve of Horatia's lips do not change. Her eyes are as gentle as ever too. Clementia hopes that her own expression is as firm as hers. I am still the chief designer of warfare on the Waterway program before you arrive, Horatia. Naturally. Your calculations may have arrived at the correct outcome, but I had to handle the situation in my own way. The Academy of Science and Academy of Technology each have their own duties. Yes, of course. I only hope that this obsession with self-reflection will not cause any complications. Your keen judgment must stay unclouded. I won't let that happen. Here come a little closer. We still have time. Calcit, Rhodes Island, Iberia, the Inquisition. You'll be busier than ever soon, so best not keep frowning like that. Is it? And transmission. Well, you're convulsing now. Quizzically. You're limping away. Trying to run? Smart. You're kinda behind this wall. A lot of them. It's the end of the road for you though. What a pity. Isharmala? Isharmala. A sudden voice, tinged with surprise. Here comes Marcus. Scotty turns, looking towards its source. A conical creature exuding light leaves the shadows of the buildings, shielding the two-cornered seaboard with its body. Yep. Leave, kin. Through the eddy ahead, return to the sea. You're so honestly gentle with them. Disgusting. I'm guessing you're the leader? Our meeting was preordained, Sharp. Huh? You know me. Scotty grips her sword tight. Isharman. From Salviento to Gran Faro, from the Stultifera to here, you scum have been watching me this whole time. What do you see your god in me? What? Do you see your god in me too? Are you here for family or revenge? The nuclei within his skull rotates slight. That's always funny. No. Sharmala, Skadi, you are not nutrients to complete the cycle. You are its end. Our kin will not prey on you. On the contrary, they respect you, protect you. Yep, ever since Under Tides. They await your transformation. They await your evolution. Scotty looks at the being's eye. For whatever reason, this monster she has never seen before seems familiar. Very familiar. The bizarre organs surrounding the Seaborn disperse and surround her in turn. A shimmering umbilical cord connects her body with the Seaborn. Scotty suddenly remembers when she faced the first Seaborn to talk, in that cave below the church. She also experienced a moment of distraction back then. She had just been through a fierce battle, her blood boiling with frenzy. But now, she feels herself uncontrollably responding to the Seaborn's touch. She curses herself for this moment of distraction. Why? A natural phenomenon. One I am also helpless to resist. This is the answer, Scotty. I ate of his flesh, and he lives within you. You are he. I am he. Our hearts connected, our blood interlinked. You need not waver, you need not doubt. The kin will not demand you walk with us. Isharmala chose you to continue his line. Perhaps this is the only way he will witness what he must witness, travel the road he must travel. What did he see in you? Perhaps. Could it be, Skadi, that in that cold, dark future, in the cosmos where all things are doomed to fade away, you are the one hope, the spark, the possibility? Are you the one who bears the final wishes of untold lives? Skadi, Abyssal Hunters Squad, Rhodes Island Operator Squad. Doctor? Skadi swings her sword. Her grip never once relaxed. It slices through the umbilical cord. She stares coldly at the creature before her. Well, see ya! Everyone's looking for you. Figured you'd be here. Doctor, Skadi, you know each other. Is that so strange? It's one of my cute little operators. We met on land. The nuclei within its chest pulse. Oh, it's different. This is the first time something stirs the peace within the Seaborn's chest. The oddly colored nuclei, along with the bizarre organs floating by their side, begin to wave as rhythmically as the tides. It does not approach, but both you and Skadi can sense a burst of emotion. Joy. No matter if you personally took part, Doctor, no matter if what took place in the Cerulean Cave have aught to do with you. After countless years, you now stand alongside Isharmala. The connection between you and the kin cannot be erased. It is you who wrote this instinct into our memories. We depend on one another. Okay, so he knows that the Doctor is actually the progenitor of them. Or of we many. The wheel of fate still turns. The surviving successors will one day meet and achieve the most improbable of possibilities. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. I await you at the endpoint of evolution, Doctor. Skadi, I await you both. He dips. Don't give chase, Skadi. Handle things in the city first. I couldn't understand that thing at all. What was it talking about? Some kind of declaration of war. Didn't sound like that to me. You woke me up just now, Doctor. When I was face to face with that Seaborn, I remembered something I felt back in Salvienta. Nothing good, I presume. I assume you weren't a fan? I hated it. What good could come from a Seaborn rambling to a human? Don't worry, I know what happened. You didn't want to listen, did you? Of course not. I have no interest in chatting with a Seaborn. That thing sounded like it'd been looking for you? It's a long story. So, we were both being watched. There won't be a next time. Next time I'll be by your side. It'll be you waking me up next time. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm Skadi. Abyssal Hunters Squad. Rhodes Island Operator Squad. Always has been. Doesn't matter if that thing comes looking for me or you. I'll cut its cords before it can speak. I trust you, Skadi. Remember who you are and it'll work out. The tide's coming in, outside these walls. Sounds like it won't stop for a long while.
Fighting isn't complicated. You did well. You may have
yeah, I'll BRB for a while.
You desire.
Before I finish. Oh wait, there's one more? What? Huh. BRB, folks. forever, bruh. But finally. Fortress of Civilization? Without walls and barriers, there can be no civilization. Seaborn come, legionnaires, meet them. Laugh their siege to scorn and beat them back home. Ole. I should probably have a healer. Oh, it is just a fight. I was about to say. Looks like a special stage, huh? Something like the Great Chief Returns? Yup, it is something like the Great Chief Returns. I was right.
I will slow down and wait. Try to catch up.
Where do I put the thingies? I mean, that area.
Picked out your bait yet? Don't
I see this. Oh lord. You're not gonna leak, right? Oh god, he almost leaked. Sheesh! Left, right, left, right, left, right, right. What the hell are you doing there, buddy?
Is that all you got?
Do I put... No.
Let me stir.
The bell tolls.
I think you hide your fear.
What happened? I didn't see the exploding enemy. Okay. Interesting. Oh lord. We have some problems. Gentlemen of the court.
ドクターはいつだって僕の居場所を見つけてくれるんだ。
But experience some technical difficulties. I guess I can just do this, yeah?
This song will never stop. Not until the melody is written.
Oh my goodness gracious. Willy-nilly.
Follow me.
That's a lot of them. What is exploding? I cannot tell from the hordes.
俺が役に立つ情報を奴らに書かせてやる。
ごちそうさまでした。
私を呼び起こしてくださったのは。
Oh lord. Scalper, protect my ass. Should be fine. Yep. Scalper regen is pretty damn good. Nice.
どうやらグレイディアと戦争設計について意見交換をしたことがあるようだ。いくつか相通ずる理念が伺えた。
Let me recheck. What is the nasty enemy here? Honestly, this is so much easier than Stiltifera. This okay. I like this enemy though. Very cool, unique. The Stray and the Companion. Kindred spirits tread divergent paths. Adversaries walk together. Clementia. Gentle male voice. I'm assuming this is Martus? You didn't mean to return? Maybe not. I lied. I finally found out that man's whereabouts. No matter who he is or what Volpole he's decided to hide himself in foxhole. He hurt our daughter. He needs to pay. Daughter? Then let me come with you. I don't care if it's familiae standing in our way, cruel catastrophes, endless tides, or fire raining from the skies. We'll face them together. Would the shrine be alright without you? Relax, it's just killing a few people. It's long past time for those bastards to head to hell. And it seems we must part once more. Heavens drink their fill, sky besought by Sakura. Drunken clouds stumble. Was that a haiku? It's got a good rhythm, perfectly suited for reciting while swinging a sword. Whomst? Oh wow, it is familiar. The hell, man? Why are you crying? Is it Aegir? No way. Ansel gets revenge for her daughter by crossing two big families, so she's forced to flee to a distant country. Many years later, she has to leave behind her gentle husband and re-enter the storm, all for her daughter's sake again. When I think about the people in real life who live like that, I can't help it. The way I see it, the movie should be from her point of view. I hope I don't gotta remind you that this film's supposed to be our familia's business card in the new city. And we're supposed to be reviewing it together. Gotta control how the city looks at our boss in our business. I thought you said it was great last time. Great? Then why'd that killer lady show up out of nowhere? Cruel catastrophes, endless tides, fire raining from the skies. Who wrote this crap? Sure, the Colombians poked a hole in the sky, but I ain't never heard of no fire raining down. When's that supposed to take place anyway? Oh boy, well, that's a foreshadowing. Fire raining down, huh? When are you gonna learn to have a bit of perspective? A cold-blooded killer putting down her blade for a peaceful tomorrow in Nuova Volsini. All things are Familia's influence. Can't get more with the times than that. If you put it that way, the film's even more crap. But you're right. As long as it's to the Signora's liking. Oh, hello. Hey, which bastard touched the switch? We under attack? No, look at the screen. You gonna watch something? Colombia? Oh, nasty! Hello, other Banshee. Hello, Tin Man! Mr. Tin Man. We have a press conference starting soon, so please keep it quick. Hello, Mr. Revenant. Oh, they all have this now. Okay. While you were all busy flinging all those things into the sky, I made a few rounds in Kazdel. Okay. You know how I feel about this. I do, young Banshee. I do. My verdict is that they feel about you much the same as you feel about them. Considering the many vile connections they have across Terra, if they do decide to get behind your project, there will be plenty of headaches for all involved. Thanks for the tip. I actually haven't seen what Thorn's Altar can do. Now the press conference is about to begin. Don't be so hasty, let me finish. Nasty Lunare, Director of Engineering at Rhinelab. You know full well that the dream you were promised can be shared with more than just the Sarkans. The Maylander Foundation will pledge their full support towards you and your elf friend's brazen plan. Where is she? Just pop up. Bubbles. We will decide on the date to discuss the details later. It includes future launch plans where we hope to re-establish a more complete Galeria Stellaria. Well, according to this event, what's her face? Kirsten Wright has been floating in space for like at least a year. Yes, that's the one. You know, if she's alive. Yep, there she is. Nasty? You on the phone? They've been incorporating this future event lead-ins. Yep, they have been doing that a lot. Once the conference is over, we'll need a meeting room, a coffee machine, and to clear an entire week off our schedule. That bad, huh? If only it were as simple as good or bad. But first, the conference. Is Silence here? I was hoping she'd stop by, but fat chance she's got the time. I put one of those Bird and Beast blind boxes from Yerag on her desk, and sure she'd opened it after a week, but the little beastie was already buried under an avalanche of files in need of review. The guy who's supposed to be making a speech for us isn't here yet either. Well, he still got 2 minutes. Who are we talking about here? It's... Nope. It's fucking you, Ferdinand. I thought it was Fitzgerald or something. Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is about to begin. Please quiet down. I'll be happy to answer any and all relevant questions during the Q&A segment. Sounds like he's in a good mood. Let us first... Playing the same trick twice? Doesn't get old? No, Ferdinand's confused too. This wasn't part of his plan. This is... Oh, so you were also in on his plan. Challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community. Show me this is Aegir. Under the leadership of Aegir to overcome them together. Of course. Classic Aegir. Repeat. An Aegir broadcast to all surface-dwelling people. Okay, so this is in one of the... No, it's not the PV. What do you call that? The calcit thingy. Terra history, whatever you call that. We ask all of humanity to set aside your conflicts and prejudices and join the Aegir in building a bulwark together. The Matrix has broken through the blockade and swept past the sea. Essential information and calculation results are about to make landfall. Challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community under the leadership of Aegir to overcome them together. Under the leadership of Aegir. Quotation marks? Not quotation marks. Yeah, it was correct. I'm dumb. You're still looking towards the land, Dr. Calcitz? Like a mother, anxious about the child she had to leave behind. A child, is it? In one brief communication, you have delivered knowledge that countless others had given their lives for to no avail. Geographical data on the Foen hotlands and Infi Icefield, and images from even further north of the continent. One way of showing goodwill, I suppose. To share knowledge is natural, while showing goodwill takes intention. I fail to see how the two are related. It was essential to thoroughly evaluate the extent of shock this would be to our terrestrial friends. Were these not urgent times, we really should have been more cautious. My concern is that there are immediate dangers more worthy of our attention. How much longer do you believe Militarium can hold, Consul Clemente? With our fleets taking shifts, we can keep up continuous 24-hour covering fire for a week. There have been no major changes in the Seaborn's movements. As the energy supplying the force field dries up, stopping power for our weapons will also gradually dwindle, but this is not outside expectations. The city can hold for another half a month, no more. How long will it take reinforcements to arrive from the home territories? A week. I mean, that's pretty good, yeah? Half a month to a week. Our countless nanomachines have established steady information flows. Compressed fleets and cities can speed through them, traversing the oceans in an instant. However, assembling our forces will still take time. A week. How quick. You need not hide your worries, Dr. Calcin. There are essential differences between the ways we and the Landwalkers think. Simple sincerity is insufficient for reaching effective bilateral cooperation. On the one hand, we hope that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. On the other, you worry that the subsequent contact and communications will be outside your control. You even worry that Skadi and the Doctor have deviated from your plans. You already know of Skadi's secret. My little handy happened to record a chance meeting between Skadi, the Doctor, and Marcus in the street corner. Oh, compared to discovering the secrets of their identities, controlling who knows what is much more difficult. An Abyssal Hunter with a firstborn within her, and a predecessor scientist who witnessed the rise and fall of the prehistoric civilization in person. They are both of great import to Aegir. Based on simple evolutionary logic, the firstborn would not have chosen to entrust the future of its kin to its killer. We still have no idea how the Seaborn will become the final answer to resisting ruination. Even with missing memories, the Doctor still bears that mission. How will this so-called death of all things come about, and what can Terra do about it? We must find out. Skadi and the Doctor are, without a doubt, the key to Aegir's solving of the riddles. Skadi will face her blood. The Doctor's duty will be fulfilled, but it should be their choice, not somebody else's scheme. I fear that once Aegir learns of their identities, it will devise ways to exploit them. Horatia asked me earlier if I was hiding something from her. And how did you answer, Madame Consul? No need to worry, he does not know. Yet. You truly treasure Skadi and the Doctor, don't you? Even when confronted with a disaster threatening to wipe out civilization, you still wish to respect their choices. But this is no time for us to hesitate. I can't hide this from Horatia forever. I assume you have a plan then, considering you're hiding this from her at all. I've reached an agreement with Gladia. We will take over all Abyssal Hunter-related research in the name of the Legions, and ensure that the Hunters will not be put in circumstances depriving them of a choice. As for the Doctor and myself, we hope to go deeper into the Aegir home territories and solve these mysteries by ourselves. I fear that we will need an Aegir guide. Well then, it would be my pleasure. Oh, potential operator. Well, that's pretty cool. Potential. Cassia will receive the punishment she deserves. Miliarium's incubation chamber has been moved to safety, so as long as the city doesn't fall, the child she left behind will be born safely. They will be raised in the Institute of Incubation. I know what you're thinking. The fate of a Church of the Deep cultist isn't worth calling you over for. You still think that everything will end in ruin, Mr. Avitus? I still believe in history. Once written, it can never be changed. Even a tragic victory is destined to be another page in its annals. I'm glad to hear you say that. Let's get down to business, Geordi. I met with Consul Clementia. I confessed everything. What I was thinking, what I did, what I saw but never spoke of. I accepted the tribunal's interrogation, but they did not believe I deserved to be labeled fallen. I had stood at the precipice and looked around, perhaps even stuck a toe over the edge, but no more than that. Their final verdict was that I could keep my post and continue to stay in Miliarium. Sounds like you have other plans though. They may see it as repentance, but I cannot forget the outcome of my silence and inaction. I'm not arrogant enough to believe I could have affected an entire military campaign on my own, but what if I had reported Cassia's unusual behavior? This could have played out very differently. And so, I plan to leave Miliarium. To where? Aegir and home territories? Somewhere even further than that. Even further. Now that the waterway has opened, Aegir is about to restart the work interrupted by the Seaborn. Expeditionary fleets will once more explore the far side of Terra. But this time, we have changed the course of our voyage. New continent time? Hopium? You might set off from that mining station of Rimbilliton and try to touch the edge of the sea. Better I die on some expedition into the unknown than wallow here in sorrow, self-reproach and despair until it saps me of all my strength. There, whether we go forwards or downwards, no one knows what awaits us. We will be like Briogan in times of yore, pushing back against the darkness of ignorance. You mean... Hold on, Jordi Fontana Rosa? Yes, I'm inviting you to join us on this distant voyage. I'm not the only one who desires this. You said earlier that I never answered your questions properly. You were right and I should apologize. There was something I truly wished to tell you back then. We have no need to prove our place. Even if the vestiges of the past have worn you down to nothing, you can still tie your future to Aegir. I don't know what to say. It's all a bit much. Don't worry, Aegir respects the choices of all its citizens. We farewell on your carefully considered departure. We await your eventual return, no matter how long it may take. Hey, potential Lumen Altar right here, huh? Maestro, today's maintenance work on the lighthouse should be finished. Is there some sort of issue with the others? No, I'm just here to watch the sea like you. I heard from the other Inquisitors that you kept making time to come to the coast, even while we were in Miliario. Iberia threw a stone into the sea. We were worried it would foment an unstoppable wave. But what was even more worrying was that it might sink in silence with nary a whisper. Fortunately, the stone stirred up the ripples we hoped for, and Iberia was able to see the circumstances beneath the waves, and doing so make up its mind. You performed your duties as envoy admirably. There was ever a time in your life to stand tall with your head held high. Now is that time. Yes, sir. Maestro, I've been thinking about returning to Grand Faro, going back to the chapel and where I used to live with Uncle Thiago. You should have seen Thiago one last time. We live in an age of regrets. You see the Inquisition as the source of those regrets? I cannot refute. You have things to pack. Irene can help you. What? No, that's not what I meant. I'm really just thinking of going back to have a look. In other words, you haven't yet made up your mind. Yeah. You told me earlier that the Inquisition letting me return to Aegir was a test. Am I not? On the contrary, Jordi, do not mistake bewilderment for momentary hesitation. You have lifted your lantern and clearly seen the fork in the road before you. You're merely weighing your choices before choosing which path to follow. The sea fog is thick. Both routes seem slick with mud, but you are not the one to be criticized for this. Jordi Fontana Rosa, if you choose to follow that Aegirian scholar into unknown waters, the Inquisition will not stop you. The strength of the waves crashing against the shore will not change because a single clerk leaves or stays. If you choose to stay ashore in Iberia, you will carry responsibilities that are more exhausting than you are used to, but also much more important. Those are the expectations Iberia has for you. Choice is yours. I understand, Maestro. By the by, Irene mentioned that you've been suffering from severe insomnia these past few days. How was last night? Rained rather heavily around midnight, without a star in the sky. By the crack of dawn, there have been about 2 or 3 urgent situations I had to handle. But overall, a rather peaceful night, all things considered. To the Seaborn Dream. Dreams are comprised of thoughts or emotions flaring up as they dissipate. But now I am nothing more than instinct. Hello, Mr. Ferran Moot of the Seaborn. Why this scene again? Wait, who's talking? Again, as well. Following the unfathomable passages in the ruins at the very end, a great beast gently sticks a tentacle to the bulkhead. What is it waiting for, perhaps? I walk forward, passing through the shadow of the cerulean tree, until I am before him. I extend a hand. Oh, hello. Whomst? Electronic announcement. Warning. Deep sleep procedures will commence in 3 minutes. Real-time translation programs will soon shut down. Please provide all necessary instructions as soon as possible. Sharmala. Our shared name, our shared decision. We trust one another. We feel as one, do we not? I will watch over you until the end of my days. No, this person isn't me. Is this Oracle? This isn't my dream. It's Isharmala's memory. Okay, so it's Skadi dreaming Isharmala's memories, seeing potentially Oracle. Which is me. Potentially. Well. Hello, sir. You have followed me through many nests. Abyssal Hunter, hello, Ulpi. Of course. The reinforcements from the home territories are about to arrive. The confrontation between your kin and Aegir's legions will soon intensify. You would choose this moment to depart? Your front line has already advanced onto land, Seaborn. Why choose to turn back and return to the Abyss? How is this conflict connected to the reawakening of the Firstborn? Hello, sir. You are an astute man, Hunter. I merely discovered your existence before the others. You left evidence in Isharmala's body. You are the Church of the Deep's founder. You sought refuge in the shadows to seek traces of me. Only a shadow may merge with a shadow. The most interesting hunter. What do you wish to know? Everything. Well, direct to the point. I know you, Hunter. You are Skadi's comrade. Has Aegir refused your everything? This nation has refused too much. So much so that it's dug its own grave. Your schemes are far too obvious. I never intended to hide them. I fell in order to obtain answers. Yeah, within this skull converse, that's so funny. Every time. I can tell you all you've longed to know, Hunter. Literally, his brain cells. Regarding my next actions, regarding the sealed passages in the ruins embedded in Terra's mantle, regarding how the other firstborns will awaken, regarding Aegir, regarding the next doom to greet Terra. We kin are selfless, we kin are devoted, we kin wish to share everything. The only requirement is you become one with we men. Janus meets the Seaborn's gaze. It has no face, but he can tell that it is observing him. Through its transparent membranes, past the faintly leaping nuclei, Ulpianus sees his own eyes. You said you fell earlier? No, Hunter. The conjoining of flesh is not enough. Turn endurance to acceptance. Turn humiliation to elation. You must trust the kin. Trust your own instincts. You must take up a duty far beyond imagination. The duty of we many. Perhaps you will learn the full truth in our embrace, but when the time comes, you will be unwilling to, bring it back to Aegir. Just as I could not. Oh, thank you for that, Marcus. Seaborn passes Ulpianus, swimming ever deeper into the nest. Its back quickly disappears from view, leaving only the nest before him in full bloom. The contaminated coral shimmers in its multitudes. Countless fantastical life forms flit between them. Using its glimmer to dispel the darkness of the depths, they grow, they form tides. But Ulpianus ignores them. His gaze passes over a golden sea, over every scar, every inch of flesh, every cell, every chaotic waking dream. It falls somewhere he cannot see, the deepest recesses of his own self. I guess recess works too. Ulpianus follows along. Hello? What chasm are we going? Mariana's Trench? Well, never mind. Fine. Leave a cliffhanger like that, why don't you? Alright, my bad about the AFKs, but yep. We are donezo. I think, was this shorter than the other Seaborn stories? Maybe? Maybe same length as Undertides. Definitely shorter than the Stultifera, that's for sure. Only 8 stages though. Well, real stages. Then the 9th stage is pretty much a victory lap. Alright folks, that's it for me.